Goofball, and I would like to welcome you to my channel, Sweet and Swoony Romance Audiobooks. I'm giving a brief introduction to my book, Dare to Love the Guy Next Door, and before I do that, I just want to give you a little caveat. I wrote the book, and the amazing Lorana Hoops narrates it, and this little introduction, the sound quality here, I don't have a professional studio, so I apologize for that. However, the audiobook that you will listen to in a moment has great sound quality, so you can be assured of that. Anyway, I just want to say a few quick things about this book. It is the second book in the Forever Marriage Match series, and in it you will find a surfer hottie with nice quads, summer sun, the beach, rolling waves and surfing, a mega-second first kiss, the koala cuddles from the quirkiest of the Fab Five, s'mores galore with extra chocolate, and lots of other fun stuff. So here is the description from Dare to Love the Guy Next Door. A dating dare, it could turn out to be the perfect match, or it could be worse than a slap on a sunburn. Me, little old Paisley Jones, envisioned glitz and glamour with my movie star fiancé until a humiliating public scandal explodes in my life like damp confetti. I escape to the family cottage with an ocean view and am not looking for love until a dare and a crazy seagull send me next door. Griffin Sanders was a late blooming goofball, but now as a competitive surfer and business owner, not much stops him. However, when an injury keeps him out of the water, he's stuck on dry land. Turns out his teen crush is hiding in the neighboring cottage. That would be me, but I don't recognize him at first. Big waves, big surprise. Quirky and independent, I never quite fit in the celebrity world. I'm not sure where I belong until I get on a surfboard, but it's hard to tell if the popular surfing instructor is just another guy seeking fame and fortune, the silly kid from my childhood summers, or someone I can ride the waves with. Will we take the plunge, or will our affection for one another drop like the tide? So anyway, there you have it. I hope you give it a listen, and I look forward to seeing you between the pages. Thanks.
Dare to Love the Guy Next Door. Romantic Comedy. Forever Marriage Match Book 2. Written by Ellie Hall. Copyright 2021. Narrated by Lorana Hoops. Audio copyright 2022. Chapter 1. Paisley. Things you don't want to have to say when walking out of a bathroom naked. I cannot believe what just happened. I'll get to that in a sec. Nothing to see here. Nope, nothing at all. I am so sorry that you have to witness this. An elderly couple. Please look away, sir. The elderly man craning over his shoulder as he passed in the hall. If you're wondering how and why I'm walking out of a bathroom naked, let me explain. I'm at the fitness center at the hotel, hosting the cast and crew of my fiancé's latest movie. I wanted to get my pump on before I saw him. I read that it's good for the ego. The truth is, I'm nothing like the women on set, or Devona Carl, his co-star, and the most beautiful woman on the planet. I'm not just saying that to be self-deprecating either. She won the popular vote. Jason, as in Jason Cobb, my fiancé, I know, I'm still pinching myself, was also voted sexiest man alive. So they're like a celebrity power couple. Except they're not a couple in real life. It's just for the film. As you can imagine, it's a lot for me to live up to. I could have changed in the locker room. However, because I'm now in the spotlight, not directly, but by proximity because of Jason, I didn't want to bare my lady parts in public. Everyone and their grandmother have a phone, and today's plans do not involve going viral on social media. Imagine the headlines, the comments. I already learned my lesson. Jason's assistant called recently and asked me not to be seen shopping in the pre-packaged snack and cookie aisle at the grocery store. Apparently, I ended up on a gossip page that had a strong opinion about my eating habits. Jason's publicist didn't want the association made between him and unhealthy garbage because a green dining delivery company recently endorsed him. He and I will discuss how cookies are a food group after we get married. There is no way the Girl Scouts of America are being banned from my doorstep during their seasonal drive. Back to the being naked in the hall thing. I left my bag, filled with my clothes, on the bench in the locker room. I figured it would be secure because only people with a key have access. Without checking the contents of my bag, because I assumed they were exactly as I'd left them, I grabbed it, scooted to the bathroom in the hall for privacy, and bag empty. Mostly. The thief didn't touch my keys, wallet, the empty container of mints, ketchup packets, fast food restaurants never give me enough, deodorant, a stapler. I somehow ended up walking out of the office with it and keep forgetting to return it. This list is getting too long, but you get the picture. In a hotel crawling with celebs, what I don't understand is why someone would take my non-designer clothing. Seriously, it was an old pair of jeans, though they fit like a glove, and I'd like them back, thank you very much, and a shirt that says, "Your birthday present." I had it specially made for Jason. It's a joke. Kind of. Today is Jason's birthday, and I wanted to do something extra special since he has to work. I planned a surprise party complete with confetti in his favorite colors, live music, food, don't worry, nothing prepackaged, his friends, colleagues, and even his parents, who I've only met once. My job as a lawyer pays the bills, but what really gives me gladness and giggles is party planning, organizing, decorating, and creating experiences and spaces people enjoy. My best friends always say I missed my calling. But how am I going to do anything while standing here naked in a hallway? To be fair, I'm hugging the brown plastic trash bin in front of me like a shield, and my bag over my bum so no one sees my bits and bobs. In case you're wondering, the bathroom had a hand dryer only. No paper towels, because you bet I would have fashioned myself a mummy-esque wrap. To minimize exposure, I'm sticking close to the wall as I make my way to the front desk. I'd go to my room, but when I arrived, I was told it wasn't ready yet. Another reason I figured I'd check out the hotel amenities. So the lobby it is. A mother and her young child approach. I hear them before I see them and squeeze my eyes shut. Maybe they won't notice me and think I'm part of the hotel decor. This place is very posh and modern. Them. Look at the statue of that woman. So lifelike. Me. No, don't look. Them. Wow, she even talks. They get closer. My eyes remain silent. At a sharp intake of breath, their footsteps beat a hasty retreat. I continue and turn a corner in this maze-like corridor, following the signs for the lobby. Through the enormous windows overlooking Miami Beach, I have a flash of inspiration and wonder if I could repurpose my bag to look like a bathing suit. Blakely would know how to do something like that. I consider calling her, but that would mean setting my trash can shield down and crouching behind it for cover. Nope, I won't squat in the nude. I've made it this far. I must press on. Heavy footfalls and the flip-flop sound of a pair of sandals get near. Instead of hoping the person thinks I'm a decorative plant, I hustle down the hall. If I move fast enough, maybe they won't notice me. It's not the most brilliant idea, but I have to strategize and have little to work with. This is my first experience with public nudity and definitely my last. I cast my gaze down as if the plush carpeting is fascinating and scurry by. The flip-flop sound goes silent. I freeze. Why? I have a disorder called mortification magnetism. It's when I know something embarrassing could happen, and instead of running in the other direction to prevent it, I hesitate, lending the moment a chance to come apart. Yes, I made that up. But if you do this too, you know exactly what I mean. Sensing eyes on me, I could do the smart thing and run in the other direction to prevent whatever embarrassing thing is about to happen. Instead, true to form, I hesitate and turn around. First, I meet a pair of blue eyes that match the sky out the window. Close cropped hair, eyebrows pinched together in concern. Can I help you? Voice as deep as the ocean. I regret not taking my long brown hair out of its ponytail so it could drape over my shoulders mermaid style and offer a little more concealment. Hotel employee, lost item recovery specialist, CIA operative. What not to say when you meet a handsome gentleman who could very well work with your fiancé and relay this unfortunate moment to him over drinks after the shoot. So I came across a woman in the hallway. She was naked and using a trash can to... Jason's reply wouldn't be genial laughter and a lighthearted joke. That was my fiancé. She's an avant-garde supermodel and that's her latest look. He wouldn't play it off because his reputation means everything. No, I'd hear from his assistant. Probably his publicist herself this time. I get it. He has to look after his career. I dog swallow. Oh, this. Just, Blue eyes repeats. Can I help you? Unless you're willing to give me the shirt off your back, probably not. But thank you, I say, starting to feel a little wobbly around the knees as the reality of my situation and having to go into the lobby hits me. Without hesitating, Blue Eyes reaches his tan and muscular arm back, grips his t-shirt and tugs it over his head, and then straightens it out. He holds the garment up between us. My eyes must be so ridiculously wide right now, and not because of his amazingly sculpted abs and tan torso. Don't be silly, I'm engaged. Rather the fact that a perfect stranger literally gave me the shirt off his back. Thank you, I say. I wrap one arm more firmly around the trash can to free my hand so I can take the shirt. I begin to lose my grip. My stomach drops as if I'm on the downhill part of a roller coaster. That's this day for you, already filled with ups and downs. But I have a sunny, positive personality. It can only get better. This little hiccup means the party will be perfect. However, this moment is not. The trash can slips slightly. Trust me, I will be bathing later. Scrubbing with bleach, actually. Blue Eyes isn't sure where to put the shirt, and we do an awkward dance of me trying to grab it and not release the bin. Please just tuck it under my chin. I'm not distracted. I mean, this is a disaster, but truly, thank you for coming to my rescue. Except it sounds like I swallowed a frog because of how my chin is tucked toward my chest, so I don't drop the shirt in the trash can. My pleasure. He stands there for another awkward moment. Thanks, I repeat, imagining I look very much like the emoji with its teeth pressed together in a grimace instead of the smile I'm trying for. He still doesn't move. I nudge my head a little, hinting that he be on his way. Oh, right. He thumbs behind him, and thank goodness those flip-flops start flipping and flopping as he disappears down the hall. Was I distracted by those abs? Yes, anyone would be. They were a work of art, and I have 3 friends in need of their forever marriage match. I think he and Blakely could work, although I can't imagine her going for a guy in sandals. Mila? He seems too nice. She'd need someone with enough grit to weather her stormy personality. As for Daisy, there could be something there, but she's not leaving northern New Hampshire anytime soon, and he looks like he spends a fair time in the sun. I sigh, then startle, remembering exactly where I am and why I'm naked. With deep regret, I crouch down, huddle behind the trash bin, and hastily tug the shirt over my head. The scent of sunblock, sunshine, and sea salt carries me to the summers of my youth. I breathe deep before my head pops through the collar. I straighten, give my trash can and ally a salute for its service, and then race down the hallway to the lobby. Thankfully, it's relatively empty except for a fleet of what looked like professional yo-yoers who thankfully do not look away from their yo-yos as they practice. I've had enough mortifying attention for one day. No need to have anyone double down on why a woman in only a t-shirt flaps around in the lobby, desperate for a room and her clothing. The associate behind the desk greets me with a smile, as if there's nothing strange about a woman who checked in an hour and a half ago, wearing a normal outfit, and now returning donning an oversized man's t-shirt. It's teal, in case you're wondering, and I think it's a surfing brand because there's a wave on it, but that's irrelevant. I'd like to report a theft. I thrust my pointer finger in the air. She blinks a few times before asking a few questions. A half hour later, my clothing is not recovered, but they have upgraded me to a suite where my luggage waits for me. After practically taking a scouring pad to my skin, I moisturize and get ready for the party. Instead of my custom shirt, I wear a sundress. It's cuter than my other outfit anyway. Likely photos of Jason and me will make their rounds on social media and celeb blogs. Excited jitters fill me as I hurry to the 7th floor patio I reserved for the party. It has a stunning view of the beach and Atlantic. I've timed Jason's arrival so the confetti will drop as he enters at sunset. Then I will pop out of a cake. I've always wanted to do that. At the thought of how excited he's going to be, I bounce a little. After meeting with my co-conspirators, Jason's assistant, the caterers, hotel event coordinator, and band, a kid from the rental company gives me a tutorial on how the cake popping part will go. I was going to DIY it, but couldn't figure out how to get the faux cake parts in my luggage. The countdown is on. T-5 minutes. No reply. His boredom does not match my enthusiasm. Have you tried this before? I ask, crouching down in the cake. It's much better than stooping behind a trash can, I can promise you that. No, ma'am, he says, as he lowers the top tier over my head. I thought it would smell like cake in here, but I don't think he hears me. Cracks in the cake layers let in a little bit of light as I'm wheeled into position. The hushed whispering of guests and the waves lapping gently from the ocean make what would otherwise be a claustrophobic moment bearable. The hard part was coming up with the ruse to get Jason here. I decided it was best to get his agent in on it. He agreed to send Jason a text to meet with a social media influencer for a quick but extremely valuable interview out here on the patio. I click my phone to check the time. 4 minutes. Breathe, Paisley, breathe. It's really stuffy in here, and they really should add fragrance of some sort. It smells like gym socks. It's not time to think about the little mishap from earlier. My stomach flutters. 3 minutes. The timing for this thing is important because we have to coordinate the dropping of the confetti with me leaping joyfully from the cake. The door opens. A female laughs. Someone lets out a moan or a groan. I can't really tell because everything is muffled inside the cake. A male voice, unmistakably Jason's, says, "I've been waiting for a moment alone with you all day." Well, hun, we're not alone, but he's 3 minutes early? This is it, the moment I've been waiting for. I pop out of the cake, arms flung over my head, and shout, "Surprise!" Everyone echoes as they appear from their hiding places. The confetti belatedly flutters from above. But in the moment between me coming out of the cake and now, I saw something that's more of a surprise to me than this party is to Jason. He's kissing his co-star, Divana Carl. But the cameras aren't rolling, and this is not a movie set. The fluttering in my stomach turns into knots. Tight, cramping knots. I feel like I might be sick. At that exact moment, the humid Miami skies decide to open up with a rain shower. Murmurs from the guests about Jason and Divana's affair meet my ears as they run for cover. Phone cameras click, capturing this moment of sheer humiliation. But there must be a mistake. I blink a few times, brushing away the damp confetti sticking to my skin and the tears from my eyes. "Jason?" I ask, not at all liking the pleading sound in my voice. "Please tell me this isn't what it looks like." Standing under the overhang by the door, Divana wears her usual smug smile as she clings to his arm and remains perfectly dry.
"I was going to tell you the next time we saw each other. It's over, baby."
Those dimples I once thought were so adorable are the last thing I want to see as he offers me an apologetic smile. 3 things race through my head and bottleneck like a nasty traffic jam. 1. Jumping out of the cake wasn't as fun as I'd expected. 2. Rain was not in the forecast. 3. I am no longer engaged to Jason Cobb. I go to tear the ring from my finger, but it's stuck on my knuckle. I often retain water after flying. Divana's lip curls, likely in judgment if she saw the photos of me shopping for Chips Ahoy. In a moment of reckoning, I have a choice to make. Bursting into tears is not an option. However, I could walk out the door with my head held high. Or I could pick up the actual cake, now soggy, and throw it in Jason's face. I go with the second option, only possibly for the first time in Jason's career, there isn't anyone here to capture the moment on camera. But the look he gives me isn't one I'll forget soon. Chapter 2. Griffin.
Texts you don't want to receive from the woman you spent the last 2 years with and the one you'd been getting pressure to ask to marry. From her, not my parents, friends, or anyone else. In fact, my buddy Ian once said, "She's toxic." I'm a surfer. We use a lot of slang. I thought maybe Ian meant it in a good way, like how we say waves are gnarly when really we mean they're awesome. Brianna.
Late night on this shoot. I won't be able to meet for dinner. Kiss.
Brianna.
Late night again. Sorry. Let's reshed for tomorrow. Kiss.
Brianna.
Still busy. Miss you. I'll make it up to you soon. Kiss.
These texts came to me 3 nights in a row and many more before that. I knew something was definitely up, so I came down to Miami to talk to Brianna in person, because I'm a man and have manners. My phone beeps with a text. Ian. How's the surf in Miami? Me. The surf left for Venezuela and didn't mention it. Instead of beeping with a reply tone, my phone rings. It's Ian. What are you talking about, bro? Brianna Anna has been cheating on me. Turns out she's been in the arms of some big shot photographer. Saw it splashed across the gossip pages online after I found out she's on a set with him. Tobin, Tobler, Toaster, or something. It all makes sense now. No, man. you said the surf left for Venezuela. To me, that meant one of two things: that you were no longer in Miami and went to catch some monster swell, or you were equating surfing to that monster you used to call a girlfriend. As your best friend, I cannot abide the latter."
I almost chuckle at the way he combines surf lingo with more sophisticated language.
"I came here to talk to Brianna, not surf. I won't make that mistake again."
My voice lacks its usual enthusiasm.
"I'm sorry she cheated, but save it. I learned my lesson. I won't be dating again anytime soon. Nope. Time to focus on my career. Or something. Good. Moving on. I hear waves are ripping at Rincon,"
Ian says. I weigh my options. There's no arguing that the obvious solution to any problem, really, is to surf. But something is calling me home. Granted, I can surf there too.
"I'd say yes, but I think I need a minute to regroup," I say. 60 seconds, starting now."
I can practically see Ian clicking the stopwatch feature on his watch.
"No, really. I've been touring and traveling for well over 2 years. You were home for Christmas. That was several years ago. And if you remember correctly, the next day I was on a plane to Morocco." "Oh, right. Tagha's out. Did I tell you about the barrel I caught there?" he asks. "Yes, and how the paddle out was a muscle burner. Made it so worth it, though."
The depth of my sigh must prompt Ian to understand my need to pause and rest, because he's quiet for a long moment.
"I get it, but if you even see the hint of a wave, I want you in the water. You understand? Also, daily text check-ins in lieu of our spot checks. Got it?" "Of course. I got your back, brother from another mother. I know you do."
I may no longer have much in the way of family or a girlfriend now, but I do have my bros.
"Brianna Anna can eat sand. Also, can I say this now? What is with her name? Brianna Anna? Redundant? No? That would be like if you were named Griffin in," he chuckles.
I crack a smile as we get off the phone. Then Brianna's deception tumbles back. I'm upset about what she did, but even more so that I let it happen. Suffice it to say, my ego isn't small. It can't be. I'm a guy who can go out there and ride down the face of a 30-plus foot wave. My knuckles blanch from gripping the phone so tightly. I quell the urge to chuck it across the room. The only thing stopping me is that if it breaks, it'll make the third replacement in as many months. I dropped the others in the ocean. When I met Brianna, I was a rising star in the competitive surfing circuit. We hit it off, and she provided a perfect distraction from the endless touring, media spots, and endorsements. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. I've worked hard for years. It was one epic day at Pipeline on the North Shore that I came out of that barrel still standing and clinched my career as a high-performance athlete in the surfing world. I met Brianna that week. Up until dating her, I'd never really been serious with anyone. Of course, I'd had plenty of girlfriends over the years, but Brianna and I had been together through flat spells and pumping waves. That's to say highs and lows. There was a concussion that kept me out of the water for a couple of miserable months, and when a company that sponsored me dropped me because I'd gone to a few too many parties that summer. Looking back, though, she wasn't actually by my side. She flew to Bali for a photo shoot when I was laid up with a concussion. She's a swimsuit and fitness gear model and is often on the go. I also remember she worked on the women's line from that same company that ditched me not too long after that. She'd been partying alongside me the whole time. Double standard much? Should have seen the writing in the sand.
or of her footsteps walking away. In addition to having a huge ego, I also have to be very humble to actually be able to ride down the face of a 30-plus foot wave. It sounds like a contradiction to have a big ego and a boatload of humility, but it's not. My ego gets me off dry land and into the water when the sets roll in bigger than 2-story buildings. I tap into humility when I sync up with the ocean on the paddle or ride out on the back of the jet ski. I'm in the ocean's hands. Mother Nature can do whatever she wants with me at that point. See, it's not an oxymoron. It's both ego and humility. I can't say I'm too bent up about the breakup, though. Deep down, I knew she wasn't the one. No, the one got away a long time ago. The one. I rocket to sitting. The one is in this hotel. I scramble to my feet and my phone goes flying, landing on the floor with a thunk. Picking it up, I scroll back to the gossip site. No, I'm not going to torture myself and look up more pictures of my ex with that pasty photographer with the wispy mustache. No offense to photographers or mustachioed men. That one in particular is pretentious, and only famous because of the scandalous photos he's credited with taking of his former wife. Yes, Brianna Anna not only cheated on me, but the dude is also a cheater. Moving on. The point is another piece of gossip I'd skimmed by earlier. I frantically search for it, then blam. I land on a picture of Jason Cobb, the famous actor, and his fiancé, Paisley Jones. The Paisley. My Paisley. It's been years, but a sense of excitement replaces the dull feeling inside me at realizing that I was just another notch in Brianna's skinny belt. I'm not happy that the article reports that Jason cheated on Paisley with actress Devonna Carl. I'm not a jerk. I'm happy because I saw Paisley earlier, downstairs, naked. Don't wag your finger at me. She was holding a trash can in front of herself for privacy. I gave her my shirt. I knew there was something familiar. How did I not recognize her? Oh, because she's all grown up, and the last time I laid eyes on her was when we were both 16. She was my first crush, and my first kiss. I lower onto the bed, resting my elbow on my knee and supporting my head in my hand. I scroll through the article, accompanying the photo of the brown-haired beauty dressed up in a slim, cream-colored dress beside Jason, wearing a custom suit. The guy looks uncomfortable. To my surprise and chagrin, I learned that they were engaged. Are engaged? Just today, guests at the surprise party she threw him to celebrate his birthday allegedly witnessed him kissing Devonna as Paisley jumped out of a cake. Was that before I gave her my shirt? If that squid lips took her clothing, locked her out of her room, or was the cause of her being naked in the hall, I'll be happy to see how far he can swim, starting a few miles away from shore. I could inquire at the front desk, find out if she's here. She does have my favorite t-shirt. Or I could call my brother and see if he has the Joneses family contact info. Considering Paisley didn't recognize me and what she said 12 summers ago, maybe she'd prefer I leave her alone. Or I could just go home as originally planned, sulk for a day or two, then get back in the water and put this entire day behind me. I call my actual brother, not Ian. "Holden Sanders here." He answers like I've dialed a landline in 1965. "Yes, I know. I called you." "Who is this?" There are a few things you should know about my brother. We couldn't be more different, yet we're alike in one precise way. As soon as we were able, we hightailed it as far away as possible from the little town on the shore of New Hampshire where we grew up. Not far in the physical sense. Holden, with his wife Lydia and their children, lives in southern Connecticut, and I bounce around the world, not really having a place to call home. However, we distanced ourselves emotionally, each erecting a fortification of civilization, education, and a kind of order that our parents never offered. I'm a surfer, but I also got a degree in engineering. I credit that with my ability to read the waves and measure velocity, angles, and position. Holden is in finance. Oh, and he does not have a sense of humor, so his question about who's calling isn't a joke. It's doubtful that we'll both be laughing and catching up in a moment. "It's your brother," I say. "Griffin?" "Yes, it's Griff. I'm wondering if you mind if I use the house." "I'll have to ask Lydia. We've only just settled in, and she has the pantry, medicine cabinets, drawers, and chests organized alphabetically, chronologically, and categorically. Can't have you running amok." "No, you have your kids to do that." "They do not run amok," he says, affronted. I sigh. "Holden, I'm not talking about visiting you, although I'd appreciate an invitation now and then. The last time I was there was during my party phase, which I'm not too proud of. My thoughts ripple with the realization that things between Brianna and I started to sour when I stopped drinking, going to ragers, and generally waking up with regret. But were they ever actually sweet? Holden makes a sound of relief, drawing me back to the moment. "I'd like to go to the beach house," I clarify. "Oh, that. I've told you. I want to sell it. No sense in hanging on to that shack and paying taxes. Lydia, the kids, and I won't ever use it." Sure, there were some hard times, but that place is our family's legacy, and as tough as things sometimes got, there are good memories too. Birthdays, Mom and Dad before she got sick, summer when the beach filled with visitors, Paisley Jones. I'm not willing to let all that goodness go. "Sell it to me," I blurt. "What? How much do you want?" I ask. "Why would you want to hang on to it?" I shrug, even though he can't see me. "I'll have it appraised and figure out your half. Expect a check in the mail." I hang up. Why would I want to hang on to it? "Because I'd like a place to call home," I say, even though no one can hear me. Chapter 3. Paisley. I say goodbye to my favorite jeans as I pour a complimentary cup of coffee and grab a muffin from the hotel refreshment station while I wait for my ride to the airport. Thankfully, flights between Miami and Boston are plentiful, and I don't have to stay here a moment longer than necessary, although it would have been really nice to stay in the suite. The ginormous walk-in shower had one of those big rainfall shower heads. Then again, my hair is still wet from the actual rain, and I'm picking off what seems like a never-ending supply of confetti pieces. My jeans were never recovered, but the thief can keep the shirt that said, "Your birthday present." It looked like Devonna gave Jason the only present he wanted. I settle in the back of the luxury limo service I hired to bring me to the airport. Don't worry, I charged it to Jason before his assistant blocks me from his expense account. I have to admit, as unlikely as our pairing was, I envisioned a life of glitz and glamour with Hollywood hunk Jason Cobb. Fade in. Exterior, beach wedding. Night. The guests go quiet as the bride walks down the aisle. The groom beams as she approaches. Cut to montage of their first kiss as husband and wife, the wedding reception and romantic wedding night at a quaint B&B. Then the honeymoon in the City of Light. Suddenly, Emily shakes with tears as she leaves the cemetery, a young widow. Cut scene. No, I'm not an aspiring actress. Far from it. Rather, I'm a lawyer and work for movie production companies. Occasionally, I'll receive an invitation to visit a set if the company is filming nearby. It so happened the actress playing Emily for that film came down with a sudden case of food poisoning. Ordinarily, they'd postpone, but getting the continuity for the ocean and sky for the beach wedding scene was proving difficult with the fluctuating weather. The head of casting took one look at me, a mere visitor on set, and said, "I found Emily's double." Her actual double hadn't shown up that day, and that was how I ended up walking down the aisle, strewn with white rose petals, and toward Jason Cobb. It was like time slowed down, favorably for once. Renee, also from my office, wore an outrageous hat called a fascinator and got to play an extra and sat among the guests. She smiled and blew kisses, which I do not believe was part of stage direction. Then, as I joined hands with Jason Cobb, it was like the dress rehearsal for my life was over and the real one began. We kissed. Actually kissed when the minister said those famous words. It was magic. Time suddenly sped up and never slowed. We dated, traveled together, and he ended up asking me to marry him. At this late hour, seated in the back seat as I drive away from my future, I'm suddenly too hot, even with the air conditioning keeping the Miami summer heat and humidity outside. Looking back, much like the wedding scene shot for the movie, our engagement didn't seem real. I remember the day clearly. Time outpaced the cab, bringing my best friends and me to the upscale steakhouse for the wrap party. When we arrived, they thrust drinks into our hands. The spacious room overlooking the harbor buzzed with chatter about the movie, and I couldn't help but wonder, what next? I wonder if you'll get to be an extra in all Jason's movies from now on, Cora asked. It would be like an Easter egg. Find Jason's girlfriend in his films. Fans would love it. Did he get you a film wrap gift? Audrey Tannenberg asked, stroking the ruby and diamond bracelet around her wrist. She was the actress officially playing Emily and dating some fancy foreign investor who lavished her with gems. No, I'd said, realizing I hadn't spoken to Jason all day. I'd hoped to get some time with him after the chaos and excitement died down. Though I didn't care to go in the ocean, I looked forward to a romantic stroll among the sailboats down at the docks later if the rain stopped. Oh, no, but I'm guessing that bit of bling is from Chandler. I pointed at the gem-studded bracelet around her wrist. Audrey laughed lazily, then gushed. Don't be silly. It's from Jason, of course. I should have realized something was afoot. Once everyone gathered in the dining room, he stood tall with the kind of ease and refinement the rich and famous readily possess. I tried to catch his eye, but he glanced at one of his buddies and the director Blaine, who nodded, and then called for everyone's attention. Congratulations are in order. It isn't easy surviving a film, but you all did it. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. Everyone cheered. Blaine nodded at Jason, giving him the floor. In addition to this special occasion, I have something exciting to share. Or rather, a question to ask. An uncharacteristic bead of sweat glazed his brow. He looked in my direction. Paisley, will you marry me? He held something shiny. Time didn't speed up or slow down. It altogether stopped. Jason dropped the ring and it tinged on the floor. In the silence, there was no mistaking its landing place. Flustered, he picked it up and lifted it in my direction. Audrey nudged me. I scanned the room for the other members of the Fab Five. Well, 4. I'm number 5. But popping flashes blinded me. Go on, Audrey hissed. Time resumed at a hypersonic pace as Jason slid the ring onto my finger. Cheering and clapping reverberated against the windows, dark and rainy from the incoming night. Flashes dizzyingly blinked in front of my eyes. I plastered on a smile. Although marriage fit into the equation for my future, I didn't expect it to land in my life so soon. At the first opportunity, Blakely, Mila, and Cora, Daisy couldn't make it, pulled me into the ladies' room and closed us all in an oversized stall. Is this what you want? Blakely asked. Are you sure he's the one? Cora followed up. Paisley, I don't know if... Mila started. I didn't give myself time to think, to question what their interrogation meant, or process the last hours and my future. Of course, I'm going to be Mrs. Cobb. My excited squealing quieted any further concerns they may have had. As if also remembering that fateful moment, my phone explodes with a flurry of texts, all from the Fab Five group chat. After years of late-night calls, gripes about guys, and knowing each other like sisters, they sense when I need a shoulder or 4 to lean on. Blakely. Oh, darling, I am so sorry. Mila. Where is that paperclip-lipped, kitten-toothed, lying, cheating loser? I'm going to show him what a cat with claws can do. Jason wasn't a big fan of Mila, and after their first real conversation, he suggested I have her declawed because of her sharp-tongued, take-no-crap attitude. Obviously, the dislike is mutual. Daisy. He did have thin lips and small teeth. I'd like to shake my flute at him. She is incapable of saying a mean thing about anyone. But he was also voted the sexiest guy alive, so there must have been some redeeming quality that attracted me to him. However, right now, I can't come up with one. Cora. I have to admit, I took the white lilies at his marriage proposal as a sign. Those are funeral flowers. Me. I don't think Jason picked the flowers. The movie was called Wedding, Funeral, Cake. Make no mistake, I'm not defending him. The truth is, I did see the writing on the tombstone. I've had a hunch for a while now that things between us have been on a downward slope. I communicate with Jason's assistant more than him. He forgot my birthday. He's taken friends to his last few events instead of me. Granted, I've been busy with work, but still. Blakely. I take it the whole jumping out of the cake thing didn't go as planned. Me. No, that went well. It was what was happening when I popped up that was the problem. I go on to tell them the whole sordid, cringy story. Who knows what's circulating on the gossip sites and tabloids? I want them to hear the truth. Mila. I'm sorry. I wish we were closer. Me. Boston and New York are pretty close. Mila, I'm on the road. What city could we live in together? Me, wait, where are you? Mila, Canada. Blakely, this is news. Cora, focus, girls. This is about Paisley. Last I knew, Mila was living with Cora. Then again, she's in a new relationship, so maybe Mila got tired of being the third wheel. At least, I think she's been seeing someone. I've been so wrapped up in my own drama, I hardly know what's going on with my girls. Blakely, right, focus. I'll get on the next flight to Miami. Yes, even in the summer. We can have a girls' night out or stay in and watch You've Got Mail, eat Ben & Jerry's. I know you love Chubby Hubby. Me, thanks, ladies, but I think I need a minute to myself. Daisy, I understand. Mila, me too. Cora, are you sure, Paisley? We'll be there in a hot second if you need us. Seriously. Blakely, no joke, and don't even think/say anything like, but I don't want to inconvenience you, or whatever well-meaning thing that might come out of your mouth. Me, I know, and I appreciate it. The driver asks me which departure terminal. I tell the girls we'll chat later. The sigh that escapes as I walk into the airport is short-lived when someone's camera phone clicks. A few people approach. I grab the handle of my carry-on suitcase and hurry to the ticket counter. Unfortunately, no one is there to help. 3 women with their phones lifted as if to make a beeline for me. I consider throwing myself through the rubber flaps of the opening to the luggage conveyor that brings bags to the airplanes. I've always wondered what mysteries lie beyond that little door. Instead, I close myself in a bathroom stall. The whirring of the hand dryers drowns out my heavy breathing until the door opens to the sound of female chatter. I think I saw her go in here. I'm going to peek under the stalls. Wow, persistent. I do the only thing a self-respecting and self-preserving woman on the run from celebrity chasers would do. I pick up my feet, planting them on the toilet seat, and for the 3rd time today, assume a crouch. I hoist my bag onto the lid of the sanitary napkin disposal box. Holding it up with my shoulder, another shower will soon be in order. I pull out my phone and check my ETA. On time. Instead of booking a flight to New York where I live, I opted for Boston. Yes, Cora lives there, but I plan to head further north, a place where no one knows me. I startle when the flimsy metal door to my stall jiggles. This one must be out of order. The door is locked. Climb under. No way. Are you sure you saw her come in here? One asks. A hand blower comes on. Who are you looking for? Says an older woman with a southern accent. Oh, our friend. You may have heard of her. Pansy, the one who was engaged to Jason Cobb. Ow, that hurt. Why'd you elbow me? Another voice says. Our friend's name is Paisley. Oh, Paisley Jones. Yes, she seems like such a sweet woman. I can't for the life of me figure out why she was with that jerk. The older Southern woman says. Jason Cobb, a jerk? Seriously? He's the hottest actor in the world right now. More like heartless. Did you read the story? She was surprising him for his birthday. He was cheating. The older woman snorts. Who cares? He's cute. One of my not fans says. Bless your heart. I'm not so sure you're actually friends with Paisley. I suggest you leave her alone. She probably has enough to deal with and doesn't need the likes of you pestering her. Thank goodness for Southerners. Gosh, whatever. From the sounds of things, my not fan club leaves with a huff. I slowly emerge from the stall. A woman with a cotton white coif washes her hands. I use the sink beside her and whisper, "Thank you." She looks up at me and pats my arm. "Don't mention it, and good luck." How'd you know I was in here?" I ask before she exits. "I saw you bolt. At first, I wasn't sure if you were having a personal emergency or trying to escape some nosy Nellies." She winks. "I'm no stranger to hiding in a bathroom stall myself." She whisks out of the door in a soft cloud of perfume-scented comfort. It's only when the red-eye flight touches down in Boston do I realize that woman was none other than Dixie Davis, the country music legend. I could use her straightforward, no-nonsense sass when the car rental company tells me they don't have any economy vehicles. "We can offer you a Jeep Willys for an additional fee," the greasy guy behind the counter says. I bite the inside of my lip and charge it to Jason's expense account. The plan is to lie low for a week or so tops. Likely the charge won't go through accounting for a credit card cycle at least, and Jason will be none the wiser. I'll take it, and all those extra things you charge for. Give me the works. I know it won't put a dent in Jason's wallet, but aside from the cake in his face, it's the best revenge I can exact. The morning commuter traffic on I-5 North out of Boston is horrendous, and I call my mother. "My Paisley, shining star, light of my days, heart of my hearts," she says brightly, as if it's a glorious day and she's speaking to an angel. This is typical for her, and not because she wants me to feel better about the Jason situation. Likely, she doesn't know about it. "Oh, fine," I mumble. I wasn't prepared for anyone not to know about the breakup, but Acacia Woodward, she didn't take my father's last name when they married, doesn't use the internet or cell phones. She believes they're contributing to the downfall of a society that knows how to communicate properly. She is a hippie and is the only human in the country with a landline. Go figure. However, my father surprised her with a cruise for their wedding anniversary a few months ago, and she went. So that was a small miracle. "Are you sure? I sense a dip in your energetic field." Her tone is serious. And this is why I'm a lawyer. Mom is woo-woo. I prefer facts, mostly. But it's good to hear her strong and steady voice. "Just need a break from the travel and, Jason." When I don't answer, she says, "He wasn't the one for you." "You think?" "I knew it the moment you met." "Mom," I whine, but I don't ask why she didn't warn me, because I wouldn't have listened to her star charts and moonbeams or whatever. "I'm thinking of going to the cottage in Sea Spray for the rest of the month. There's no Wi-Fi." "Oh, right. So maybe just a week." "We haven't checked on things in a while, and there might be a leak or two. I've been meaning to get down there this summer, but the garden has kept me so busy." She goes on to tell me about all her green and leafy babies. What she doesn't say is that none of us have been there since my brother passed away. He'd been living at the beachfront cottage, doing whatever guys named Lyric do, a little of this, a little of that, a whole lot of living. "Yeah, so maybe only 5 days. I say, when the emotion passes and I get a word in edgewise. When she reaches Z for zucchini in her litany of vegetables, we say goodbye. I get off the phone as I arrive in Sea Spray. The town is as small as I remember, with only a few stores on one side of the street and the cottages along the shore. I slump. Or 3 days, considering there's nothing to do there. I pull over and order a coffee and grab a double chocolate chip cookie as big as my face from a bakery behind a surf shop. Yes, for breakfast. Don't judge. It's been a day already and the sun has hardly risen. I devour it on the short 2-minute ride to the house. The cottage next to my family's has an old battered Jeep in the driveway. The polish on my rental gleams in comparison. However, unlike the cottages of my memories, it looks like one winter storm might blow both places into the raging surf. The clapboard shingles are like a jack-o'-lantern missing teeth. The white painted trim splinters and cracks. The roofline forms a frown. Could this day get any worse? I mutter, around a sip of coffee, inhaling grounds. I hack as I get out of the Jeep. That was a rhetorical question, not a challenge, I shout into the wind. Nice try, Day. You're not going to win. Still sputtering and coughing, the clouds hovering over the water lift, revealing the sun that rises in the eastern sky. A man holding a surfboard gets out of the water. He's backlit by the golden orb as droplets of water, shining like crystals, drip from his chest. It's a vaguely familiar chest, with the way the pecs pop slightly and the tanned and well-defined abs chisel their way across his stomach. I'm exhausted. It's an unbearably hot and humid summer morning. After my last 24 hours, my mind is 2 sheets to the wind, but without the influence of alcohol. Oh, my quad, I say, still raspy from coughing. Yes, quad, as in the surfer dude's quadriceps. I didn't know quads could be attractive. Splash me now so I cool down because this guy's body is... As a rogue wave drenches me, I mutter, I didn't mean to literally cool me down. Chapter 4. Griffin. A man has to have priorities. In no particular order, surf, tacos, surf. The first thing I did when I arrived at the cottage was to grab the old longboard on the heap of junk in the single-car garage that's never stored a vehicle and ride the waves. The late summer is hit or miss up here, but the Atlantic is firing today, and I caught a few knurlies. When I'm out on the waves, my thoughts drift away, leaving nothing but blank space, stretching endlessly. No thoughts form, no images flash behind my eyelids, no regrets about Brianna. It's just water, sky, and speed. As I step onto the damp sand, a rogue wave from the high tide splashes a woman up the beach. She shrieks and then runs toward the path between the cottages, lined with tall grass and a rickety wooden fence. I follow slowly, reluctant to leave the water's edge. But, exhausted from the late-night flight from Miami, I shower and then flop into the easy chair in the middle of the main room of the cottage. I doze, thinking about my busted relationship, the waves crashing on the shore, and this dilapidated house. If there are dots to connect, I haven't figured them out yet, but I'd like order to come, sense to be made, a future path to reveal itself. Although I'm on a break from touring and competing, Fall froth is right around the corner. Yet, for a minute at least, I want to be still, to be here. Forget about everything out there. The truth is, I'm tired. Tired of performing, being on, and uprooted. I tip my head back and stare at the water-stained ceiling. The cottage was modest when I grew up. My father was a fisherman. My mom got sick when I was 13 and my brother was 11. She didn't make it to see my 14th birthday. Dad was gone a lot. He drank to cope after losing the woman he called his mermaid. He had a heart attack while out on a fishing run and passed at sea. It happened during my first surf trip to Hawaii. The cottage has never been the same. Neither have I, but I haven't stopped long enough to realize that. A hole exists inside me where my family once was. Vestiges of Mom remain. The lacy curtains, the collection of seashells on the windowsill, the quilts on the beds. Dad, too, his collection of baseball hats, the rustic charm, and disarray without Mom to keep things tidy. I roll my eyes. You know, Mom wouldn't appreciate how you let things go around here. How many times did I want to say that to him? To pick up the junk, toss out the trash. But from the moment she left this world, he never moved a single thing that her hand had touched. Maybe he worried if he did so, he'd lose what was left of her. Though I suppose they're together again and have left this place to me. And Holden, but he has a McMansion on the Long Island Sound, meaning it's my job to make things right around here. How Mom and Dad would have wanted them if they'd had the geets. That's what Griffin Sanders called money. He was out at sea so often, he and the crew practically had their own language, same as us surfers. Bobbing in and out of memories, I drift to sleep. A buzzing sound in my dream jars me to waking as I realize it comes from my phone, wedged between the arm and cushion of the chair. My thoughts are fuzzy, split between the past and present. Brianna Anna. Hi, baby. I left some of my things at the apartment in Puerto Rico. Could you mail them to me? Me. You have the wrong number. I know, it's immature, but it's not entirely a lie. If Brianna thinks I'm going to do anything for her, she definitely has the wrong number. Brianna. Is this Griff? Are you messing with me? Me. Whoever you're trying to reach must have given you the wrong number. Sorry. Brianna replies with several choice words, which rhyme with gas and goal. It doesn't even faze me. More importantly, my Jeep parked outside is practically out of gas, and my goal is to figure out my future, which means I'm not going anywhere soon. The week blurs by with me alternatingly surfing, sleeping at odd hours, surfing, and cleaning the cottage while I imagine what I could do to improve the place. Tacos feature prominently on the menu. Breakfast tacos with cheese, sausage, and a sprinkle of cilantro. Lunch tacos with carne asada and hot sauce I order special from a place in Smuggler's Springs, Texas. Dinner consists of tacos with whatever I have left over from breakfast and lunch. Yeah, it's the only thing I know how to cook. I haven't stayed in one place since I left this seaside town, and even though the cottage was built next to the water, I feel anchored, glad to be home for once. While I clear out my childhood room, something crashes in the hall. I find the coat rack on the ground, along with my father's thick plaid button-down before they were trendy. I got an endorsement for a brand that makes flannels like this that are almost identical and cost 10 times as much. As I pick it up, I catch a whiff of sea air, cigarettes, and my father. The closet door must have blown open and knocked the coat rack down. Behind the door is a shiny white and buff surfboard standing like a beacon. A Christmas bow hangs limply from it with a little note in my father's writing. "Go shred, Dad." He knew I liked surfing and must have gotten this for my birthday, around when Mom passed away and forgot about it. I can't believe Holden or I never found it. I won't lie. I'm smiling like it's Christmas morning. I run my fingers over its smooth surface, imagining teenage me paddling out and riding a wave. I was practically born in the ocean, my mother having paced the beach during labor. Surfing came as natural to me as walking, but I was an awkward kid, a late bloomer, and goofy. That's what Holden says, anyway. But when a buddy of mine paddled out about 6 months ago and never came back, I changed, grew up, stopped partying, started taking life more seriously, invested money, saved some, and put the rest aside for retirement. Almost 12 years into adulthood, I finally grew up. Turned out, Brianna didn't like adult Griff. I snort. Well, I still know how to have a good time. I wax up the old/new board, slather on some sunblock, and, as usual, hit the waves. They forecast a big swell for the weekend, and I already sense the energy in the water. The board rips, and I fully intend to put it through its paces again tomorrow. After my session, I snap it up and tie the leash around the end, then head back to the house because it's taco time. I dry off, not bothering to put on a shirt because I have to soak up the vitamin D while I can. But I do tie an apron around my neck as I man the grill, charring up some steak tips. A seagull squawks, probably quibbling because another seagull stole a beachgoer's snacks. It sounds again, louder and angrier, breaking up the otherwise peaceful afternoon. The screeching continues, and if I didn't know better, I'd think a human squawks back at it. This carries on while I grill and sit down at the picnic table on the back deck, overlooking the water, ready to enjoy my lunch. Just as I angle my head to the side, ready for grilled perfection to enter my mouth, a figure races toward me, arms flailing and screaming, "It's coming after me! It's coming after me!" A gray and white bird dive bombs, and as a man who loves his tacos, I wrap my arm protectively around my plate and guard it with my life. As if sliding into home plate, the woman disappears under my picnic table. The bird and I make eye contact. Its glassy, beady gaze has designs on my food, I can tell. "Don't you dare," I grind out. It squawks as if in reply and wheels around, setting its target on me. I grab the tongs from the grill in one hand and the round charcoal grill lid in the other. Like a lobster warrior, I repeatedly pinch the air with the tongs and guard my treasure with the shield. "Avast, ye beast! Away with ye!" I holler. The bird hesitates a moment, swoops, and then makes a valiant attempt at making off with my food. But with a hearty "Arr!" I scare it off. Setting my weapons down, I return to my meal. Then I remember I have a stowaway under the table. "Coast is clear. You can come out now," I say, around a hard-earned bite. There's a whimpering sound. "It's fine. The bird is gone," I say. The woman replies, "That wasn't a bird." Yeah, it was a seagull." "No, it wasn't." "I'm never more than 5 miles from the ocean and grew up here. I'm 110% sure that was a seagull." She makes a nuh-uh sound. "Are you an ornithologist?" "No, I'm a lawyer." I'm prepared to testify in the court of law that was a seagull. I set the remaining half of my taco down, realizing it looks like I'm talking to myself. Bending over, I peer under the table. A woman with dark brown hair faces away from me. Her legs are curled into her chest, and she hugs them tightly. I let out a breath. I'd like to go back to enjoying my lunch and this nice view. If you haven't noticed, we're at the beach, where seagulls live. So if you're convinced it wasn't a seagull, what was it?
That was Thorndyke, the sharp-toothed terror. I tilt my head, but this time not because I'm about to take a bite of taco.
What did you say? I ask, as a vague memory floats into my mind.
She starts to turn, but knocks her head into the underside of the table. Ouch!
Are you okay? Here, let me help you out from under there.
She rubs her head, then starts to crawl out, but abruptly draws back. I wonder if she hit her head before now. I glance around the sky and dunes, but don't see any sign of the bird.
The coast really is clear. The bird isn't here. You can come out.
She doesn't move.
Listen, I don't know what happened between you and that bird, and I don't want to be a jerk, but technically, you're trespassing. This is my property.
If that's the case, may I suggest you don't stick gum under your table? That's really gross. Tucking my chin, I balk.
I didn't stick gum under the table.
There's a whole wad of it, sticky in this late summer heat wave, and my hair is stuck in it. I can't move. My jaw loosens as a second memory plunks down.
Yes, I did stick gum under there.
Practically every day from the age of 7 onward. I was a fiend for gum. Would spend all the coins I found on it in a quest to blow the biggest bubbles I could. When I came home for dinner, I'd inevitably forget to spit it out, and would stick it under the table so I didn't get scolded.
I'm really sorry. I didn't think it could possibly still be there. I imagined it would have been a solid brick by now. I guess what they said about not swallowing gum because it'll remain in your intestines for 100 years was probably true, I say, repeating how some of the summer visitors would tease the younger and impressionable kids like me. She's dead quiet, probably trying to work her locks loose. I think I have a saw in the garage. I can cut away at the wood around where you are, and then we can go from there,
I suggest. No, please no. That's possibly the worst idea I've ever heard, not to mention dangerous. Her voice is small and strained. I've almost got it. I extract myself from the picnic table bench at the same time she gets up, and we both bump into the wooden structure. When I straighten, rubbing my knee, I meet a pair of familiar hazel eyes.
No way, I breathe.
No. She shakes her head rapidly and presses her hands to her front. No, no, no. She turns in a frantic circle, looking for the steps leading up to the deck. No, she repeats.
Paisley?
She goes still, once more with her back to me.
I'm 110% sure you're Paisley Jones. And how on earth were we both in Miami recently, and now here is something I'm bound and determined to find out.
Chapter 5. Paisley. I prepare to thank my griller in shining armor for rescuing me from that crazy seagull, but not willing to give this guy Jason's phone number. Believe it or not, when people recognize me, guys ask for it more than girls. I don't want to hear about how he's on the brink of breaking into Hollywood, but needs a connection in the biz. This is also a common plea, and I refuse to divulge anything about the breakup.
If my phone weren't my lifeline to my friends who are helping me maintain my sanity, I'd throw the thing in the ocean. Okay, maybe I wouldn't go that far. I've exceeded my data plan and should just get Wi-Fi, but don't plan on remaining in sea spray that long. Really. Having planned on staying in Miami for the week, I was using vacation time from work and decided to extend it. Being back at the cottage is both a refuge and a source of sorrow. You might say that I'm heartsick. No, not over Jason. I'd just as soon as toss him to the birds. Thorndyke, in particular. My brother lived at the cottage before he died. When I first went inside, I found his sweatshirt hung over the back of a chair. His toothbrush, at least I think it was his, filled the holder in the bathroom. A cup was left in the kitchen sink. The truth is, all these years, I've tried to carry on as if I didn't lose him to a boating accident, and he's still out there on his adventures. His body was never recovered. For my parents, that brought intense grief. For me, it made me hopeful, or at least let me fool myself into pretending he's not gone. My phone beeps again, pulling me from my thoughts about the past. How many people have reached out offering condolences about the split, inquiring about Jason's availability, and wanting to know if he's a good kisser. All of them. All the people have texted, messaged, DM'd, emailed, and gone through great lengths to stick their noses in my business. I whirl around and blurt, "No noses, no business." A pair of eyes the color of the ocean widen at the sight of the man who rescued me from Thorndyke. "No," I repeat when I recognize him. He holds his hands up in surrender. "No." "You." I point my finger accusingly. He shakes his hands from side to side like he's uncertain whether he's dealing with a crazy person. After this week, there's no telling how many marbles I have left. "You," I repeat, shocked. "Me," he says. "You're the guy from the hotel in Miami, the one who gave me his shirt." Small world? It's a question. "Are you a photographer, blogger, or member of the paparazzi?" I ask. "No, I'm a surfer." I lower my shoulders, slightly calmer. "Oh yeah, right. I saw you out there the other day." "Every day." He shrugs in an annoyingly adorable way. "Definitely not a photographer, blogger, or member of the paparazzi." He picks up the grill tongs. "If you need someone to keep them off your property, I charge by the hour." I crack a smile, ready to laugh, and then narrow my eyes with suspicion. "Wait, how'd you know my name?" He presses his hand to the hard skin of his chest, just barely obscured by his grilling apron. "Griffin Sanders." Then he thumbs the cottage that, upon closer inspection, looks in worse shape than my family's place. Jason's Richie-rich lifestyle has spoiled me, and I can envision the place fixed up. "No," I draw out, placing the name Griffin Sanders with a childhood memory. I also say this because I don't want to think about Jason anymore. I'm done with him. "No way, you're not Griffin Sanders. License and registration, please." I hold out my hand. His lips quirk. "Felonious Foulclaw rivaled Thorndyke the sharp-toothed terror. It took me a minute to remember that." He wears a boyish smile. For a split second, I'm scabby-kneed with wild hair, running up and down the beach in a pack of kids, along with my brother and sister, and without a care in the world or the knowledge that a toad like Jason Cobb existed. How long do seagulls live? They can't possibly be the same birds. Then again, stranger things have happened. Like seeing this guy in Miami and now Sea Spray Beach. Remember the games we used to play? Enthusiasm laces his deep voice as he goes on to describe the mermaids, creatures of the deep, and pirates that laid siege to these shores. I nod slowly. But I don't remember you like... Griffin Sanders was the gangliest, goofiest kid among us. He had buck teeth that whistled when he said certain words, was all elbows and freckles, and had a cowlick that wouldn't quit no matter how many times we dunked him underwater. This is not the kid I remember. He squints, as if peering into the past, too. I'm Holden's brother. Maybe that'll help jog your memory? Oh, my memory has been jogged. It's practically out of breath, and it's not because of his sibling. I remember him. My sister called him Handsome Holden. Griffin does a sorta eye roll. He's married now, has a few kids, lives in Connecticut. I'm his older brother, but was somehow the runt. There's nothing runty about this guy. I incline my head, trying to find a resemblance to the biggest goofball of the bunch. This well-built man with the most powerful shoulders I've ever seen, abs that Jason could only lust after, and a straight, pearly smile can't possibly be Griffin. All grown up, he says. You too. The way he looks at me rewinds time. I feel young and like I could blush. I might, a little, but the sun peeks out from the clouds, warming me. Yeah, let's blame the sun. Wow, I practically whisper. I'll say. Thanks for the shirt and for scaring off the seagull. I say these words as if I'm 13 again and we're making each other do tongue twisters. I grew up in northern New Hampshire at Lake Winnipesauk. My mom grew up in this house on the seashore and then her parents left it to her. We'd trade one body of water for another and visit every summer for the month before and after Labor Day. I was homeschooled, so Mom created our schedule, but it was still hot, sunny, and buggy back home, so we'd spend days splashing in the waves, building forts and castles out of sand, and have our snacks plundered by the seagulls. Should I ask about the thing in the hallway at the hotel? Griffin says, breaking what was a long and contemplative silence. I do a startled full-body shake as my awareness of where I'm standing and with who fully returns. That. I wave my hand, trying to play it off. I'm an interpretive art performance artist. I swallow hard. His blue eyes shine with amusement. Is that so? Yep, I tour hotels all over the country, carrying trash cans around. And taking people's shirts? You must have quite the collection. Cheeks on fire. Oh, hundreds. Do you want yours back? Nah, you can keep it. Thanks again for your donation. His eyebrows lift. Is there a cause? Yes, of course. I cast my gaze toward the water as a wave rises up, seemingly out of nowhere, and then rolls into shore. Beach and ocean cleanup. Lyric was into that. Seriously? Griffin's expression lights with excitement. I'm with Stewards Saving the Sea. That's my nonprofit. Our focus is on keeping things that don't belong in the water out. But we also sponsor weekly beach cleanup meetups all over the world. It's my turn to say, seriously? He nods and goes into more detail. We should collaborate sometime. I'll never be able to keep up the ruse and give up before I dig myself into a deeper hole in the sand. I was naked in the hall because someone stole my clothing from the locker room at the hotel. Griffin stifles laughter as if he's a superhero with superpowers, and saw through me the whole time. Well, not the whole time. Hopefully he didn't see through the trash can. He squeezes the tongs open and closed. Let me at 'em. I laugh. They took a t-shirt and my favorite jeans. That bites. I'm sorry. Did you get them back? Nope. But that's not even the worst of it. Whoever took my clothing is auctioning it off on an online site. My best friend Blakely was almost the highest bidder on my jeans. I sigh and gaze wistfully at the sea. They were the perfect jeans. At least Thorndyke didn't make off with any of your clothing. No, he was pecking at my book, though. I was on my deck, minding my own business while reading, and the beast repeatedly attacked. Maybe he was encouraging you to come over and say hi to your neighbor. Want a taco? Oh, thanks, but I should head back. His eyes lower slightly. I start to walk toward the steps. Actually, there is still some gum in your hair. Do you want me to try to get it out? I carefully pat my head and my palm sticks. Oh boy, is it bad? He scrunches his nose and tips his head from side to side. I probably should go back to my house because I have no business thinking about how cute Griffin is. Reasons to go. I'd be hanging out with Mr. Buff Beachbod. I just went through a breakup, for goodness sake. I was at a really good part of my book when the bird attacked. Reasons to stay. I'd be hanging out with Mr. Buff Beachbod. I've been alone for days, stewing in my misery. I can't imagine trying to get the gum out by myself. I'm not a contortionist. I square my shoulders, telling myself this is just a neighbor thing, and the fact that I now look like I have a sunburn, even though I've been staying indoors or in the shade, crushed by the public humiliation. We'll talk about what the internet is saying another time. Has nothing to do with Griffin. Nothing at all. That's very kind of you, but no saws allowed, I say, referring to his suggestion about cutting into the picnic table. No, definitely not. I'll look up online ways to get the gum out. In that case, I owe you. No, I owe you, because it's my fault you got gum in your hair. To be honest, I'd forgotten about it, but am also surprised it was still there. You'd think it would have decomposed after a decade. Concerned is more like, if the gum is still there, how many watermelon seeds do you think I have in my stomach? His chuckle ripples a smile through me. Smiles aren't just for lips. See, I think they start somewhere else, somewhere inside, and then if the source is extra special, they make a grand entrance on the lips. Griffin grins, and I must do the same because a beat passes when we're both just standing there smiling. Then I inhale sharply, and it almost sounds like a snort. Apparently, I stopped breathing for a sec. His eyes dance over me, then he clears his throat. I'll go grab my phone. Griffin disappears inside and calls, Can I get you a sparkling water? I have watermelon flavored. As long as there aren't any seeds. Gosh, I remember the kids teasing each other mercilessly about growing watermelons in their stomachs if they swallowed the seeds. How many did I swallow? Too many. I sit cross-legged on the picnic table bench. Griffin returns and sets down a drink for me, then cracks one open for himself. Okay, gum removal solutions include peanut butter, cooking oil, vinegar, ice cubes, or scissors. He describes the method for each. Let's try anything but the scissors. I love my long hair, especially the waves I get when I'm close to the water and don't want to chop it. A seagull circles overhead. And let's get a move on in case Thorndyke likes gum, I add, while Griffin works. Trying to rub loose the wad of gum, I get a mega hit of his sunblock, sea salt, and sunshine scent. The way he hovers close with the breeze wafting into my nose practically has me hypnotized. I could get used to life like this. Easy, breezy summer without responsibilities. Then reality slams back. My brother named the seagull Thorndyke, I say, as memories surface. I think the bird resents the Jones family after my dad bought a horn that was supposed to scare them off. He chuckles. Yeah, I think they're trying to exact revenge. Holden named Felonious. We talk about some of the games we'd play, like Red Rover, Marco Polo, Sharks and Minnows, and, of course, Truth or Dare. A dare separate from the forever marriage match pact from my youth enters my mind. I shove it away in favor of reminiscing with Griffin, not kissing him. Those summers seem so long ago and like yesterday at the same time. He says, I remember you and your brother and sister used to joke, saying, "Does this kid have an off button?" I was, high energy. At that memory, I giggle. More like Griffin has an on button because this guy has turned something on inside me. Something I never felt with Jason or any of the guys I casually dated before him. But it's not the right time to be thinking that way. I'm going through a breakup, grieving, sulking, nursing my wounds. Well, the ones the internet inflicts. After a long chat with the Fab Five, I realize I'm much better off without Jason. Now, if I could just get rid of the online community and their opinions. Success! Griffin's deep, rumbly voice startles me out of my broody thoughts. You'll probably need to wash your hair a few times because of the peanut butter, but it worked. Thank you, I say, jumping up from my seat. We bump into each other as if I'm 14 again with my first crush. I get all awkward and not sure what to do with my hands. Though, let me be clear, Griffin was not my first crush, nor is he my present crush. I've forgotten how gravity works and how to walk because I lose my balance as if I'm drunk. Oh, right. His sunblock sunshine scent intoxicated me. Then, trying to play it smooth, I make the mistake of running my fingers through my greasy, sticky hair. Of course, they get stuck because I'm not making this moment awkward. Nope, not at all. Sorry about that. There are a few tangles still. Griffin tries to free my fingers and ours brush, sending a full-body flush through me. Get it together, Paisley. Remember, this is gangly Griffin, not gorgeous Griffin. Nothing conditioner can't fix. Thanks again, I say, hoping and praying I didn't say anything about him being gangly or gorgeous out loud. He remains his normal tan skin tone, so it's likely I didn't just embarrass us both. Hey, if you want to try surfing sometime, you know where to find me. At that, the warmth leaves me with a chill despite the sun shining overhead. Oh, thanks. I'm not really an ocean person, though. But I don't want to think about that, and with a quick wave of my hand, I dash back to my cottage. Chapter 6. Griffin. Could I have been any more awkward? Not to sound like the kind of pretentious poser I despise, but typically I have some game. Like I can talk to women and not sound as if I don't speak the English language.
I can be close to a girl and not obsess over how my arms are too long and my legs feel like they're made of Play-Doh. But something about Paisley takes me back to being a bumbling dweeb. As a kid and teenager, she wasn't wrong. I was the high-energy goofball of the bunch. Maybe it was because Holden was always smarter than me, and I felt like I needed to be extra loud and bouncy to get attention. Or perhaps it was because Holden was blessed with the handsome genes early on, like Paisley accurately remembered. Thanks to puberty running its course and braces in my late teens, a solid tan, and a life spent surfing, I'm no longer hideous. But Paisley is gorgeous. Always was, always will be. All it took was one look. All those years ago, I remember her family pulled up in a green station wagon with wood-paneled sides. It was their first visit to the cottage next door. The house had sat empty for a few years prior. Looking back, I realize now her grandparents must have passed away. Her brother and sister scrambled out and ran down to the beach. She moved more slowly. First, surveying her surroundings with the cottages perched above the beach, the sand and long grass waving in the breeze, and the ocean crashing beyond. The sun played hide-and-seek that day. Second, when she got out of the car, she spotted me, sitting on my family's back deck with my legs dangling over the side. Our gazes met. She gave me the smallest smile, a little upturn of her lips. She waved and stood there a moment as if waiting. I wandered over, probably acting as the town welcoming committee. I didn't realize the meaning of what she was doing at the time, but have thought a lot about it since. The ocean with Her Majesty is grand, no doubt. I've built my career around it. But I've also built my life around relationships and connections to people. Or at least I'd like to think I do so. Paisley looked for connections before she jumped into experiences. I think that says a lot about a person. She is a who kind of person, not a what kind of person. Relationships over things and stuff. From that summer onward, the best day was when the Jones family rumbled into the driveway of the cottage next door. During that first meeting, we were both 7. Over the years, we ran and played in the same circle. It wasn't until I was about 10 that I became aware that the other kids thought I was annoying. Seriously, I was a ball of energy. I credit growing up on the beach. I played hard, slept hard, repeat. Something about the water propels me in life. A few times, Paisley stood up for me. The other kids would tease me about my teeth or calic. Thankfully, I outgrew it, but have learned to keep my brown hair trimmed short. They'd tease her about her name, making up silly rhymes. It was harmless, really, but I like to think we bonded over being the younger kids, the weird ones. However, as we approached our teens, nothing about Paisley was weird. She was the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. Holden realized my crush before I did. In fact, I don't think I even knew what a crush was, other than when she was around, I felt extra bombastic. I sigh, but I shouldn't be thinking about crushes or s'mores and the night we played spin the bottle and the older kids dared us to kiss. We're both coming off breakups, and being at the beach is a retreat, a chance to regroup. But having my hands in Paisley's hair earlier, breathing her lilac scent, just being around her, I scrub my palm down my face as I go to the kitchen sink to clean up my dishes from lunch. The expression she wore when I mentioned surfing rises to the surface of my mind. She looked like the saddest girl I've ever seen, and I know sadness. I want nothing more than to see her smile, to be the source of her smile,
I wonder if something happened. Oh, right. Her fiancé cheated on her. Of course, she doesn't want to hang out with a dude right now and go surfing. However, in the coming days, it's hard not to want to hang out with her. Paisley is relatively petite and curvy in a delightfully feminine way. She practically occupies the entire beach, plants an umbrella and blanket in my mind, staking claim to a spot to call her own. Every morning when I'm out surfing, she walks along the shore. I should be watching the waves on the horizon, but can't help cast my gaze toward land, seeking her out. In the afternoon, she suns herself on her deck, reading while I grill tacos. I've seen her practically naked, but the way she fills in the bathing suit ignites my crush anew. During the evening, she watches the sunset and eats dinner in the picture window overlooking the water. It's impossible to ignore her, which is exactly what I should be doing. The waves are flat, and I need a distraction. I read, refresh my knot-tying skills, and wonder where all that energy went that I used to have. I'll be darned if Brianna sucked it out of me. I'm home, but still feel unmoored, adrift. Sitting in the living room amidst a well-worn linoleum floor, windows out of plumb, and the rather dreary decor, an idea starts to take shape, emerging from the peeling wallpaper, scuffed baseboard, cracked trim, sagging floors, and furnishings that have seen more winters than seems fair. Inspiration strikes. I clap my hands together, prepared to breathe life back into this place. When I meet the contractor in the driveway the next day, Paisley rides past on a bicycle and parks in her driveway. I give her a friendly wave and am surprised when she comes over. We've barely said hello since the gum incident. "Are you having work done on your cottage?" she asks, nodding at the truck with the contractor's logo. He's standing by the garage, writing something on a clipboard. "Yeah, figured it's time. Don't want a winter storm to wash the place out to sea." She tinkles a laugh. "Yeah, the wind was whipping the other night. I felt a gust but had already closed the window. Probably need new ones." "Hey, no poaching my contractor, but if he does a good job, I'll give you his number." I wink. He appears, tucking his pencil behind his ear and extending his hand to Paisley. "Hi, I'm Joe Thompson from Thompson Brothers Building and Carpentry. You must be Mrs. Sanders." Paisley's cheeks are a pretty shade of pink, but maybe it's from the bike ride. Oh no, I'm Paisley Jones. I live next door. Well, for now. My family owns the cottage." Joe's expression falls. "Jones, your brother was Lyric, right?" I've seen Paisley smile many times, but the expression that accompanies her reply is something else. An attempt at a smile. "Yeah, he wanted us to call him Rick, though." "I'm so sorry." "Yeah, nice meeting you. I'd better go." She hurries off without another word. Joe gives me an overview of the scope of work and promises to get me an estimate by Monday. "I usually do paperwork on the weekend." "Ah, you should be out enjoying summer days while you can." I spread my arms wide. "Yeah, don't get out on my boat as often as I'd like, that's for sure. Shame about Rick Jones." "You knew Paisley's brother?" He was the oldest in the family, a daredevil and jokester. "We hung out a bunch of times. You know how things used to be. Everyone in the same age range used to gather randomly together and get into trouble." His smile is mild behind his beard. "Sure do. Times have changed. I'm Paisley's age. We used to play when we were younger. I always remember Lyric being this larger-than-life kid. Guy. Back then, 17 was old. Haha. Memorable name, that's for sure. Really tragic what happened." I tilt my head. For some reason, I don't know what happened. which is odd because those summers are vibrant in my memory. Pop always said we had no business going out in the water when the ocean was in a bad mood. Joe chuckles. He said the same thing about Mom. Steer clear when she got stormy. I remember it was a rough day. The swell was all over the place. Lyric got too close to the rocks. The little motorboat washed up in a dozen pieces at least. My eyes widen. That was Lyric? I vaguely recall the story, the tragedy. I never made the connection that Lyric Jones, the kid I knew, and Rick Jones were the same person. No wonder Paisley doesn't want to go in the water. I might have second thoughts if something had happened to Holden. Then again, Dad died while at sea too. Maybe in addition to recovering from the breakup, this place reminds her of losing her brother. Rarely a day passes when I don't think about my parents. To a degree, I know what it's like to lose someone to the big blue. My father didn't die in a boating accident, but he did pass while at sea. Heart attack while on the job. Over the weekend, whenever Paisley is outside, I make an effort to say hi or attempt small talk. I want her to make sure she knows she's not alone. I may have been the annoying kid next door, but perhaps now I can be a friend. I'm about to head to the water before it gets windy when I spot her sweeping sand from her deck. "Morning, neighbor," I call. She gives me a wave. "Beautiful day, huh?" I can practically hear my buddy's laughter. Morning, weather, I sound like a kook. Like this is my first time trying to flirt with a girl. Then again, Paisley was the first girl I ever flirted with. "This is the life, huh? Beachfront cottage, ocean for miles. People live for this. As I see it, the grass is indeed greener. We're pretty lucky." I squish my eyes shut because I sound like such a dweeb. Thankfully, I'm wearing sunglasses and she can't see me cringe. "Well, the grass is browner on the other side," said no one ever. "Sand is brown." "True, and there's a lot of it." She leans on her broom and gazes toward the water. This moment would be awkward if I didn't sense her sadness, despite the sun peeking out from the clouds. I let out a long breath. "Well, if I see Thorndyke out there, I'll be sure to tell him off for you." The corner of her mouth lifts toward a smile, and if it weren't for that, I'd bury my head in the sand because I feel like such a dunce. On Monday, as promised, I get an email from Joe, breaking down what they must do to get the place up to code, preserve the cottage, and the additional items he recommends, leaving the DIY stuff to me. When the workers arrive a few days later, I spend the mornings surfing like usual, and the afternoons demoing, cleaning up the job site, and selecting new fixtures and appliances. It feels good to get my hands dirty. I angle a ladder to clear out the gutters. A few of them will need replacing. The deck is uneven and the climb a bit wobbly, but I manage to pull out the dead leaves and what looks like a small oak tree growing in the corner. "Even if we wanted to sell this place, I don't think it would be fit for much more than the goals," I mutter. Not that I intend to sell. In fact, I'm thinking of staying, especially as my vision for what it'll look like when we're done takes shape. The appraiser already came out, and all I need to do is write a check to Holden. The idea of him and I rolling up our sleeves and doing this project together distracts me. I wish we had a better relationship. He thinks of me as the same old loser as I ever was. As I climb down the ladder, out of nowhere, Thorndyke the sharp-toothed terror dive bombs. I step back to the deck, but skid on the wet leaves that didn't land in the bucket. I lose my footing, and my other leg plonks into the bucket. Arms windmilling, I fly backward. The landing is hard, and all of me hurts. It's worse than getting tossed in the waves or being held under. In semi-slow motion, the ladder pitches away from the wall of the cottage. and I'm not quick enough to roll out of the way. It crashes and knocks the wind out of me. When I catch my breath, I try to roll over so I can press to standing, but my wrist feels like a jalapeno pepper on ice. That's to say it feels hot and cold at the same time, numb and painful. My cell phone is on the table by the grill because I was playing music. I can't reach it from here. Hoping someone hears me, I shout, "I've fallen and I can't get up." Remembering an old television commercial with that line, I say, "No, really, I've fallen. Can someone please help me?" I block my face with my arms, sending shooting pain through my wrist as Thorndike circles overhead. Chapter 7. Paisley. I'm lying on the couch in the most awkward position, leg flung over the back, head tipped off the cushion. Why don't I reposition? I'm not sure it's worth the effort. Week 1 in Sea Spray Beach, I was up and about. Week 2, I'm feeling kind of blue. And trust me, it has nothing to do with Jason. I think I'm becoming a mole person, barely leaving the cottage. My best friends are on to me because they've been texting me with more check-ins than usual. Daisy. The breakup coverage is definitely getting blown out of proportion. There are bigger problems in the world. Blakely. But it comes with the territory. Paisley was engaged to a high-profile guy. Of course, the media mavens are going to be all over it. Mila. Media mavens? What is this, 1950? 1970? 19-something? Blakely. Don't be a shrew. Mila. I rest my case. Me. That's my line. I'm the lawyer, and falling behind on work by the day. Oops, I should not have pressed send. But Daisy and Blakely aren't wrong. The Jazzly breakup is all over gossip sites, Twitter, and group chats. I finally turned notifications off on my phone because I was being tagged in too many posts and comments. It seems half the country thinks he should take me back, and the other half want to date the cheating loser. But I don't want the girls to get worried. I'm, not really on a case. More like falling behind in my life, not sure where to go or what to do. In a way, the split was a wake-up call. But where does it leave me? Cora. What do you mean? Me. Oh, it's a big case, but the Wi-Fi is spotty here. I hate lying, but don't want them to become concerned, because a couple of them will appear on my doorstep with ice cream. And believe it or not, I can't eat any more of it. I single-handedly cleared out the shelf at the market down the street. The other two would find pitchforks and flaming torches, track down Jason and see that he gets run out of the village or wherever he is. Me. I'm fine. Everything is fine. Jason keeps texting me that he's sorry. Probably doesn't want me to spill his secrets. Ha! But yeah, I'm fine. Really, just fine. No one answers for a beat, and I realize that they're probably conversing in another chat. Me. Seriously, my neighbor is handy and handsome, so I'm not completely alone up here. I've been taking daily walks, reading, and relaxing. Daisy. Does that mean you're staying offline? I only gave them the handsome nibble so they'd know I'm not preoccupied with the breakup. And really, I'm not. Yes, it stinks, and I hate how everyone has an opinion about my life, particularly the cake and confetti part. But there's another deeper, older issue that rose to the surface. Cora. What do you mean, handsome? Tell us more. Blakely. Is he forever marriage match material? Mila. She's not thinking about that now. She just had a breakup. I'm not thinking about it. I mean, Griffin's appearance hasn't escaped my notice. It's hard to ignore an unexpectedly handsome person who walks around shirtless on the beach, on his deck, and on a surfboard. Blakely. I want a full rundown. Daisy. Only if you're ready, Paisley. Jason's departure from your life is still fresh. Me. Yeah, true, but good riddance. I'm glad I found out now and not later. Cora. That's the spirit. Me. Funny thing, I knew my neighbor when I was a kid. I go on to tell them about my childhood visits to the seacoast, Griffin, and how he took the gum out of my hair. Daisy. That's kind of romantic. Me. Not really. My hair is still oily from the peanut butter. Cora. So he could definitely be your forever man. When we went to our frenemy Miranda's wedding, we recalled a pact based on a silly agreement back in high school that if we were still single by the time Miranda tied the knot, we'd all marry the next guy we dated. A little short-sighted, and I think there's some leeway there, but the gist is, find a guy to marry by our 10-year high school reunion or else. Cora's happily engaged, but she's counting down for the rest of us to find our forever marriage match. FMM for short. Blakely. I took a picture of the scroll. I can't believe we wrote the pact on a scroll. Mila. I thought it was a dare. Daisy. Same thing. Mila. Is not. Blakely sends a screenshot. We vow to enact this marriage match if we don't marry before our enemy. From that cue, we have 1 year to say I do. The next guy we date will be our fate. Our grooms-to-be hold the key. To our hearts it's true, so we won't die blue. The pact is a fact, an oath to betroth. To break is to partake in work for the snake. We 5 declare to complete this dare. All those years ago, we signed it. Now, I'm a lawyer, so no way would this hold up in court, at least not in this country. However, when tried by a jury of my peers, Mila, Blakely, Cora, and Daisy, there's no refuting it. A gavel-like bang sounds from next door. I'm getting used to the construction sounds, but had to pull out my noise-canceling headphones the other day when the jackhammers were on. Daisy. I'm looking at the quiz we created, and according to the results, Paisley is best paired with a guy who likes the outdoors, doesn't have facial hair, and is a fan of... I can't read the name of this band. I think that it's a band. Blakely. That would be the Bingles. I remember how desperately you wanted to go to the concert. Mila. Never date musicians. Me. Are they as bad as actors? Mila. Worse. Me. I had such a huge crush on Benji, the singer. Cora. He had facial hair. Me. And he was like 27 years old. I'd say it was an infatuation. Cora. So you'd make an exception when it comes to the facial arts? I send the emoji with the raised eyebrow. Why are they badgering me? Oh, right, because their best friend, super senses, know I'm descending into a dark, lonely place. A place where my inner voice sounds like it's crying out, asking for help. Help! Help! All right. Tonight, I won't eat potato chips dipped in a tub of chocolate cake frosting. Instead, I'll have a proper dinner, watch a rom-com, and tomorrow I'll go for a bike ride. The problem is, up until Griffin's contractor brought up my brother, I'd successfully compartmentalized the memory. Years of therapy proved very useful in returning to the cottage, but hearing Lyric's name spoken aloud, and then the concern on Griffin's face, made me crumble inside. It was like the protective walls I'd built around myself turned out to be made of sand, and one powerful wave washed them out to sea. Blakely. Does the guy next door have facial hair? Me. Sometimes. He's not often clean-shaven. Blakely. That's a deal breaker for me. Me. We'll make sure never to send you to the mountains where the men are ruggedly handsome. Cora. But you sent yourself to the sea where the man is. I send the monkey covering its eyes emoji. A strange moan-like sound comes from outside, bringing to mind Thorndyke the sharp-toothed terror. Mila. Okay, girls, let's not bug her, but maybe grab coffee with the guy next door, or another human and send a selfie for verification purposes. If not, you can bet your cute booty we'll all be there by the weekend. Cora. That wouldn't be so bad. I've been wanting to go to the beach before the end of the summer. It's not that I don't want them here, but this is my haven for now. A place where I can leave a sink full of dishes, not have to wake up at any particular time, or answer to anyone. Not that they'd expect me to, but there is a certain amount of showing up I'd have to do if they visited. Showing up that I haven't been doing for my life. Not since this unexpected swell of grief took me under. I called into work and used sick days. However, apart from sad, I feel perfectly fine. Someone's agonized shouts come from outside. Help! I've fallen and I can't get up. I leap to standing, my joints popping after being stationary for so long. I peer outside. My house is set back farther from the beach, so I can't really see Griffin's deck, but Thorndyke circles overhead like a vulture. Me. Guys, gotta go. I think the neighbor is in trouble. I'm not wearing a bra or anything I'd ever be caught on the streets of Manhattan in, but Griffin has seen me wearing a trash can, so I throw caution to the wind and rush next door. He lies prone on his deck, under a ladder, with his foot in a bucket and a rope tangled around his ankle. Did Thorndyke do this? I ask, glaring skyward. He incited the incident. I need your help. He moans, clutching his arm close to his body. Where are your barbecue tongs? I ask. He groans in response. Right, not the time for making jokes. I spring into action, pulling the ladder off him, but the base snags in the rope. You can tell me how you got into this mess later, but do you need me to call an ambulance, or... The rest of the question lodges in my throat when I realize someone must have had to make an emergency call for my brother years ago. No, it's just my wrist. I tried to Hulk my way out of here, but that rope... Griffin points with his good hand. I can't fathom how this happened, but just a sec, I can get you loose. I untie the rope from the bucket that he must have been filling when clearing the gutter. I then manage to unwind it from the rungs of the ladder. Griffin slowly gets to his feet. When he turns around, my eyes widen. I failed to mention that, as per usual, Griffin isn't wearing a shirt. It must be a surfer thing, but that's not the issue. Much. But his sculpted chest isn't the only problem. Don't move. He ducks. What? Is it Thorndyke? More like a spike. I think a piece of the deck. What appears to be the tip of a 6-inch splinter pokes out from the soft space below his ribs, but above his trim waistline. Okay, lean over the picnic table and stay perfectly still. I happen to be an expert at this. You're also a doctor? A nurse? No, like I told you, I'm a lawyer. I'm also a skilled splinter remover. My parents never replaced our dock up on the lake, and my siblings and I would get at least a dozen per year. It was on me to take them out, probably because I was the youngest and had the smallest fingers. My throat feels scratchy at the thought of my brother. Up until the other day, I could think about him without trouble. Funny how grief can creep up when least expected. I push it away and focus. Griffin, take a deep breath and tell me you have antiseptic in the house. He nods and inhales, filling his lungs. His skin is tan, warm, and smooth, No hairy back for this guy. Oh, the things I know about Jason's grooming habits. The things the internet would love to be privy to. But back to my patient. This is purely clinical touch right now. With a smooth and steady hand, I pull the wooden dagger out. Did you get it all? I'm inspecting. And trying not to inhale your summery scent. Don't want to swoon and pass out during your time of need. You're all clear, but we should clean the spot. Come on inside, but be careful. The place is a disaster right now, so watch your step. After I treat Griffin's back, I say, how about your wrist? Unfortunately, I've fallen on a deck and hurt my wrist before. Maybe you should hire someone to clean the gutters. He chuckles, which I take as a good sign. No, it was a raging party in the Maldives. Miscalculated the distance from the deck to the pool. Make of that what you will. I see. Thoughts of Jason's exploits fill my mind. Ice, over-the-counter pain relievers, rest. I should be as good as new in a few days. Griffin says casually. Then my work here is done. I brush my hands together. No, it's not. I tilt my head in question. Do you want me to wrap your wrist? Are you right-handed or left-handed? No, I want you to make dinner. My eyebrows pinch together in question. My apologies. I only provide legal and expert splinter removal services. Rather, put dinner together. It's already made, mostly. Everything is in the fridge and just needs to be warmed up. I'll supervise. I open and close my mouth, ready to protest. Griffin lets out a sound that's a combination of a huff and a sigh. You haven't left your cottage in days. You don't suddenly have someplace to be, do you? He asks innocently but pointedly. No, I guess not. But you have to put on a shirt. I poke his very hard chest and might need a brace for my finger. His lips twitch with a smile. Chapter 8. Griffin. My wrist hurts, but Paisley, standing in my deconstructed kitchen, in her cut-off jeans and a tank top, just barely revealing her midriff, distracts me from the pain. To say this moment is surreal is an understatement. I'd long ago given up on my silly boyhood fantasy of even being able to talk to her. When we hit our teen years, the girls lounged in the sand. The guys surfed or bodyboarded, and every word spoken between males and females took on a new meaning. Most notably, that I didn't say many. Funny how time can change things. She rubs her hands together. So, a stove, oven, or anything resembling an appliance would be a good place to start if I'm preparing dinner. I batch prepared my taco ingredients over the weekend, so mostly everything is ready and needs to be warmed up. The fridge is temporarily in the hall until they deliver the new one. The electrician had to replace the wiring. I show her the way, and we return with a few containers. Do I get a chef hat or anything? I'd like to be professional. I chuckle. Gosh, laughter in this house feels good. During the demo, I got rid of most of the cobwebs, but some less visible ones remain. The ones that have me thinking of the past and what I want for the future. I do my best to help Paisley one-handed, and am glad she's here as we bump elbows and dance around each other in the disarray that was once a kitchen. Not only for the company and to thank her for helping me out, but I'd noticed she'd become scarce. At first, I thought she'd left town. Then I considered that the construction noise was bothering her, and she spent the day elsewhere to work. But I'd occasionally see a shadow pass behind the window and realize she'd retreated. When we've both tucked away a taco, I say, I have a confession. She sets her napkin down and straightens.
Sounds serious. Don't tell me this is some kind of mystery meat.
Nope. From the farm inland a ways. Pure American grass-fed beef. I take a long sip of water, trying to buy time to figure out how to approach this conversation. When I ran into you at the hotel, I'd only recently learned that my girlfriend of 2 years had run off to Venezuela with some clown photographer.
Oof, do you mean he was a clown and a photographer? Or that he photographed clowns?
There's nothing funny about the situation, but Paisley manages to get me to find a smile without meaning to. I mean, he was a jerk.
Oh, I was going to say that's an awfully unique profession, but I understand. She cheated.
Yep, not even a sorry. She winces.
Ouch, but what I meant was I actually understand. For real, same song, different lyrics.
She swallowed hard, maybe at that particular word choice. Lyric. Yeah, I saw online that you were engaged. I didn't want to intrude, so I didn't say anything.
Thanks. The internet has a very biased opinion on the matter, and I'm tired of hearing about it from strangers.
She takes a dainty bite of her taco. There is the off-button option. Leaning back in her chair, she withers.
I can't look away from the train wreck.
I deleted all the accounts from my phone. Then, the other day, in a moment of weakness, I wanted to see if Brianna and the photographer were miserable yet.
You're a stronger man than me.
Her cheek hitches a smile.
Kidding, I'm not a man.
Yes, I'm keenly aware, I reply, feeling my ears heat. Paisley blinks a few times.
Jason and Devana are currently gallivanting around Paris. We were supposed to go there for our honeymoon. When your resolve weakened and you checked online, how were things in paradise? Venezuela, was it?
You mean with Brianna and the dude? Don't know. I'm not sure. They didn't even get 15 minutes of fame. More like 15 seconds. Everyone was obsessed with you and Jerkson.
Paisley freezes mid-bite.
I'm sorry. I did not mean to say that. It was insensitive. It's what I've called him in my head for doing that to you. You do not want me to tell you the name I have for Brianna.
She throws her head back and laughs. No offense taken. Jerkson? That's epic. I have to tell the girls. My best friends are going to be jealous they didn't come up with that name.
Phew, I don't want to overstep.
You are welcome to take all the steps.
Paisley's lips twitch. Something in my chest hiccups at what that could mean.
Let me guess. What you call Brianna in your head also starts with the letter B.
At that, we both burst into laughter. Good, rolling belly laughter. I have to stop because it makes my wrist smart, but gosh, nothing has felt this good in a long time. Not even riding the biggest, heaviest waves. Not coming in first in the last 3 competitions, or crushing the invitational last spring. When we go quiet, Paisley asks,
I'm sorry, I'm the one being insensitive. Did you love her?
I sit back, not having expected that question. I'd like to say I had strong feelings, but love? If there ever was any, it dissolved the moment she broke my trust and lost my respect. How about you?
Did I love Jason? I'd never met anyone like him, that's for sure. He sort of swept me off my feet, you know?
She lets out a breath and leans in.
But he's an actor. There were times when I had this squirmy, liquid feeling in my stomach. My hippie mother would call it the pool of my intuition. Sometimes it seemed like he was acting, playing a role in our relationship, if that makes any sense. Looking back, about 3 months after he proposed, he started to pull away. I'd talk to his assistant more than him.
She lets out a long breath. Yeah, same with Brianna and me. I stopped partying, started taking life and my career more seriously. I guess I wasn't fun for her anymore.
We're probably better off without them. There's a rumor going around that Jason only asked me to marry him because I was the poster child for the good girl next door type, and he'd needed to do some image rehabilitation after a string of weekends spent partying in Ibiza.
I snort. I've seen what goes on in Ibiza. Paisley's shoulders drop. Let's say I won't be going back.
She exhales a long breath. I haven't even told my best friends this, but even now, Jason keeps pestering me with apologies. Oh, the things I know that he likely doesn't want to get out. They'd set the gossip sites churning.
She laughs darkly.
But seriously, I don't kiss and tell. I'd just like him to leave me alone. Forget about me.
No one could forget about you, Paisley. Least of all me. First crush, first kiss. The girl next door type is right. 100%. Her lips part and then twist away from a smile.
Thanks for listening.
You too. It felt really good to laugh. Her full lips pillow with a smile.
Yeah, it had been a while.
She gazes over at the cottage and her eyes fill with loneliness. I inhale as if preparing to duck dive under a wave. I've been under construction for a while now and don't have a TV. There's a comedy I've been wanting to watch. Care to join me?
For a movie?
Yeah, and for you to keep an eye on your patient. Wouldn't want to find myself in need of medical attention in the next few hours. She tips her head back with another laugh.
I thought I was your personal chef. Now I'm your nurse too? Sheesh, you're demanding.
We clean up and go back to Paisley's place. I bring an old comedy I dug out of my parents' collection. The scent of a citrus candle in the cottage overpowers the undercurrent of a seaside space that hasn't been lived in for many seasons.
Sorry about the, mess.
She hastily shoves some things in drawers out of sight. You just saw my place.
You have construction. I have no excuse.
I weigh my hands and then draw my wrist close, pressing an ice pack I brought over it. Seems like a breakup counts. Her shoulders lift and lower.
Apart from the barrage of nonsense from strangers on the internet, I'm okay. Feel like I dodged a bullet. Can you imagine if we went through with the wedding and then I found out he was a cheater? It stinks, but Jason wasn't the guy for me.
For some reason, this fills me with relief. If it weren't for gravity, I'd float away. Paisley fixes the throw pillows on the couch.
My parents aren't really tech people, so it's a good thing you have the movie on VHS.
My parents never graduated to DVDs, so they're in good company. Again, Paisley tinkles a laugh. It feels good to see her smile, but her face falls when she sees the cover of the videotape, an 80s classic. Have you seen The Breakfast Club? I ask.
It was my brother's favorite.
He was a cool guy, and intimidating. Lyric was a tall figure, built like a linebacker and always the first one in line to jump off the rope swing at the creek, be the last one at the bonfire, and was the biggest daredevil of the group. I get the sense Paisley doesn't want to talk about her bro or watch the movie. Instead, we talk for what turns into hours. She tells me about life as a lawyer in NYC. I talk about traveling and surfing. We dance around summers when we were kids, but that's okay with me because I worry I might blurt that she was my first crush. My forever crush, because the more time we spend together, I realize those feelings never went away. They didn't even fade. If anything, by the sparkle in her hazel eyes, the sound of her voice, and the curves she's grown into, the crush has taken on a life of its own. But now isn't the right time. Wasn't before either. I'm wedged into the corner of one end of a relatively small and uncomfortable couch, with my injured arm across the back for elevation. She sits with her legs crisscrossed on the other end. Apart from the gum and splinter removal, this is the closest we've been since playing spin the bottle. After we both yawn, I get up to leave. I just realized I've never been inside this house. Not in all the years your family visited. I have to admit, it looks a lot like my cottage before demo.
You mean filled with knickknacks?
I press my lips together and nod. I saved my mom's Hummel collection and my dad's baseball hats, but that's about it.
Was it tough saying goodbye?
We walk toward the door, and she leans against the frame when I step onto the deck. Goodbyes are often difficult, but it was time. A thought boomerangs in my mind. Actually, in a way, it's like the past said bye to me. Speaking of that, I should probably head home so you can get some rest.
Early plans?
She asks.
Wait, you said so I can get some rest. Truth is, I've been having a tough time sleeping. Not like when I was a kid. The salt air here would knock me out.
I wag my finger between us. Yep, I meant you. Breakup club for breakfast, first thing.
You mean breakfast club, like the movie we were going to watch?
Nope. You and me, a couple of breakfast tacos, and the big blue. I gesture to the water.
Oh, you really want me to be your cook now?
Laughter plays on her lips as she moves in and out of the shadows cast by her porch light and the moon.
Would you like me to walk you home as well? Make sure you get there safely? I can provide turn-down service, wake-up calls, and recreational facilities for a fee. I think there's a badminton set in the garage, a volleyball, and perhaps a boogie board. Those things are made of foam and last forever.
She sweeps her hand toward the garage. Doesn't sound half bad. Her brow furrows.
I'm joking.
I'm not. A quizzical expression ripples across her brow.
But I don't understand.
Breakup breakfast club because we both recently went through that miserable experience.
Right, me with Jerkson and you with...
She bites her lip. Likely she's thinking of the non-friendly name for Brianna. I squeeze her hand, stoking a flame of jittery excitement in me. Thanks for helping me out. I owe you. I'll see you at first light.
If that's the case, I'll be the one needing the wake-up call, she says.
I'll need your number. She pulls my phone out of my shirt pocket, flashes it at me to unlock the Face ID, and then types in her number.
I've never given my number to a guy before, not unless you count my dentist.
I laugh, honored to be your first. As soon as I say those words, a blush creeps up my neck. She was my first kiss. Was I hers? Doubtful. Her lips press together like she's fighting off a smile.
Good night, Griffin.
I wink and step into the moonlit path between our cottages. When I reach the sliding door off my back deck, she waves and then disappears inside. After a quick shower, some over-the-counter pain meds, and another ice pack, I flop into bed. It looks like I'm grounded, no surfing for a while, but the idea I had when chatting with Paisley doesn't mean I have to stay out of the water. Nope, I'm going to help her learn to ride the waves. Just as I start to drift off to sleep, my phone pings with a text. Paisley.
When you mentioned breakfast, you also said something about the ocean. Did I hear you correctly?
Me. Yep. Paisley.
I'm more of a dry land kind of person.
Me. Funny that you ended up in Sea Spray.
Paisley. I needed to get out of the city, lie low for a while.
Me. You came to the right place.
Paisley. But what exactly do you have in mind? A beach walk is fine, but…
Me. Baby steps. I'm patient. Sweet dreams, surfer girl.
Paisley. You too.
Then she texts again.
Paisley. Wait, what? Surfer girl?
Sweet dreams. After spending the evening with Paisley, I am certain they will be.
Chapter 9. Paisley. As a kid, I was an early bird. In college, a night owl. Now I'm a reluctantly nocturnal seagull. I have to keep my enemies close. I've got my eye on you, Thorndyke. Don't you dare mess with my neighbor. I don't have ironclad evidence other than Griffin's account of the situation that the bird was involved in his near-death experience. But the seagull definitely has it in for me and is probably trying to take out my allies. However, as soon as my head hit the pillow last night, I was out like the one Christmas light in the string that darkens the rest. The tacos at Griffin's were delicious, and it would be hard to say no to breakfast tacos, but sleep trumps breakfast, or at least it should. I'd like to say I'm able to sleep in, but forgot to turn my phone off after sending Griffin that little goodnight note. I don't know what possessed me to text him, or leave my phone on with the hope he'd reply. I blame the bird. From now on, all irrational behavior and crises are Thorndyke the sharp-toothed terror's fault. Ocean pollution? Thorndyke. Animal shelter overpopulation? Thorndyke. The last cinnamon roll sold to the customer in front of me in line at the bakery? Thorndyke. That happened yesterday, and I'm convinced that the elderly woman in front of me is in cahoots with that bird. Anyway, my phone woke me up, exploding with calls, texts, and emails. This isn't entirely unusual lately. I blame Thorndyke. Several were from Jason's assistant, which is nothing new. She's had some questions about expenses on his account, such as the flight to Boston, car rental, and a few cartons of ice cream. Thorndyke, that rascal. I replied that Jason can sue me if he wants to take legal action. Why did I say something stupid like that, considering he could if he so desired? I'm a lawyer, so I know how these things work, so that was utterly stupid of me. Thorndyke. Then when I read the message from my office, my boss suggests I take some time off and consider a libel suit because of all the press I've been getting. Apparently, some of our clients are concerned about my well-being. The internet is cruel, especially when it comes to my penchant for shopping the snack aisle at the grocery store. But what's worse is my boss's suggestion of more time off, also known as a leave of absence, is just a polite way of her telling me my services will no longer be needed. As in, I no longer have a job. As in, I was fired. I drop onto the couch and frown. I won't cry. It's not that bad. I have some savings. A place to live-ish. Yes, it's that bad. But I'm not sure which is worse. Work or my good name. Not that anyone knew it before Jason. I don't want social media having an opinion about my now non-existent relationship with Cheater Cobb, but they won't leave it alone. I suppose I could threaten to sue for defamation, and we'd probably win. However, I just want it all to go away. I'm happy to go back to living my quiet life. Work, dinners out a few times a week, movies, books, and visits with my friends from time to time. Or I could just stay here and hope the gossip sphere
moves on to the next hot topic. I'm surprised they aren't covering Jason and Devana's relationship with as much fervor. They're Hollywood royalty. Shouldn't they steal the spotlight? In a half-sleep daze, I text this to the Fab Five, who are already in a debate about whether eating a chocolate croissant for breakfast is like having dessert for breakfast. The answer is obvious. It doesn't matter. Have two. Actually, I could really go for one of those big double chocolate chip cookies from the bakery. I interject with this comment, reminding the girls about why I'm still hiding in Sea Spray Beach. Blakely. The reason the bloggers and social media influencers haven't forgotten about you is because you gave everyone hope that a regular gal could marry a guy like Jason Cobb. Mila. You mean a lying, cheating, no good me. Jerkson. Mila. That is brilliant. Me. Griffin made it up. Mila. I like him already. Cora. When, where, how? I want all the deets. Now. I go into detail about what happened after I abruptly left our group text yesterday when I heard Griffin's pleas for help. However, I leave out the parts about how last night when we were eating dinner, for the first time in ages, I felt satisfied. Not just from the food, but something else. Companionship, conversation, connection, the things that really matter. Well, tacos do too, but the other stuff is a close second. How, when we were talking, I felt listened to. Obviously, the girls listened to me, but Jason had that annoying habit of starting to speak before I was done, and inevitably shifted the convo to himself. Then there's the way Griffin makes me feel seen, but not self-conscious. There's so much depth and meaning in those blue eyes of his, and when he looks at me, I get warm all over, like I've been basking in the sun all day. I also avoid mentioning how memories of my brother have been particularly rough. I haven't quite pinpointed why exactly, other than the obvious part about losing someone I love. The pool of my intuition tells me that there's more to it, though. I almost feel like I'm being pushed or drawn to something. A memory of lyric that I've forgotten, perhaps. The group chat continued in my brief lost in thought absence. The girls now debate whether it's acceptable to eat lunch for breakfast, like salads and sandwiches in the morning. Another incoming text pulls me away from the group chat. Griffin. Meet me out front in 5. Wear a bikini. Me. How do you know I own a bikini? Griffin. It's hard not to notice. I reply with the embarrassed emoji head. Up until this week, I'd been sunning myself on the back deck. I'd found a really good book series and couldn't put it down. Griffin. No need to be embarrassed. If you recall, I've also seen you in your best performance art attire. That wins him a sideways laughing emoji. I wonder if it was Thorndike that took my clothes. Or maybe he had a Miami seagull do his dirty work. I won't put on a bathing suit until I find out what Griffin has planned. I prefer pools. Too fresh or salt water, and even that stretches me far beyond my comfort zone. Even walking on the beach has been a big step. It's then I realize what set me off on missing my brother and has only built since. The first day I got here, a rogue wave splashed me. Lyric was always the first one in the water and would splash me until I got in too. But those same waves are the reason he's no longer here. The sun slowly lightens the sky from early morning gray to blue. From the safety of the living room, I watch the waves roll in and out. A few surfers already dot the horizon. The seabirds swoop and dive, calling out above the crash of the water. Considering Thorndyke is on the loose, I should probably stand strong with his most recent victim. I tell the girls I'm heading out and urge them to try chocolate for breakfast. It does a girl good. I venture outside because looking at the man candy next door also does a girl good. Griffin waves from the path between our cottages, distracting me from my melancholy. He hasn't shaved, probably because of his injured wrist. Wearing board shorts and a t-shirt, what I now recognize as his uniform, so he can jump in the water at will. He has a longer surfboard than the one he usually rides, leaning against the fence. From a distance, I call, "You mentioned breakfast, but that looks like a surfboard to me." Griffin waggles his eyebrows. I try to come up with reasons I have to stay in today. I can't blame the weather, work, or housework. I can't tell him I have a sick llama, got stuck in the blood pressure cuff at the drugstore, or took the wrong train and ended up in New Jersey. Unfortunately, I've already used those excuses when I was still employed. Not going to think about that. "Thorndyke!" I shout in a panic, citing the bird as an answer to the question Griffin hasn't yet asked. "Good morning," he says quizzically, when I get close enough for us to speak at a normal volume. Thorndyke is the reason I can't go in the water. Griffin's eyebrows crimp together. "Thorndyke, really?" His voice is gentle, as if he understands there's more to it than that. And maybe he appreciates that I'm a bit quirky. At least I hope so. "Who said anything about going in the water? I thought we'd start by looking at it." The surfboard was a clue, but who said anything about me being scared? He tosses me a "I don't buy it for a second" look. I cross my arms in front of my chest. Fine, I'm terrified. "We can't let that bird win, Paisley. If we do, he'll tell all his cronies, and then we'll have a legion of angry seabirds on our hands, trying to steal our food, knocking us off ladders, and terrorizing us until he's the king of this beach." My lips twist as I consider the subtext. Griffin does have a point. "How's your wrist?" He lifts it, encased in a soft brace. "Been better. Could have been worse. It'll heal in no time. I'm like Wolverine," he says, referencing the character from the movies. A light, flirty giggle escapes. His gaze is soft when he says, "I've noticed you don't go in the water, even on these humid, muggy days. I thought we could start shallow. On top of this thing, you'd hardly even get wet." He pats the board. I wrinkle my nose. "No thanks. What about breakfast? You tricked me into getting out here early with the promise of food." He chuckles. "Tacos taste better after surfing. It's a fact." Is that so? They tasted pretty good to me last night, and I definitely didn't go surfing. "But I'd surfed earlier, and if only you'd been able to experience the meal like I did." The depth in his tone makes my skin heat. "How about we take a walk?" Like a gentleman, he extends the arm attached to his good wrist and pitches his chin toward the water. No sooner do I link my arm in his than a seagull screeches overhead. "I had a word with Thorndyke earlier." Griffin leans in like this conversation is private. I inhale his sunblock, salty, summery scent. It might be the first deep breath I've taken in a while. "Is that so?" I ask around a laugh, which takes me off guard, because only moments ago I felt stiff with trepidation. To my surprise, when I'm with Griffin, I feel more at ease, anchored and safe. It might be his size, big and muscly, his comfort around the water, something I don't possess, his confident stride, his deep voice. "Thorndyke promised not to bother us today." What did you have to do to buy him off? It's surprising what a little birdseed can do.
What's his problem anyway? I ask.
Oh, it goes way back. Remember when we were kids and we didn't share our cheese curls with him? I defended your snack shack, and he bit me.
The memory returns of us building forts out of driftwood and dry seagrass.
He went to the dark side, but I think we could win him back.
Halfway to the waterline, the old fear of the wild landscape tugs at me, but I let Griffin's steady presence soothe my worries.
I take it until recently you hadn't been here.
I haven't intentionally touched the ocean since... I can't say it.
Lyric.
I nod, because the words are trapped inside. I haven't spoken his name out loud in that amount of time either. Griffin steps in about ankle deep. I'm standing at an awkward distance for us to still be arm in arm.
Feels good,
he says, intentionally stretching farther away from me, but keeping his eyes locked on mine. If I don't want to let go of my human anchor, I'll have to step onto the compacted sand where the water ebbs and flows. My breath turns shallow. I imagine Lyric teasing me, splashing me. The ocean was the focal point of our summers until the accident. I can practically hear my brother's voice in the shushing of the water. "Come on, Paige, don't be a chicken." Then he'd flap his arms and make clucking noises. "I can do this," I whisper.
You can. Lyric would want you to get in here and have fun again.
Griffin is right, but all the worst-case scenarios play in my mind. A pair of seagulls banter on the soft sand. Families and kids splash in the shallows. Surfers catch waves farther out. I weigh risks and rewards.
I didn't know your brother as well as you, but I have a feeling that somewhere overhead he's taunting you, teasing you, and beckoning you to remember him. Not the loss, but who he was. A guy always up for a good time. He'd want the same for you. That's how I try to remember my parents anyway, my dad in particular. He died when he was out fishing. It was a heart attack. Devastating.
I'm so sorry. I step closer and squeeze Griffin's hand. I've never felt so understood in my life. Also, Griffin's comment about my brother wanting me to remember who he was and to have fun silenced all the scary scenarios my mind was creating.
That's life. The important thing to remember about the ocean is that it's a force of nature. As humans, we like to think we're at the top, but in reality, we're subject to whatever this earth wants to toss at us. It's important to be smart and stay safe when necessary, but to hide and hole up is a mistake.
My brother once said, when it's my turn to go, I want to make sure I wrung out every drop of water from this life. I choke up as I recall the day he said that. He was smiling and wringing water out of a towel on the deck off the cottage. As we've been talking, the tide has crept up, reaching my ankles now. I'm still a little wobbly and nervous, but don't step back onto shore.
Lyric was larger than life,
Griffin says, as though having a memory of his own. He was the guy who created the fun, the life of the party. Often stupidly daring but willing to take risks, he once saved a toddler from getting run over, rescued a dog from a burning building, and gave an older man the Heimlich when he was choking in a restaurant. This was all before he turned 24.
I wish I'd known him better.
Griffin gazes toward the horizon. My eyes water, but there wasn't anyone there to save him when... Griffin holds steadily to my hand as a bigger wave surges in. Without realizing what it's going to do, it comes up to my calves before I have a chance to back away. I close my eyes. Instead of bone-chilling fear, the water is like taking a much-needed drink, invigorating me from the bottom up. I glance down in awe. Then, by my neon yellow-painted toenails, something glints in the water. Griffin sees it too.
He plucks up a blue piece of sea glass before the waves wash it away. "Blue, that's the rarest kind to find, and is good luck," he says, handing it to me. I hold it up and it sparkles in the sunlight. Our gazes meet. "It's the exact color of your eyes." "As I said, it's good luck." He winks. With a smile, I tuck the sea-polished treasure in my pocket. "I can use some of that." We walk up the beach as the tangerine sun lights up the water. It laps over my feet, laying claim to our footprints. "It's washed away so much," I mutter. "Seems like the second you let yourself experience a bit of lightness, you dive right back into despair. I bet Lyric would tell you that it's okay to smile and laugh. Wouldn't he want you to be happy?" The moment is too heavy, and I worry I might sink under the weight of it. Griffin must register this because he nudges my shoulder. The press of his skin against mine chases all my fearful thoughts away. "And he'd want you to eat a breakfast taco." I can't help but smile because maybe the breakfast club isn't such a bad idea after all. Chapter 10. Paisley. After breakfast with Griffin that turns more into a brunch because we chat for so long, I get up to return to my cottage when the construction workers show up for the day. Griffin looks longingly at the few surfers remaining in the water and then at the cottage. "By the way, how's your wrist?" I push in my chair and stack our disposable plates. "Much better than yesterday." "Promise me no hard labor until it's completely healed. I'll be keeping my eyes on you." Using my first two fingers, I point from my eyes to him. He smirks. "I hope so." He hopes I'll be keeping an eye on him? It's hard not to. Oh no, did I say that aloud? Griffin's smirky smirk confirms I did. My cheeks flame, and I stop short of fanning myself. I'm a summer tomato, a boiled lobster, a beachgoer without sunscreen. "It's a deal, but you have to promise to meet me for breakfast tacos again tomorrow morning." I cross my arms in front of my chest so I don't cover my face. If I'm going to be assembling your meals and serving you on the back deck, I expect tips. His smirk deepens and amusement plays in his eyes. "Does that mean I can pinch your tush?" I swat him. "Griffin Sanders, do you pinch waitresses' backsides?" "No, just yours." At that, he gives my rear a little pinch, and then laughs low and sultry like this humid heat. My mouth hangs open. What happened to the goofball kid next door? He winks and goes inside wearing a mega smirk. Stunned, I stand there for almost a minute before a seagull caws overhead, and I scurry home before I end up with a sprained wrist too. After spending the last week inside, I put on a bathing suit, grab a book, and return to my chair. Under oath, I could not claim that I'm reading and not watching Griffin, also on his deck with a book in hand. I'm not sure if it was the way he eased me into the water earlier, how we talked openly about Lyric, or because he reminded me that my big brother would definitely want me to be splashing in the waves like I was 10 years old. But something in me shifted a little bit. In the book, I reach a kissing scene between the two main characters and am reminded that Griffin melted something inside. But that's another story. The tide is high, and a gaggle of kids race the waves, laughing and shouting with mirth. I was one of them once. Earlier, when I stood on the shore, bit by bit, my fear of the ocean and the resurgence of grief deflated like a punctured beach ball. If I didn't know better, I'd claim Lyric poked a hole in it. He was fond of pranks. As quickly as all those old emotions appeared, they vanished. It's as if I needed to be thrown in the deep end. Another thing my brother would do if we were at a pool, even if still fully clothed, he didn't hesitate to send me ankle over elbow into the water. In fact, he taught me to dive by repeatedly throwing me into the water until I finally tried and succeeded to position my arms and torso properly. He called it tough love. Have these last few weeks been a version of my brother throwing me in the deep end? Did Lyric hire Thorndyke, the sharp-toothed terror, to assassinate my fears? To keep me from crawling into my shell and staying there? I read something once about how if we do hard things and step outside our comfort zone, we'll find magic on the other side. I'm not necessarily looking for magic, but I won't deny that there's a special little spark between Griffin and me. My phone buzzes with a message from the Fab 5 group chat. Cora, what do you think of an autumn wedding? We all explode with enthusiasm because she and Shaw hadn't yet set a date. We talk colors, themes, food, cake. Mila, vital question. Are you inviting Miranda? Cora, of course. I send the eyes bugging out emoji. Blakely, question marks. Cora, don't you see? If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have met the love of my life. Mila, you told us the story of how you met online. I don't think Miranda can take the credit for that. Cora, no, but our forever marriage match dare can. And if you think about it, we made that because of Miranda. Daisy, you have a point. I guess that's one way to think about it. Cora, trust me, I have. If we hadn't dug that pact out of Paisley's attic and renewed our commitment to get married before the reunion, then I wouldn't be happier than I've ever been. I send the hand-on-chin thinking face emoji. Cora, ladies, Miranda is some kind of magical matchmaker. Mila, that's backward. Blakely, so what you're saying is we had to go through all that stupidness with her in high school, make a silly pact, and it's not until we make good on it that we'll find true love? Cora, I'm saying take a risk. Do something daring. Ladies, I survived the Amazon. I was stranded there with a veritable stranger. Daisy, one that turned into your fiancé. Cora, exactly. My gaze catches a fridge magnet that says, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I turn toward the ocean, pondering the change from our group collectively united against Miranda to Cora changing tact. She makes an interesting point. My brother also always used to say, "Come on, Paige, live a little." I may have been the youngest, but I was also the most cautious. I'd get so annoyed when he'd tell me to live a little, like he was implying I was a wimp. And yet, it's as if Lyric is reminding me that it's up to me whether I sink or swim. Literally. I watch the surfers and swimmers out in the water. Resolve gathers. Okay, I'll go out there, and not because I have something to prove, but because I owe it to my brother. Blakely, is Miranda going to be in the wedding like a bridesmaid? Cora, let's not get carried away. Mila, phew, I almost left the group chat thinking you'd lost your mind. Me, but I have, maybe a little, because tomorrow I'm going surfing. Mila, you're admitting that you lost your mind? Cora, woot woot. Blakely, I had a design idea for swimsuit-style wetsuits. If you become a surfer girl, you'll have to be my model. Daisy, adventurous. I tried paddleboarding on the lake and it was a lot of fun. Mila, don't break anything. After I get off the phone, I refuse to let myself think about the decision I made because I risk going back on it. But my friends and I have a rule. If we call our shot, we have to follow through and report back. Nervousness zips through me. Not thinking about going surfing is almost impossible, with Griffin a few yards away on his deck, the waves crashing on the shore, and the little excited jitters inside of me. My hippie mom says there are two kinds of fear. One is the don't go in the dark alley kind. The other causes those little frissions of excitement in the belly. It's the kind I get when I'm going on the upward track of a roller coaster. I don't know what to do with all this energy. Standing in front of the fridge, I gaze inside. I could make banana bread. The bunch on the counter are looking a little overripe. But I'm still full from the tacos and I need eggs. I have a few forms I need to fill out for work, having to do with the cancellation of my health care and other benefits. But I don't feel like going to a cafe with Wi-Fi or facing the disaster of my career. The cottage is a sty. My mother's typical organized chaos has turned into just chaos, with no thanks to me. So I spend the afternoon cleaning. Without realizing it, I think about my brother, all the fun we used to have, our adventures, mishaps, triumphs, and his tricks. With each memory and each swipe of my rag, wiping away many seasons' worth of grime, I feel even lighter and happier than I have in a long time. In years. I didn't realize how much baggage I'd still carried. And not once do I think about Jason. Nope. When my thoughts about Lyric dissolve, a tall, tan, and handsome surfer enters my mind and doesn't let go. The next morning, the sun is already blazing when I meet Griffin on the path between our cottages. I'm wearing a full piece rather than a bikini like he suggested. For one, I don't want any wardrobe malfunctions. For two, the Atlantic is cold. "Where's the surfboard?" I ask, ignoring the wavering in my stomach. They're just excited butterflies, I tell myself. Also, Griffin wears sunglasses and sports a bit more scruff than usual, making him look like one of those outdoor adventure male models. His lips part and then curl into a beaming smile. "Are you getting in the water today?" I flash my smile back at him. "Sure am. I've been bartering cooking duties for surf lessons with a guy I know." "Is that so?" I nod. We both chuckle. "You're going to love it." He gazes out to the shore, then hustles to his deck and grabs the board. When he returns, he takes a deep breath. "I have to get my excitement under control." He is so adorably enthusiastic. Those butterflies flit and flutter inside. "First, it's always a good idea to watch the waves before you go out. Get a sense of what kind of mood the ocean's in. Today looks mellow." A couple of surfers catch up to us as we walk toward the water. For a moment, it sounds like they're whispering. Then one says, "Griff, are you going to throw some buckets?" Griffin lifts his arm. "Hurt my wrist." "That bites. I'm frothing. Catch you next time." Griffin nods as they quickly take their boards off the roof of the car. "Griff?" I ask. He shrugs. "Yeah, goofy Griff. Surf stance thing, and not because of my personality. Technically, I ride switchfoot, but we'll get to that. Anyway, like I was saying, it's good to watch the waves to see where they're breaking, the wind and the tide." Our arms brush, and I steady myself as I waver between thoughts of, "Oh my goodness, what have I agreed to?" "I can do this. I can live a little." I take a deep breath. Griffin gives my arm a quick squeeze, whether because he senses my nerves or so that I focus because surfing is no joke. I give him my full attention. This is a longboard. It's good to begin on because it's buoyant, more stable, and nice in gentle rolling waves. He points toward the front of the board. This is the nose. Then he points at the back. That's the tail. Underneath are the fins. These are the rails. He rubs the long edges of the board. I watch his fingers, tanned and deliberate. And you see this here? He wiggles a little loop that is attached to a long, bendable plastic rope with a Velcro cuff at the end. This is the leash. It attaches to your ankle so you don't lose the board, and down the middle runs the stringer. He points to a faint line incorporated into the pattern that overlaid with the boardroom logo, a surf shop in town. The center of the board is the balance point. Too far to the right, you bail. Too far to the left, same. Try to stay strong along the midline. Now, I want you to stand in front of me, over here, where it's flat. With Griffin standing behind me, it's not only the sun that warms my shoulders. I tell myself with surfing and with the handsome instructor, all I have to do is take baby steps. He clasps my shoulders. My mind flashes to his breath on my neck, his lips there softly. Then he suddenly shoves me forward, wrenching me from the fantasy. I extend my right leg to break my fall as he deftly grabs me around the waist from behind, steadying me. I welcome his warm touch, but the shock rocks me. Hey, what'd you do that for? I spin around. Goofy foot. Griffin's grin tells me his intentions were harmless. Standard procedure, I swear. We do that to new surfers to determine what leg you lead with on the board. If I told you I was going to do it, sometimes without realizing it, people force a leg forward. You ride goofy foot like me, which means your left leg gets the leash. There's nothing goofy about you, he says, still wearing a grin, and I'm sorry if it startled you. Actually, but I don't get to finish. A tall blonde with a deep tan strides by in short shorts and a knit crop top. Hey, Griff, she calls. He takes his time pulling his eyes from me. Oh, hi, Emery. I study the waves and how they break gradually, pouring water into water, wanting to ignore the encounter unfolding behind me. Jealousy swipes at me as I imagine his hands on her shoulders, waist. I hear you had a wicked session the other day, she calls. Yeah. Griffin steps closer to me. There's a party tonight at Tug's. I hope to see you later, she says, blowing him a kiss. Cool, he says with a nod, but exasperation knuckles his features. He turns back to me. So where were we? Goofy? I ask, mock insulted and ignoring the way the interaction with Emery made me feel all squirmy inside. Right. No, nothing goofy about you. I was always the goofy one. Actually, I can be goofy, I retort. Really? He asks, as if pretending not to believe me, as if challenging me. I swipe my toes through the water, splashing him, prepared to show him my playful side. He shouts and shudders as the cool water hits his skin. He grabs me around the waist again, and we fall in slow motion onto the sand. I giggle and try to get loose, but even with just one arm, his grip is like a warm, welcome weight. We go still, and our gazes meet. I can't believe I didn't notice until yesterday that his eyes are the exact shade of the rarest kind of sea glass. My pulse races and the sound of the waves fades. The world goes fuzzy except for Griffin's blue eyes. I inhale suddenly, having forgotten to breathe. That breaks the spell. We're in the perfect spot to practice the pop-up. Griffin demonstrates by leaping into his feet in the classic surfer stance. You make it look easy, I say. I've practiced a bit. Give it a go, he encourages. On my first try, I trip over my own leg. Griffin catches me before I completely faceplant in the sand. After a few more tries, I make it to my feet. We review safety measures and then step into the water about waist deep. I shiver. "I don't want to pry, but are you sure about this?" Griffin asks. I glance toward the horizon, then look directly at Griffin's warm eyes smoldering in the sun. I wipe a smudge of sunblock that he hadn't quite rubbed in by his ear. His smile is the kind that makes me feel like the center of the universe. Like it's just us and the ocean. No dark thoughts, no self-doubt, no loneliness. His lips part, but I don't get the sense he was about to say anything because he blinks as if coming out of a trance. Yep, I'm ready to live a little. Gathering my resolve to move forward and blocking out the voice in my head that whines that it's too cold, too windy, too everything, I say, "Let's go." Holding the board steady, Griffin says, "Now to hop on." Hop is not a technical term or a word that accurately describes the flailing motions I make as I try to mount the board, which floats on moving water. I thrash, arms and legs waving wildly as I try to lay on it lengthwise on my belly and then flop back into the water. Griffin chuckles. "You are goofy, in a completely adorable way." I poke him in the side and whisper, "Want me to send Thorndyke after you?" "It just takes practice and patience, and more practice." After sliding off the board and repeating the broken bit of choreography until I finally manage to get on it, I rest with my cheek on the flat surface, almost eye level with Griffin. "You know what's next, right?" he asks with a twinkle in his eyes. "Come on, surfer girl. We're going to get you up on a wave." Griffin lines up the board perpendicular to the shoreline and holds onto the tail. He tells me how to paddle. "You'll feel me push and release you. Keep paddling. When you hear me holler pop up, go for it like we practiced." I take a deep breath. The saltiness fills my nose. The gulls call above. Griffin's warmth and encouragement are just an arm's reach away. I'm ready. After a handful of strokes, he releases the board, and with a rush, I fly forward. When he shouts, "Pop up!" a little wobbly, I get to my feet. The sea air flows through me. Then I'm down, splash, underwater. Panic rises up, but Griffin is at my side in seconds. I'm okay. He wraps his arm around my low back, pulling me close. We jump up and down giddily. I did it! If Lyric could see me now. Relief and a little bit of emotion wash through me. "He can. You had it. That was awesome. Again?" "Again," I repeat, eager to feel that rush on top of the wave and to live a lot. Chapter 11. Griffin. Paisley is a natural. After she rides no less than 10 waves, we get out and walk along the shoreline. Being so close to her, my skin hums and my pulse races as if I'd been the one surfing. "Taco time?" she asks. "About that. I'm all out." I make an aw shucks motion with my arm. "What? You tricked me. You claimed they'd taste better after surfing." She tosses her wet hair. That hum inside turns into a growl of desire, but I harness my focus. "That's so I can bank on you coming out tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that when my wrist heals. I'm playing the long game, surfer girl." I wink, and she playfully shoves me. "You trickster, and no way can I surf with you. I've seen these people looking at you like you're a surf god." "Definitely not a god. But she's not wrong. In the surfing community, I am kind of a big deal. Being up on the relatively quiet seacoast, it was only a matter of time before word got out that I'm here. It's hard to gauge the look she gives me now, but the comment she let slip yesterday about looking at me causes my lips to quirk. Her cheeks turn a pretty shade of pink again, and I wonder if she's thinking the same thing. The truth is, it's hard not to look at her, to think about her, to want to be with her, to kiss her. My voice is scratchy when I say, "No tacos today, but I have something else that's almost as delicious." We head toward a battered wooden building with a sign made of driftwood painted in wavy letters that spell out boardroom. A full rack of used beat-up surfboards stands outside, along with marked-down clothing and other beach accessories. Inside, the shop is crammed, from floor to ceiling with surf gear, clothes, sunglasses, beach towels, and flip-flops. On the backside, closer to the beach, a counter, piled high with baked goods and coffee, runs the length of the shop. The aroma of coffee mixed with coconut-scented surf wax carries me to the many days I spent in here when I was just a little grom. Paisley stands by the open doors, overlooking the large deck with tables and chairs, providing a panoramic ocean view. Thanks to the salt water, her long dark hair sends mermaid curls cascading over her shoulders. Andy, the owner, and an old sea dog if there ever was one, stands behind a display case topped with a cash register, laptop, and brochures. Sun-bleached streaks top his brown hair, but gray peeks out around his temples. He glances up from the computer screen. "Griff," he says, speaking in a booming Australian accent. "I wondered when you'd grace us with your presence. Didn't want to make a fuss. You were always so modest. In truth, having you around could help boost business." His lips twist. Does business need boosting? "No, sort of. I don't have the kind of pep and punch I used to. Truth is, I'm finally settling down and getting married. As soon as this place sells, I'm moving to Costa Rica. Live free and surf, bro." "Congrats. Who's going to fill your flip-flops?" "Don't know yet. Looking for buyers for the shop. If you would, please spread the word. The fiancé is getting antsy, and I can't leave a place like this without knowing it's in good hands." "No way. The boardroom is legend." Andy's pen rolls off the counter. I bend over to pick it up at the same time as Paisley, and we softly bump heads. When she straightens, her cheeks flush. "Sorry, are you okay?" I ask. Andy wears a subtle grin, as if noticing the chemistry between us. "This is Paisley Jones. I'm giving her surf lessons," I say, introducing them. Andy's grin grows. "That makes you a lucky man." Then to Paisley he says, "You must be Rick's sister." I'm not sure what to expect from her other than emotion. Understandably, the subject of her brother is a sensitive one. Her expression is flat. "How'd you know?" "The eyes. You have the same hazel eyes. Rick was a daredevil, that was for sure. I remember wondering how he could leap before looking, you know? Once I peered into his eyes right before he jumped off Shoal's cliff. I expected to see blank stupidity. Nope. That kid knew what he was doing. Leap and the net shall appear, as they say. Sorry that we lost him." I blink a few times, anxiously waiting for Paisley's response. Her gaze is liquid, but her smile is wide. "It's nice to hear that you saw that in him. Don't get me wrong, sometimes he was pretty dumb. There was this one time." Paisley and Andy spend the next 20 minutes swapping stories about Lyric that range from dumb, like she said, to awe-inspiring. Over at the cafe, they must have been brewing a new pot of coffee, because the scent calls to me along with cinnamon and butter. I nudge Paisley with my elbow. "Hey, surfer girl, you still hungry?" "Starved. Nice meeting you, Andy. It's hard to believe this was the first time, even though I come in here for cinnamon rolls on the regular." She thumbs the bakery over her shoulder. And those cookies.
Well, don't be a stranger. I have a few more stories to tell, and the bakery is looking for a new co-owner if you know of anyone who wants to adopt this place.
She smiles warmly. I'll keep that in mind. We wind through the store with its maze of boxes, boards, and cases of lemonade and iced tea. Andy always took pride in the shop, but I can tell his attention is elsewhere now that he's fallen in love. He was a ladies' man for years, and it's nice to see he found someone to spend the rest of his life with. As we pass a hodgepodge of t-shirts, hoodies, and flip-flops on our way to the cafe part of the shop, I nearly trip over a jumble of surfboard leashes. Paisley whispers, "What he could really use is a good organizational system. It would create more usable space and—" She pauses, looking around as if hoping Andy didn't overhear.
"Shelving," I add.
Exactly. I vaguely remember coming in here when I was little to get beach towels because mice got into the ones at the cottage. Since coming back, I usually use the entrance off the deck to go to the bakery, but the rest of this place has a lot of potential. Kind of reminds me of a barn on the beach.
Yeah, it's a barn, if us surfers are the cattle. I've been coming here since I was a kid. It's a sea spray beach staple.
A tall blonde with long hair, wearing a boardroom logo t-shirt, leans against the counter. Like Emery, she looks vaguely familiar. Hey, Griff. Good sesh?
Didn't catch any today.
I gently jiggle my wrist, then place my hand on Paisley's lower back, guiding her toward the display case.
Paisley did, though. First time out. She ripped.
Her smile is bashful, and she turns her attention to a tray of cinnamon buns cooling on the counter. Another girl behind the counter smiles coyly. Morning, Griff. What can I get for you? I get the uneasy feeling they know I'm no longer seeing Brianna.
But that doesn't mean I'm on the market.
Not that it's ever mattered much. For some reason, I'm a magnet for what Ian calls surf betties.
What can you get for us?
I correct, with a smile, motioning to Paisley. We each order drinks, and then I add,
we'll also have one of these.
I point to the gooey plate of giant cinnamon buns, practically the size of a frisbee. I stretch my arms overhead while we wait for the order, and suddenly feel self-conscious when the girls behind the counter ogle the toned line of my waist and abs. Paisley busies herself with a display of reusable water bottles. When our order is ready, we go outside on the deck. I pull out a chair for her. She eyes the way my shirt hugs my upper arms, but this time I don't feel like a hunk of man meat. In fact, I like the fact that she notices me. There's something real about Paisley that I haven't found in any girl I've ever dated. My draw to her is something primal and long dormant, strong and unavoidable. Just as we're about to dig into the cinnamon roll, a guy named Brody grabs a chair, flings it around, and takes a seat, leaning over the back of it on his forearms.
Griff?
I give a stiff nod to my top competitor.
Brody, this is Paisley. She got out today for the first time, I say,
making introductions as Brody looks her over from head to toe, with the same hungry look she gave the cinnamon bun.
You came to the right place. I just got back from Bali. The swell was up, so I flew down there for a couple. It was really going off. Too bad about the injury, Griff. Guess you won't be much competition at the next event.
He laughs darkly. Brody goes on to describe his surfing prowess as if it should impress Paisley.
That's great,
I say flatly, hoping a dry response will give him the hint to get lost. Brody's gaze continues to bore into Paisley, and then he points at her.
Wait, I recognize you. You were the chick that almost married the actor.
He snaps his fingers.
Jason Cobb. Blows that he cheated on you.
A shadow crosses her eyes. I've noticed Jason has texted a few times, pestering her. probably begging for her back. I don't blame him, but I wouldn't mind making him beg for mercy. I shake off the aggressive thought. Brody continues.
Now that you're a free woman, we should go out. There's a party tonight. You and me could hit the scene.
She frowns and then looks at me. Do you have plans tonight? I try to hide my smirk. Brody recovers quickly from her subtle rejection.
Haven't seen you out in a while, old man, he directs at me.
No, and there's a reason for that. Also, for the record, I'm only a few years his senior. Brody waggles his eyebrows.
You know what they say about the parties at Tug's place?
No, I don't, Paisley replies, but I'm not sure if it's in the tone of a question or a disinterested statement. A rumble of jealousy met with protectiveness rolls through me. Brody pulls off a chunk of our cinnamon roll before saying,
This looks delicious. Mind if I have a bite?
Paisley slaps his hand, but not overly gently. More like my mom when my brother or I would try to swipe frosting from a birthday cake before it was ready. He drops it.
What's the big deal?
She wags her finger back and forth in front of his face. No cinnamon roll for you, no party with me. He gawks, and I do everything I can to stifle laughter. Paisley takes a length of the coiled roll and chews, while staring at him with dead fish eyes. Brody takes the hint and gets up.
Whatever. Keep your stupid cinnamon roll.
When he's gone, Paisley asks, what was his problem? The corners of my eyes crinkle as I take a sip of my coffee.
Brody thinks he's all that and a bag of cinnamon buns.
More like a pretentious jerk. He reminded me of the surfer version of Jason, or if Jason played the role of a surfer in a movie. She rolls her eyes. Why'd Brody have to bring up my ex? I don't want to think about him. I hate his face. Hate his... Never mind. I won't ever be able to love again if I'm filled with so much hate. The comment makes my heart twist.
Glad you saw through Brody.
Are you glad? She asks with an arched eyebrow. I lean in and wipe a crumb off Paisley's lip. At the touch, a flame ignites within me.
Yep.
And I'm touched that you didn't ignore me when we were in line, succumbing to the flirty girls at the counter, she says boldly.
Is that so?
My lips twitch with a smile. She nods. That's something Jason would have done. He flirted with everyone. You're nothing like him. At those words, the flame grows and scorches. I could reach across this table and kiss this woman. I'd like to. I've been wanting to all week. Her long lashes slow as she blinks. Is she thinking the same thing? We've both played our cards. Could we up the ante? Before I can close the space between us, a couple of young surfers approach our table, whispering, and then slouch casually when I turn to them, as if they weren't intending to get my attention. I know what's coming.
Hey, Griff, saw you at the U.S. Open. You shredded,
says a thin kid with a hood of his sweatshirt pulled up.
Thanks.
I fist bump each of them.
We were wondering if you'd sign our boards.
The other kid holds up a permanent marker.
Cool. I'll be outside in a sec.
Paisley watches them saunter off. Wow, you're quite the icon around here.
I remember fan-broing over pro surfers when I was their age, coming in here, checking out the boards, and dreaming big.
What do you think of being famous? I shake my head.
I'm not famous.
You were to them. I shrug and pop the second-to-last piece of cinnamon roll into my mouth, leaving the gooey center for Paisley as we get up to leave. Andy cruises over to us as we near the door and holds out a movie case.
Hey, I remembered that I had your copy of The Endless Summer.
The front bears the iconic image of two guys and their surfboards in bold sunset shades of orange, yellow, and pink.
This is the epitome of stoke. It's a must-watch for surfers. Catch a few waves, get the bug, watch this movie, you'll be converted for life.
He nods at Paisley.
Thanks, forgot you had it. See you at the party later?
Andy asks. I eye Paisley, who watches the waves in the distance.
Maybe. Miss seeing you around, man,
Andy says, clapping me on the shoulder. While I sign the kids' boards, Paisley holds the movie. We walk back to the cottages. Since the party came up a couple of times, and wondering if she wants to go, I ask,
"What are you doing tonight?"
She jiggles the case. Watching this with you. I beam a smile. Chapter 12. Paisley. After the morning spent surfing and the bulk of the afternoon with Griffin, that sun-kissed, salty exhaustion kicks in, and I'm an anemone on the couch, totally splayed. I remain there, doing my level best not to scroll social media as the velvety sunset cast shadows in the living room. Someone knocks on the rickety screen door. I crane my head. A tall, broad-shouldered surfer stands there with a video case in hand. A warm and buttery feeling spreads through me. Then again, it's pretty hot this evening.
Checking on how you're doing after the session this morning.
Muscles that I didn't know existed are sore. I swing my legs down and sit up. But I'd love to go again tomorrow. His smile shines.
I brought a couple of ice packs and ice cream. Also, do you want to watch this movie?
The buttery feeling gives way to a hot buttered popcorn explosion. You're so thoughtful. I think I already have the surf bug, but definitely. Let's watch it. I probably shouldn't compare, but every year I do a fundraiser marathon where I walk for cancer in memory of my Nana. The next day, I can hardly move. Jason didn't even offer an Advil or donate so much as $1. I excused him because he was always so busy, but I'm practically popping out of my chair because the guy next door is so sweet. And so hot with his strong jawline, the groovy grooves of muscles on his legs, abs, arms, and his shoulders. Also, let's not forget those quads. I cannot get enough of how they look as if they're sculpted from marble. We settle in on the small couch. I strategically place the ice packs, and Griffin slides the endless summer into the player. The peeling waves, continuous sunshine, and the quest for the perfect session have me instantly hooked. Something about the pacing and tenor of the narrator and characters creates instant relaxation and makes me dream of adventure. The couch is impossible to sit on upright for any length of time, and I slowly slide down toward a diagonal, starfish style this time. Before long, my leg rests against Griffin's. It's warm and solid, yet makes me feel tickly and like I'm made of whatever starfish are formed from. But neither of us move as we watch the guys in the film catch wave after wave. Partway through, Griffin's phone beeps with a text, then another. Is someone trying to harsh your mellow? I ask. Griffin bursts into laughter. What? I looked up surf slang online.
You are too cute.
Oh, you think so?
Yes, very much.
Griffin's lips quirk as if maybe, or perhaps I'm just being hopeful, he'd like to say more. I think you're pretty cute yourself.
Who, me? The gawky neighborhood goofball with the buck teeth and cowlick?
You know there's nothing gawky about you. The girls at the boardroom and the one on the beach definitely didn't think so. Griffin tips his head back on the couch, and his phone slips out of his hand.
Ugh, my manager wants me to make an appearance.
Your manager?
Yeah, he handles the business side of things, for the most part. Jose arranges travel, deals with the sponsors and stuff like that. I guess one of them is concerned because I've been scarce on the scene, and they have a new line launching soon.
Griffin sits up from his relaxed splay, for the lack of a better word, on the couch. It won't last, I say. Stricken, he asks,
What do you mean?
Sorry, that sounded cryptic. This couch is made for jellyfish. I demonstrate, letting all my muscles relax, which isn't hard to do considering the state I'm in. Something about my comment makes him laugh again. Try to resist it, I dare you. That particular word reminds me of the dating dare. Griffin goes all jelly on me, and his arm rests against my thigh.
How's this?
I'm getting major invertebrate vibes. I win another laugh.
And I thought I was the goofball.
You've met your match, Griffin Sanders. His smile is irrepressible.
I think I have.
The movie plays in the background. The room is otherwise dark, and something passes between us. It's kind of like the wind. You can't see it, but can feel it, and know without a doubt it's there. This is like a summer breeze whispering kisses across my skin. Then his phone vibrates. Wow, Manager Man is persistent.
I told Jose I'm on a date so he'd let up. Says word finally got out that I'm in town. I probably have Brody to blame. I was trying to avoid this. The guys in the lineup are pretty respectful. I'd purposefully made myself sparse at the boardroom. But I'm not only getting messages from Jose, the local scene is pumped that I'm here.
Griffin turns his head to the right to look at me.
I much prefer being a jellyfish with you, but would you like to come with me to the party?
Are jellyfish allowed?
No, pretty girls are, though.
His finger absently plays with one of my saltwater curls. I'm pretty now?
Very pretty, Paisley.
His voice is a throaty rumble. I like the sound of that.
The party?
No, your voice, saying those words. It's nice.
Did Jason ever tell you that you were pretty?
I scrunch my nose, thinking. He said I was nice looking, but this is a Jason-free zone. No talking about him. Let's go to the party, then come back and blob around. Hearing Griffin say that he thinks I'm cute and pretty is almost as good as hearing him laugh and seeing him smile, and him referring to this as a date.
Sounds like a plan.
We take Griffin's Jeep. The doors and top are off, and the wind tangles my hair as we drive along the coast to Dune Road. He pulls up to a beach house crash pad. Another Jeep and an old VW bus parked in the front sport a smattering of surf-related bumper stickers. Surfboards lean on the exterior wall of the house, and beach chairs, a grill, and other miscellaneous items scatter around the yard, illuminated with strings of garden lights. Laughter leads us to a side door that's propped open with a cinder block. Griffin reaches for my hand as we enter. His touch ripples waves of excitement and comfort through me. A grouping of people, ranging in ages, gathers in the kitchen and living room, reminding me of the parties my parents and their hippie friends had when I was a kid. Only instead of activism, sit-ins, and music festivals, these people talk about surf reports, exotic superwaves, and custom boards. I feel slightly out of place, like the mom returning to bring the babysitter home, only to discover she'd thrown a party. Maybe so much time studying in high school and college prevented me from learning how to let loose.
Griff, hey!
A guy with short, spiky hair calls from a velour couch. The others in the room sit transfixed by a surfing video that plays on a TV nestled into what was once the brick surround of a fireplace.
Doug, have you been?
They fist bump.
I've been. You?
Tug offers Griffin a beer, which he declines, and then introduces me to a smattering of people.
Selfies are taken, surf speak is exchanged, and I feel woefully out of place. But not for Griffin's lack of introducing me. All the while, I think about how much I already love surfing, and I've only done it once. One of the blondes from earlier saunters over and rests her hand flirtatiously on Griffin's arm and whispers something in his ear. I'm not possessive or crazy or anything, but lady, he's holding my hand. As I see it, I have 3 options. 1, I could stake my claim right here, right now. My boyfriend, hands off. 2, I could ignore it like I learned to do with Jason. 3, I could go all jellyfish and blob on the couch with the guy named Tug. It looks pretty comfortable.
Emery, did you meet my girlfriend Paisley?
Griffin's words shoot me from my thoughts. Oh, there's a 4th option, and he chose it. Good to know. Inside, I do a double take. Wait, he said what? I plaster on a smile like everything is fine and normal. It's not. Griffin doesn't flinch or look green like he just swallowed a ton of seawater or like he'd said anything unusual. Blondie blinks at me slowly, giving me a snooty appraisal. She's wearing a stylish tank top and skirt, while I have on an oversized t-shirt, leggings, and sandals. At least I took the socks off. The ocean dropped my core temperature earlier. She says, Griff, I was wondering if you want to go somewhere quieter. Tug always has the music up so loud. He shifts uncomfortably.
I'm here with Paisley.
It's nice to meet you, Emery, I say, extending my hand and hoping to reinforce the girlfriend introduction. Paisley, interesting name. Isn't that like a fabric pattern or something? She asks. Even though the Fab Five aren't here in person, the girls splash me with cold water and throw me into the ring. I come up with fists lifted. Proverbially, of course. I was going to ask you a similar question. Isn't an emery board another name for a nail file? She sneers and then stomps off. I lift my hand for a high five. And you can use me as a girlfriend anytime.
I wasn't using you, Griffin says,
sounding slightly put out. We're standing in the hallway by the door. He turns so my back is to the wall. He steps so close I get the full effect of his sunshine, sunblock scent when a breeze wafts through the screen. I feel the summer heat emanating from his skin. His sea glass blue eyes blaze. I don't drink, so I can't claim to be wearing beer goggles, but my goodness, this guy is good looking. No wonder Emery couldn't resist. I feel like I'm in a state of handsome, haughty, hunky inebriation. The world is a blur. It's like I opened my eyes underwater and can make out shapes and only the general idea of things. But this one is new, unexpected. Who am I fooling? I'm jumping and splashing around inside. However, all I can manage to say is, oh. Griffin's lips quirk.
Yeah, girlfriend.
Boyfriend? Forget surf slang. The intensity of this moment renders me monosyllabic.
Yeah, he repeats.
Okay.
Do you want to go for a walk? Go somewhere quieter?
He winks.
I think I've paid my dues here.
He says goodbye to a few people, and the night air knocks me from my girlfriend-boyfriend-induced haze. For a second there, I felt like I was at a high school party and you said I was your girlfriend, I say as we wade through the junk in the yard and toward the sidewalk. Griffin grips my hand.
I did say I want you to be my girlfriend.
But we hardly know each other.
I've known you longer than I've known most people.
But we don't know each other.
Do you want to get to know each other better? He asks.
Yes, very much. I wring my hands.
Is it because of Jason?
I slice an X through the air. Jason-free zone.
Oh, right. Is it too soon?
His features dim. A yearning, burning, deep desire flares inside of me. No, the timing is just right. I let out a long breath. His lips quirk into a satisfied smile.
Rad.
Sweet.
Gnarly.
Epic.
I see you have been studying surf speak.
I giggle as he snaps up my hand and begins to run toward the beach at the end of the street. When we get there, I kick off my sandals as we walk along a path between seagrass rustling in the light breeze. He plunks down in the sand a measure away from the shore and pulls me down to join him.
Paisley, I've been thinking about you all day, all week, this month, for years, since we were kids. You were my first crush. I don't want to overwhelm you or scare you off, but that feeling hasn't left.
I squish up my eyes and press my hands against my face. Do you remember playing Spin the Bottle?
How could I forget? Can I have a second chance?
Did you have a first chance?
I did ask you to make sandcastles with me.
We were 8.
Then the next summer you had your friend here with you, Cora, I think. I asked you to go to the fudge shop in the village with me.
I couldn't leave her by herself, I shrug, recollecting. But we can call this chance 1.5. It's sort of a first and sort of a second, but I don't want to rush into things.
I understand, he says quickly.
But I do want to rush into things. I want to rush into his arms, to have him sweep me off my feet and have a happily ever after. My mind flashes to us living in a cottage by the sea. It's a simple life, the two of us, surfing, no posing for the gram, lots of tacos. His fingers graze the side of my cheek. An unfamiliar thrill rushes through me. A piece of my hair, loose from my messy bun, brushes against his hand as I lean into it. He gazes intensely into my eyes. A shiver of longing makes goosies rise on my skin as he draws me closer. I incline my head. His breath tickles my neck. He pauses, looking into my eyes as if asking for permission. In the dim moonlight, his tan and chiseled features are like an invitation.
Can I have a second, first kiss?
My lips quirk toward a smile, toward a yes. Our mouths meet. His kiss takes my breath away. It's primal, wild like the ocean. We kiss hungrily, lips and hands exploring each other. Ecstatic stars dance behind my closed eyes. Facing each other, we kneel in the sand. I grip the back of his neck. His palm presses against my low back. Our chests press together. The kiss deepens and takes me somewhere I've never been. I feel free like I did when I was riding the waves earlier. I feel joy and connection and like the world is bigger and brighter than I could have imagined. And Griffin is at the center of it. We continue to kiss until I notice his stubble tickles my cheeks as he nips my lip. I giggle and he drags in a breath.
Wow.
Yeah, I say. We drop back in the sand, each of us lying on our sides and facing each other. He tucks a piece of hair behind my ear and repeats,
Wow.
That was no spin the bottle kiss.
No, it wasn't, and it was definitely worth the wait.
Chapter 13. Griffin. The next morning, Paisley is on my front porch at first light. She has an oversized sweatshirt on and sunglasses, looking every bit a surfer babe. But unlike so many other women I've met, she has a bold authenticity that's refreshing. Last night, while we sat in the sand, walked along the beach, and then hung out on her back deck,
as the moon rose and crested the sky. I explained the tides and how often the water was glassiest at dawn and dusk when the wind settled down. To be honest, I didn't expect her to be up so early, but she's committed, and I am too. To her. Speaking of bold, I had a moment when we were standing there at Tug's place, when I saw two versions of my future. The first involved me sitting in that living room partying, only to wake up the next morning to do it all over again, but feeling a kind of emptiness that I'd look back on later and regret. The other was me taking courageous action, like when I go all in and commit to a big wave. If I were ever to hesitate, I'd go over the falls, get hammered by hundreds of pounds of water, and come up with my lungs burning and gasping for air, if at all. I opt for the second option. Full send. I'm in with Paisley all the way. "Good morning," she says brightly, completely unaware of my early morning deep thoughts. My pulse quickens at the movement of her lips, at the reminder of the kiss from the night before. It lit a fire inside of me that not even all the water in the ocean could douse. I want to kiss her forehead, her temples, the little spot behind her ear, her collarbones. Instead, I lean into her mouth and brush my lips there softly. "Good morning," she repeats, much like I did when I said, "Wow," last night. "Eager to get in the water?" Paisley nods without looking away from my mouth until I peel my shirt off and change it for a rash guard. She gawks, not at all hiding that she's checking me out. I chuckle. So this is how it's going to be. "You were such a goofball. Now you're a beefcake. Not that I'm objectifying you, but there is no denying the buff bod." She squeezes my biceps. "I love how you just speak your mind." Her gaze drifts to mine and amusement plays on her lips like she knows what she's doing to me. Delightful torment, but genuine. I have no inkling that she's doing this because she has aspirations to date a big wave surfer. At least I hope Paisley wouldn't use me to get 15 minutes of B-level fame. She already had it with Jason, right? Brianna comes to mind and I push my doubts away. She tugs on the center of my rash guard. "And your crystalline blue eyes, it's like the ocean is part of you." Now I'm blushing. "Okay, I'll stop. I know, it's dangerous." I laugh and grip her waist, drawing her in for another kiss. When we part, I say, "I could get used to this." "I hope you do," she whispers, as if I steal her breath away. We walk toward the shore. I point out little nuances about the wind, the waves, and the marine environment. We wade into the water. The rising sun lights up Paisley's face, painting it golden, lifting the highlights in her hair and making her faint freckles pop. I stabilize the board. She's a bit wobbly, but gets up on her first try. "Ready?" I ask. She catches a wave, and when she comes back, she wears a beaming smile. "There are 3 things I can't stop thinking about. This is one of them." "What's the second thing?" I ask. "Tacos." Of course. We float for a few minutes between sets and talk about the waves. When one draws near, I give the board a push to gain momentum and then call "pop up" at just the right time when a wave curls behind her. She gets to her feet and drops into the groove, flying across the water. "You're doing great," I holler, as she paddles back to where I stand. We're in the shallows still, but she's a natural. By the time my wrist is healed, we'll be able to go out to the lineup. "I'm lucky, though. I've got a good teacher," Paisley answers. I splash her in thanks for the compliment, and she splashes back, giggling. being in the water is easy with you. I think back to how she struggled with losing her brother and the trepidation she had about getting in. But to keep things light, I say, I might be part fish. She laughs. Jellyfish? But really, you have a tranquil playfulness about you, yet you're also gentle and deep, just like the ocean. I have a feeling I'm the third thing she's been thinking about. Truth is, she's all that's been on my mind. She floats toward me, belly down on the board and with her chin resting on her hands. Her long lashes are damp and frame those gorgeous hazel eyes of hers. My chest flames. I've never felt this way about a woman. Well, except for her. But in these last weeks, it's grown, gotten deeper, stronger. There's something I want to tell her, but she said she wants to take things slow. So I'll wait. After a few more rides, the waves flatten out, and we sit in the sand.
So, surfer girl, you can surf. How's it feel?
I don't know. Amazing? No, not quite. Exhilarating? Like nothing else?
That's the truth.
But it's more than that, Paisley says. When I first got back to Sea Spray Beach, it almost felt like I was drowning. There was the breakup, the social media circus, and then the memories and resurgence of grief over my brother. She shakes, sending droplets of water over me like she's let it go. Now I just feel lighter, and all I want to do is surf.
We have a word for it. It's called stoke. You've got stoke. You're stoked. Paisley's stoked.
I hoot for the beach to hear. Around laughter, Paisley calls out, I'm stoked. Our eyes meet. Hers are warm and inviting. The thing I want to tell her surfaces again. We lean in as the salt air gusts between us. When we kiss, her lips are slightly salty, not sweet like last night or minty like this morning. When we part, she says, Is it taco time?
You have a one-track mind.
3 tracks.
What's the third?
I ask. She pecks me on the lips, grabs my hand, and we trot to the path between our cottages. Without her saying it, I can be sure the feeling is mutual. At least, I hope so.
About the tacos, bad news. I still haven't gotten to the store. Sunday is meal prep day.
I could really go for something to eat. Want to head over to the boardroom? She asks. We order egg and cheese bagel sandwiches, and Paisley lounges on the splintered and sea-battered back deck off the shop. The sun shines against a nearly cloudless sky. While I wait for our order, I say good morning to Andy.
How was the party last night?
He asks. I make what my brother used to call a stink face.
Yeah, same old, same old. To be honest, I kind of feel that way about this shop. Get up, grind, repeat. I don't have the same stoke as I used to.
You're in love, I say, as if that explains it. His complexion darkens.
I think someone else is too.
I point to myself.
Takes one to know one. I haven't seen you smile like that since the swell during the winter of '09.
I laugh, recalling the mega storm surge.
So, are you gonna stick around here? Because if so, I happen to know of a business in need of buying.
I've trained myself to live in the present, a necessity and byproduct of surfing. Paisley has her career and place in Manhattan. What are her plans when the summer is over? My stomach knots.
I can tell you're thinking about it. I'm letting it go for a fair price. Don't need much to retire down in Costa Rica.
He claps me on the shoulder, suggesting I think about it, and then turns his attention to a family in desperate need of sunblock. I grab our breakfast sandwiches from the counter and go outside to the table where Paisley sits.
Still stoked?
I ask. Totally stoked, Paisley says. picking up on the surfer lingo as if she's been speaking it all her life.
Sick. I thought so. You did great. Just think, this is only day 2. There are so many waves ahead of you.
Thanks. I couldn't do it without you,
Paisley says. Brody appears, pulls up a chair, twists it around, and sits on it backward, resting his forearms on the back like last time.
Missed you in the lineup this morning, he says to me. Did you really miss me?
My wrist is almost healed. I'll admit I'd be in rough shape not being able to surf for this long if it weren't for the woman sitting across from me.
The waves will be firing tomorrow morning, building swell. Think you can hang?
Brody asks. I toss him a flat look. He ignores it.
I don't know if you'll be in shape for the comp in J-Bay in a few weeks.
My present moment method of living fails me because I only now remember I'm traveling to South Africa at the end of the month.
And I missed you at the party last night, Paisley, Brody says.
At that exact moment, she takes the large and final bite of her sandwich. She has chipmunk cheeks, which I think is adorable. We exchange a look, and my eyes crinkle with laughter. She covers her hand with her mouth, nods, and points at me, gesturing I speak for her.
We, my girlfriend and I, were at the party for a while,
I say, answering because she can't. She points to me and nods as if to say, yes, that's correct. Brody's forehead furrows like he's confused about being rejected.
Whatever, dudes. You're both weird. See you in the water.
He gets to his feet and saunters off. After Paisley swallows, she says, that guy just won't quit.
His tenacity serves him well when surfing. We're rivals.
I noticed.
He wants my title and whatever else I have, I hint.
Well, I'm not up for grabs, she says loudly. A guy working on his laptop gives us a look. What was he saying about Africa? She asks. I scrub my hand down my face.
Believe it or not, I forgot about a little competition at a spot in South Africa called Jeffrey's Bay.
By little, do you mean big? She asks.
I do.
Don't you need to be training and whatever else surfers do to get ready for something like that?
Probably. I'm not a nervous person, but the fact that I forgot about this points out just how preoccupied I've been, and maybe that it's time for me to retire, to shift focus. What does any of this mean for Paisley and me?
I can help. My friends say I'm a really good coach. I chuckle.
Do you mean that you coach from the couch? If so, I'm afraid I need to be in the water, though a floating couch isn't a bad idea.
Joking aside, I have to be in top form for the competition. Something my father used to say comes to mind. Quit a winner. Is it really time to retire? Could this be my last major competition? I look around at the surf shop, the bakery, and the beach beyond. After being on the road so long, this is home. But what will I do with my time? I love surfing, but don't want to become a bum. I glance at Paisley, whose hazel eyes fix on the water, reminding me of myself when I was younger and studied the waves, absorbing whatever I could so I could better understand and respond to the mysteries of the sea. The competition will take me in one direction, away from Paisley. She said she wanted to take things slow, but I'll be gone for a couple of weeks. Where does that leave us? Will she be here when I get back? I'm afraid to ask because the answer makes me feel like I might wipe out, nosedive into shallow water. Then I have a wild, bold, daring idea. Come with me, I blurt. Back to the cottage? I shake my head. Surfing. Yeah, that's the plan, right?
And safari.
A safari? She asks, confused.
Yes, There's a great resort at J-Bay. While I'm involved in the competition, they have a tour for guests, and you can surf, go on safari, to the spa.
Her eyes widen. You mean for me to go to South Africa and cheer you on while you crush Brody under your surfboard?
I laugh. When you put it that way, yes. So do you want to?
The laughter leaves her face, and she turns solemn. I'll have to think about it. Hope flares inside because that wasn't a no. Chapter 14. Paisley. In the coming days, I finally get my breakfast tacos. They were well worth the wait, and so were the waves. Also, the constant kisses from my boyfriend. My boyfriend. Brody was right about the swell. Now that the surf is up and Griffin's wrist is healed, he's out there at dawn. Then I join him at a more respectable hour and in calmer waves. I'm starting to get the hang of paddling into my own waves. Am I stoked? Ultra stoked. I thought I'd be afraid, especially after what happened to Lyric, but it's like Griffin is dialed into comfort and ease. All I have to do is be in his proximity to receive the same signal. I've never felt this way around a guy before, or the ocean. I can't help but think about Jason in contrast. With him, it was all for show, and as if he was always waiting for the next big thing. A role, money, car, house, trip. Speaking of trips and things, I should be watching the waves while I sit here like a little cork, bobbing in the big blue sea. But I'm thinking about the immediate and distant future. South Africa? My future. Work? Where do I want to be? What do I want to do? The time spent here has slowed me down from the rat race, given me perspective. But I have to go back, right? I'm not sure the answer, but when all else fails, surf. I blame Thorndike for my new obsession. I start paddling, prepared to ride this wave. Griffin cheers me on. Instead, it crashes over me. For a second, I panic. I'm somewhere underwater. The board is somewhere above me. But his words and assurances are in my mind, and I float to the surface. On the second try, I paddle, try to get up, but the wave fizzles out beneath me. On the third try, I get to my feet, but do a backward flop into the water before I get my footing. I paddle back out to where Griffin sits astride his board. You make it look so easy, I say.
You look disappointed, he answers.
It's just harder than I thought.
Most good things are.
He looks over his shoulder at the incoming wave, after the words slip out of his mouth.
Remember what I said about practice? Patience? We'll try again,
he says, with a steadiness that reminds me of how far I've come.
Let the wave come to you, catch you, and pick you up. Trust the ocean and trust yourself, Griffin says.
That's solid life advice, I say. His words cut to the truth. This isn't something that I can do perfectly every time. My ever-present type A mentality that makes me a great lawyer has set me up for failure. I can't control the ocean or each wave. Perhaps that's the gift the sea offers. I angle myself into position and close my eyes for one moment. The salt air washes through me. I blink my eyes open and feel the incoming wave undulating beneath the board. I paddle, 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 and pop up. This ride, the one I take without a push, with trust in myself, is worth all the difficulty and discouragement, and the burning sore muscles. My whoop as I breeze across the cresting wave can probably be heard all the way down the beach. Griffin must catch a wave behind me, because he rides in and cheers loudly. We run toward each other through the water against the current, clapping and hooting. He lifts me out of the water and swings me around. My toes skim the surface. "You did it!" "I did it!" He sets me down, and the tethered boards are loose nearby as the waves break around us. We both lose our footing. Still in Griffin's arms, we topple and laugh. In a tangle, we splash in the shallows.
"Looks like you're ready for J-Bay," he says.
"Hardly. How's your wrist?" He squeezes it.
"Feels great. I'd better get back out there and practice. Build up my appetite for tacos."
"Actually, I want to make dinner for you tonight," I say, feeling inspired.
"Really?"
Surprise widens his eyes. "See you at 7?"
"Sounds like a date," he says.
If it weren't for lugging the heavy board, I'd be skipping across the sand. I surfed. I have a boyfriend, and the sun is shining. Life doesn't get much better than this. Having had time off from work, I've been thinking a lot about my career and getting serious about my future. Only, I don't want a serious future. I'm tired of coordinating suits, boardrooms, and power lunches. Becoming a lawyer was less a result of wanting to achieve a certain economic status, but more a desire for order, to quell, suppress, and hide my quirky personality. It was true that I wanted to break loose from my parents' meager income example and be able to shop all the aisles of Target and not just the dollar spot. But looking back, I think they were onto something by having fewer possessions but living fuller lives. When my dad asked my brother why he didn't want to go to college, he told a story of an investment banker and a fisherman that he'd heard after he'd come back from a trip to Baja California, one of his many adventurous expeditions. The moral of the story was the banker would spend his years toiling, holding off on doing what his heart desired in the distant future when he retired, like going boating and time spent with loved ones. Meanwhile, the fisherman worked a little each day, lived simply, and spent his time with his friends and family, not putting it off for someday. That made a lot of sense to my dad, but not to me at the time. I thought college was my ticket out and didn't understand what my brother would do with his time. Now I get it. Live a little, live a lot. Do I want to work nonstop for a paycheck and wait to live, or work a little and live now? The peeling waves, continuous sunshine, and time with Griffin point to what I'd like to do. But it's big, daunting, not part of the original plan where my life was bookended by affidavits and legal documents. Then there's the issue of income. I don't have a trust fund like Mila and can't gallivant around the world. Not that she has it easy. No, the trust fund came with its own price. Although I've never been to Africa, I do an online search for South Africa travel. Like the ocean, the continent seems untamed and intimidating. But as I click through images of sparse landscapes, juxtaposing zebras and colorful birds, sweeping views of the sea, and the temptation of waves, Paris, where I was supposed to take my honeymoon with Jason, suddenly seems impossibly remote, like a journey backward in time. I click over to the Fab 5 group chat. Me. Thoughts on South Africa? Blakely. Amazing textiles. She adds heart emojis, the same kind I'm sure I get every time I look at Griffin. Cora. Shaw and I are going to visit the Nile. Mila. I went there once. It's amazing, beautiful, good people, great food. Daisy. Why? Are you planning a safari? Me. Something like that. I tell them about Griffin's invitation. They encourage me and buzz about what this means for Griffin being my forever marriage match. Me. But don't you think this is moving too fast? I just got out of the relationship with Jason. Mila. I'm going to be honest here. Cora. When are you not? Mila. Jason was in a relationship with himself, not you. If you're feeling something with this new guy, then go for it. Blakely. Wow, didn't expect to hear that from our very own non-romantic. Mila. Ha ha, the point is, every time we talk, Paisley seems happier and more herself than she's ever been. This is true. Mila. So why not follow it and see where it takes you? Cora. He could be the one. My heart says he is. Me. But there's another issue. Blakely. Does he talk with food in his mouth? Cora. Mouth breather. Daisy. Is he growing one of those stupid mustaches? Me. No and no and no. Though he doesn't shave often. Mila. Nothing wrong with a little scruff. But does he have dry lips? Guys don't always realize they can use lip balm. It's not girly. Me. No, and why are you all talking about his lips so much? Cora. Because... Daisy. They've been betting whether you've kissed yet. I send the surprised, gasping emoji head. Blakely. How was it? Me. I don't kiss and tell. Mila. We got every unpleasant detail about Jason. Me. Yeah, because you guys bullied me about what it was like kissing Jason Cobb. In truth, it wasn't that great. I just didn't want to embarrass the sexiest man alive. Mila. More like the jerkiest man alive, but I digress. Cora. Well, now you have something to compare it to. Me. Griffin is amazing. Blakely. Ha, so you admit it. Daisy. Girls, give the woman some privacy. Me. Thank you, Daisy. The problem is work. It's scary to admit this, but I don't want to go back to being a lawyer. I've taken vacation days, sick days, and then they gave me an extended leave of absence. Daisy. That's good, right? Let this blow over and then jump back in. Me. To put a fine point on it, I was fired. Daisy. Oh. Blakely. But you said in 10 years you might get made partner. Why wouldn't you want to grind away, working 60 hours a week for people who don't appreciate you? Cora. Sarcasm looks good on you, Blakes. But I did all that and look where it got me. Me. Married? Cora. You know what I mean. Now I have my own business. Me. That's part of the problem. I don't know what to do instead. They offer suggestions, ranging from auctioning things off online to being a meal delivery driver. I have some savings, and I can sell my apartment in Manhattan. I'm not desperate. Yet. I'm almost relieved to have been let go. What next, though? But the more immediate question is, do I go to South Africa? What would Lyric do? A smile blooms on my face. He'd already have his bags packed. I knock on Griffin's door a few minutes before 7 because I can't wait another minute to see him and because the grease on the outside of the to-go bag is becoming a problem. He loops his hand around my waist and draws me in for a kiss. I melt into him, returning the kiss.
Did you make fish and chips? He asks when we part.
Something like that. I made the trip to Gimbel's snack shack down the street. Griffin laughs. Something you should know about me. I tend to overcook, underbake, and burn things in the kitchen.
The tacos you made were delish.
That was more of an assembly effort. You'd already cooked everything. But I'm really good at buying food and lemonade. I point to the picnic table, where 2 paper cups with lids and straws wait for us.
Shall we?
He asks, gesturing for us to sit. After I use all the ketchup packets for my fries, I say, "So, like I was saying, I'm really good at buying food. I've been thinking a lot about that lately."
Buying food?
More like earning money to buy food. I, haven't really been working much since Miami and am not sure being a lawyer is what I want to do for the rest of my life. It's a little late to become a professional surfer, but
It's not all that it's cracked up to be.
Griffin's shoulders drop as he exhales.
What are you thinking of doing instead?
That's the problem. I'm not sure. Under the table, our legs fall together, resting comfortably. I still get little flutters and zings when I'm with Griffin, but I also feel so relaxed with him, like we've been doing this forever. I think I want to do this forever.
Then you're in good company. I think this comp in J-Bay will be my last one.
His comment draws me out of my thoughts, and I lean back with surprise. Seriously?
Yeah, my dad always said, quit a winner.
I like your confidence. My brother said something like that too.
What did he do for work?
Everything. He picked up odd jobs wherever he went. Don't get me wrong, he worked hard. Whatever he was doing, he did the heck out of it. Let's see. He was into landscaping for a while, plowed driveways, chopped wood, worked on a dude ranch in Montana, at a scuba center in Hawaii. He was a people person above all and loved taking pictures. It's interesting. Instead of feeling sad about losing him too soon like usual, I feel proud. He made a lot of people laugh and smile. How can I be of service in that way?
Do you have any of the pics?
I lift and lower my shoulder. You know, I'm not sure. I'll have to check in the cottage.
Well, while we figure out the future, have you given any more thought to coming to Africa with me?
He makes a puppy dog face. His big blue eyes looking at me longingly, indulgently. I bite my lip, the answer on the tip of my tongue. Chapter 15. Griffin. I hold my breath while I wait for Paisley to answer my question about whether she wants to come to South Africa with me. I've given it a lot of thought, but haven't told my manager or agent that I'm retiring. After I win the competition, I'll announce it. No pressure or anything. Paisley wears a wide grin, and then with a giddy show of sparkle hands, she says, "South Africa or bust, baby."
All right.
I hoot and pump the air with my fist. We twist at the picnic table and hug, both of us bouncing up and down. The last time I was in J-Bay, Brianna came with me, and no way was she this excited. She just played it casually cool with a, "Yeah, sure, I'll go. Just have to be back in time for my friend's birthday party." We spent the rest of our dinner date talking about the trip, what Paisley will need to pack, and the safari, hiking, snorkeling, excursions, and of course, surfing. "When we're done eating," she says, "I have dessert too, but it's at my house. By the way, when does your fridge come?"
Joe, the contractor, said by the time we get back from the trip, this place will be completely finished.
"So you'll be coming home to a brand new old house?"
I nod. My brother will be shocked.
"He doesn't know?"
Nah, he wanted to sell the place. I couldn't do that, so I bought him out. Figured that was the smart thing to do before I gutted it. But I do plan on inviting him and his family up to see what they're missing.
I chuckle dryly. Is he an American investment banker type?
He is literally an investment banker.
Paisley laughs and then tells me a story her brother told her about an American investment banker and a Mexican fisherman.
Speaking of your bro, should we go see if we can find any of those old photos?
I give her a little nudge. Is that code for you want dessert?
I thought you'd never ask.
We walk the short distance to Paisley's place. It's tidier than the last time I was inside. An overwhelming feeling of melancholy washes over me at the idea of her not being here when the summer season is over.
It's hard to believe our houses stood side by side and empty for so long.
I gently tug on the back of her hair and spin her into my arms when she turns around. I want proximity, reassurance, her. I know. Her hazel eyes lift to meet mine. I feel like there's a metaphor in there about us. I snort a laugh.
You might be right, but I like the sound of us.
Me too. She takes my hand and we go down the hall to a closet where she pulls out boxes until she finds one that says Lyric Camera Stuff. From inside, she pulls out an old manual camera. During junior year, Lyric worked all year on a farm picking fruit and vegetables to save up to buy it secondhand. She puts the viewfinder to her eye and adjusts the lens. He taught me how to use it, but I'm not sure I'm any better at photography than I am at cooking.
Don't know until you try. Look how surfing turned out. Only a few weeks in and you're already going on your first international surf trip.
Paisley smiles as she digs into the box and pulls out what looks like shots taken for a school newspaper and several artistic stills of hemlock trees iced with snow. She digs deeper and flips through numerous prints of friends snapped laughing and loads of candid shots of people. Paisley lands on a self-portrait of Lyric. She slides her finger along his figure and a tear plops onto the matte paper. I draw her into a hug, squeezing her tight.
Whatever you do, do it for him. Make him proud, I whisper,
wishing someone had said that to me after I lost my parents. I wipe Paisley's tears away, and where I expect to see lingering sadness, her face blossoms into a full-blown smile. It's beach plums, sea spray roses, and lantanas all rolled into one. She climbs closer to me, slinging her arms around my neck, and says, "Griffin Sanders, I love you." Then, without waiting for me to reply, she kisses me. The kiss turns into flowers blooming, petals falling and wrapping us in a snug blanket of comfort and security and connection. I nip her lips, then pull back, taking in her beauty. This unexpected relationship blooming between us is really happening. Teenage me takes note of the virtue of patience because it's better than I could have imagined. Paisley's face is kissed by the sun. My gaze lands on her lips again. Her eyes flick from mine to my mouth.
We're really doing this,
I whisper with wonder. She giggles, leans in, and we meet again. I've been wanting to tell her that I love her too, but the moment has passed when we part. She focuses on a framed black and white photo of a dog jumping for a tennis ball that won a first-place award for a school contest. That's Winnie, our mutt. Lyric loved that dog. I've always wanted a dog, but can't have one at my apartment in New York. She sighs and tucks everything back in the box, except the picture of her brother and the camera. I tell her about the picky poodle named Pom Pom we had when I was a kid.
Do you ever feel like life is a jigsaw puzzle? She asks.
Yeah, it sucks when there are missing pieces.
I catch her gaze, wondering how we fit together. Want to do one? After stashing the photo stuff in the closet, she pulls out a box with an image of a lighthouse. The label indicates it has 1,000 pieces. Maybe when we finish it, we'll have things figured out. However, we hardly get it started. The next week breezes by in a whirlwind of dawn patrol surfing, packing, preparing, and, at least for me, afternoon workouts. One morning when I emerge from the water, I hear the familiar clicking sound of a camera's shutter. My stomach knots when I think about how, when I'm on the pro circuit, I've had to perform, tell the sponsors what they want to hear, act like I'm pumped to sign 1,000 t-shirts and programs, and do what feels like the same interview over and over. Don't get me wrong, I'm eternally grateful that I get to surf, and am thankful for the fans' support. But the repetition gets tedious because at some point it's not about fans, but corporate interests. The more I think about it, the more the fact that I feel this way tells me it's time to retire. Pass the torch. Let someone else take the baton. Brody would love it in his hands. Paisley stands on the shore and lowers the camera. You were amazing out there. I got loads of shots of you. Snapped one of you in the classic surfer's crouch. Captured another when you rode that overhead with your arm outstretched behind you as it trailed the wave. She wears a playful, youthful smile.
I can't wait to see. Nice to know I have a new fan.
I chuckle lightly. Paisley tenses beside me and her smile falls. But that might be because Brody gets out of the water.
I don't know, man. These aren't J-Bay waves. I'm not sure you're going to be able to hang. How many times have you surfed, Jeffries? I ask. Once? Twice? Not as many as you, old man.
Yep, definitely time to retire. I've had enough of the game. He's just trying to psych me out. When he's out of earshot, I say, I've surfed there over a dozen times. Waves change from day to day, hour to hour even, but it's a moody break, and you have to respect it. Brody doesn't understand that. More like he doesn't know how to respect his fellow surfers. Paisley scowls.
You? A fan? Nah, more like my bodyguard.
I sling my arms around her. I've got your back, but no food. I'm hungry. You?
Starved.
I stash my board at the cottage, change, and then we walk over to the boardroom. While we wait for our order, and to avoid Brody, we linger in the shop. Paisley browses the racks of women's clothing and picks out a few surfer girl clothes, including a hoodie, a floor-grazing skirt, denim shorts, and a striped tank to bring with her on the trip. I stand by the counter chatting with Andy.
I'd rest easier knowing the shop is in good hands,
he hints. Every time I come in, he subtly mentions that I buy the place. I don't know the first thing about running a retail store, although I did figure out the nonprofit even if I ended up hiring someone to manage it. Once I backed off the party train, I started to get smarter with my money. I do okay for myself and have some investments. I don't fancy myself a businessman, but it's not out of the realm of possibility to be a next step. If I had the right business partner. Paisley holds up a 2-piece bathing suit in a shiny metallic, and then another one with flowers. She mouths, "Which one?" I cup my hands around my mouth and say, "Both."
You both could run the boardroom. That would be adorable,
Andy says. I ruffle his hair.
You've been held underwater too many times.
Yeah, but you're thinking about buying this place, aren't you? I don't deny it, but more than that, what I'm thinking about is Paisley and how I've fallen. She was brave and told me she loved me, I love her and have felt that way for some time, but haven't found the right time to tell her. An opportunity doesn't arise in the coming days, and before I know it, we're at the airport in Cape Town. A car hire brings us to the resort near Jeffreys Bay. Paisley remains glued to the window as traffic opens up to breathtaking views, lush greenery, and something in the air that is unique to Africa. The South African coast is like nothing I imagined. Pictures don't do it justice, but I'll try. She winks at me, snapping away with Lyric's camera. Maybe it's the light in the southern hemisphere, the dome of the blue sky, the smells of the earth as it cascades in gentle greens right into the sea. Or perhaps it's just magic, but I've always felt the same way. The resort consists of several white stucco buildings with exposed wooden framework and large windows planted on a verdant hillock surrounded by stubby palms overlooking the ocean. Before we get out of the car, Paisley and I exchange one long mega kiss. I have to warn you, I'm about to tell her about the scene at competitions, photographers, interviewers, and the fans. I know. Remember, I was engaged to Jason Cobb. Right. She's familiar with the hubbub of big events with talent, but why does that comment suddenly make me feel woefully inadequate? Uniformed employees welcome us as we enter the resort. Paisley's eyes grow at the sight of the beautiful dark wooden floors, creamy cushioned chairs, and couches where several people sit, with their eyes glued to their electronics, while others look out the window at the scenery and one couple plays cards. A man approaches and says, "Welcome to Big Break Tours. I'm pumped that you've all made it from around the world, and I'm really excited to get to know you all. I'm Liam, and your host." He enthusiastically promises great waves and adventure. Jose texts me. I plant a kiss on Paisley's temple and whisper, "The chaos is about to begin. Looks like you'll be safely in Liam's hands while I go do boring stuff. I'll see you at dinner. You good with that?" She smiles. I'm in Africa. Of course I'm good. I kiss her again, not wanting to leave her side. Have fun. She tilts her head. Sure will. Hurry back. She kisses me one more time. But I'm not sure she understands what I'm in for as soon as Jose opens the floodgates. It's going to be sound bites, interviews, social media stories, and non-stop action. The problem is that I'm not going to have fun, at least not unless I'm with Paisley. Chapter 16. Paisley. After Griffin leaves to do his fancy professional surfer stuff, I receive the key to my room. The porter brings up my bags. A welcome basket containing a rash guard with the Big Break Tours logo, sunblock, lip balm, a few bottles of water, energy bars, and a friendly little note waits for me. I freshen up and put on a sundress, hoping Griffin will be able to join us for dinner. But there's no sign of him in the lobby. However, Brody whoops it up with some of the guests and employees while watching himself surf on a television screen. Must be clips highlighting the surfers participating in the event. He follows me with his eyes as I pass. The tour guests gather at a long teak table near the bar. We have pleasant conversation about where we're from, while we eat a locally sourced meal with rainbow trout, roasted fingerling potatoes, and green beans with pistachios and mint. I can't help but feel disappointed that the chair next to me is empty. I hear about everyone's lives and what brought them here. Some are family members of the surfers competing, and others are just fans of the sport. A Wall Street banker explains that he takes an annual surf trip to get his head straight. A young Canadian couple is on their honeymoon, which makes my heart ache for longer than I want it to. A retired schoolteacher from England has surfed the same break since he was 10 years old and decided it was time to see more of what the ocean has to offer. 3 college-bound girls seem alternately interested in Brody, who leans casually on the bar, and themselves. Finally, Emanuela, a woman with a sibilant accent, exclaims, "I'm a professor, and being an unconventional kind of gal, I decided it would be fun to see Africa from a surfboard." She'd be part of the Fab Five for sure. We're all pumped for the competition and the coming days spent exploring. Liam, our guide, reviews the itinerary from a printout that we each receive. Day 1, the resort and the beach. Surfing, hiking, kayaking, optional. Day 2 through 4, competition days. Day 5 through 7, travel days to the Karoo, the nature preserve, and safari. Day 8, travel day back to the resort. Day 9 to 11, 3 more days at the resort and beach, with optional afternoon activities, TBA. Day 12, farewell and return home. I get hung up on that last one. Where is home? I could go back to Manhattan and pick up where I left off, or spend a little more time in Sea Spray and see what happens. Where will I drop my anchor? I linger in the dining room and then the lobby, hoping to say goodnight to Griffin. I wasn't kidding when I told him that I know the drill after being with Jason. Griff is a pro surfer. This is his job. As I gaze at the setting sun, spilling what looks like orange juice across the ocean, why do I feel sticky, itchy, uncomfortable? It's not humidity or a rash. No, it was the comment he'd made about fans and how he has to play the game. Unfortunately, I'm all too familiar with what that means. A sigh escapes as I turn to go to my room, passing through the noisy bar where the surf footage continues.
"Hey there, surfer girl," a deep voice calls.
A thrill rushes through me, but it's not Griffin.
"What are you doing alone? Where's Griff?"
Brody asks. I wish I could answer. You know, doing things and stuff. A hand slides across my low back.
"I'm right here."
Relief washes through me as Griffin kisses me on the cheek.
"What did I miss?"
he asks with a smile.
"I was just going to offer this lovely lady a drink, since it looks like she's empty-handed,"
Brody says. I think the question was for me, I say, feeling a little sassy, a little snarky. I blame Thorndyke.
"Did you want something?" Griffin asks.
No thanks. Big day tomorrow.
"The competition isn't until the next day," Griffin says.
Ugh, that is so like these egomaniacal big shot guys to think I meant his big day. We are in Africa, for goodness sakes. Do I need to spell it out? Is this a red flag? Do I ignore it like I did with Jason, or do I speak my mind? Griffin said he liked that I'm candid. Right, you have a big day coming up, but I also have a calendar, and tomorrow is a big day for me. I'm going surfing in South Africa. I try not to sound too salty.
"Ooh, burn. Trouble in paradise, lovebirds?"
Brody asks. I cut him a glare. Don't you have yourself to watch on TV? I turn to Griffin. Good night. He hurries after me.
"Hey, I'm sorry about that. I got caught up."
Yeah, so did Jason.
"Paisley, you told me earlier that you know the drill."
I do, but that doesn't mean I like it. Listen, truly, I understand. That's not the problem. I'm here to see you compete, but also to enjoy this trip. It's not all about you. He takes a deep breath.
"Sorry, you're right. I apologize. It went to my head."
No worries.
I plan to spend tomorrow surfing, enjoying the resort's amenities, and acclimating to the time difference. I hope you'll join me." Griffin rubs his hand down his face.
Jose scheduled a photo shoot and a few interviews.
I nod. "No problem. You know where to find me." I kiss him to show no hard feelings because I love Griffin. I've told him as much. I'm doing things differently than I did with Jason. Being mature, an adult, communicating. Then why, when I get back to my room, do my eyes prickle like I might cry? The next morning, I hit the Rise and Shine juice bar. After taking a shot of each freshly pressed juice on offer, I order the green machine, containing celery, apples, spinach, and mint. I try really, really hard to like the greenness of it, but because I'm on vacation, I get a buttery biscuit from the bakery instead. It's so delish. I take photos for Cora so she can try to replicate it. If only I had her cooking and baking skills, I'd open a bakery in Seaspray and stay forever. It would make good competition for those blondies at the boardroom who flirt with my guy. Although I don't know how long the bakery will be there, I've overheard murmurings that Andy wants to sell and can't find a buyer. Speaking of blondes flirting with my man, a woman lounges in front of where Griffin stands. He paces back and forth, bringing his hand to his chin, drawing it away, and then back again. Also, he's wearing sunglasses, even though the marine layer clouding the sky hasn't burned off yet. I rush up to him waving. "Good morning." He goes still, smiles, and then a man holding a camera that I hadn't noticed hollers in French, maybe? Oops. "Is this a photo shoot? Because if not, I'm going to have a word with Itsy Bitsy Bikini over there," I say, lifting onto my toes for a kiss. Griffin kisses me on the lips while the crew scurries around.
Yeah, sorry. It's for a bathing suit brand or something. Daddy's got bills to pay.
My expression falls. Wait, what? Do you have a kid?
No, I meant it as an expression. But Jose has 3 and lives in SoCal, so yeah. He books these things because he has bills to pay and gets a cut.
Oh, phew. Because if there are going to be any kids running around in the sand, they're going to be ours. I slap my hand over my mouth. There's a fine line between speaking whatever is on my mind and revealing my innermost desires that I didn't even realize I had. I mean, maybe a little. I think Griffsley babies would be adorable. His face is blank. The ocean on a flat, clear morning. Sand before anyone has stepped on it. The gray sky above. I don't know what that was all about. I'm the one who wanted to take it slow. Sorry, didn't mean to freak you out. It's Thorndyke's fault. I'm going surfing. Bye! I run away, accidentally kicking some sand on the model. But don't worry, not in her eyes. I don't have anything against her unless Griffin was lying and she's his baby mama. I really, really need to get in the ocean, wash my brain with salt water. When I finally do get out on my borrowed board, Emanuela already sits in the lineup. I learn that even though she surfs occasionally in her native Argentina, she's as much a novice as me. We cheer each other on, catching waves and wiping out in equal measure. A wave breaks even farther out, and we watch someone ripping, charging up and down the smooth face of it with hot fury, gliding, twisting, turning into cutbacks, and even catching air. When I get out of the water, I grab my camera and snap loads of pictures of the guy in action before I realize it's Brody. When he returns to shore, he says,
"Did you like what you saw?"
I feel like sticking my tongue out at him. Emanuela gets out and waggles her eyebrows at Brody.
I do. He snickers, and the two of them saunter off. I get the distinct sense that she did not just take one for the team. Should I warn her about Brody? Nah. She seems like she knows what she's doing. I survey the beach, the bleachers and tents being set up for the competition the next day, looking for Griffin. But do I know what I'm doing? Am I in too deep? After a brief nap, I decide to seize what's left of the day and live a little, as my brother would say. He never made it to Africa, so I decide to put together a photo album for him, for us. I take a kayak out into a sheltered part of the bay. Almost level with the water, I have a similar view of the marine life and aquatic environment as when on a surfboard. But instead of having to focus on waves, I take in all the natural beauty as I glide through a lagoon and venture into coves. As I round a rocky headland, a group of seals greets me, lounging on the sea-battered rocks. It's a picture-perfect moment, but instead of capturing it, I let it sink in, soak through. This is what lyric meant by living, feeling, being, experiencing. I have an appointment with life, and guess what? I'm showing up. Sadly, that evening, Griffin doesn't show up for dinner again. It's no big deal. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not going to be an annoying, clingy, needy girlfriend who wants him by her side at all times while in a foreign country. Nope, I got this. I channel Emanuela's confidence. When someone knocks on my hotel room door late that night, I startle. Yes, I'd like my big, brawny boyfriend here right about now.
It's me, a voice says through the door.
I peep through the hole and exhale. When I open it, I'm definitely clingy. I jump into Griffin's arms, wrap my legs around him, and give him a koala hug.
Miss me?
Do you want the truth or the cool as a cucumber girl answer? He chuckles.
What's a cucumber girl?
He jests, squeezing me tighter.
It's been hard to be apart from you.
From now on, we're calling this the koala cuddle. I squeeze tighter. My pulse quickens as he plants his lips on mine. All of a sudden, I have déjà vu. I recall a similar encounter with Jason in a hotel. He was busy all day, doing press, and visited me at night. It was all I got of him. Griffin is nothing like Jason, but I want more, I blurt.
I thought you wanted to take it slow.
Yes, I do. I want more of you. He lowers me to the ground.
Paisley, I'm doing my best. You said.
I have major flashbacks to arguments with Jason. Weeks would pass, and I'd see my neighbor Mildred Monroe more than my fiancé. Days would go by, and I'd talk to his assistant more than him. That's not what I'm looking for. Though thankfully Jason has eased up on the texts. See, maybe I am forgettable. Griffin's phone erupts with a flurry of beeps. He looks from it to me and back again. It's as if he's making a decision, his career or me. I turn into cool as a cucumber girl. I don't want to put that kind of pressure on you. Like I said, I understand. I nod, urging him to respond. Do what you need to do. Lies fall from my mouth. I blame Thorndike.
Yeah, I gotta go. See you tomorrow.
His voice is wooden. Will you? I ask. Because if his day of surfing in a competition is anything like a day of shooting a film, I'm not entirely sure I will. Sure, from afar as I cheer him on, but that's probably it. Griff sighs, types on his phone, and with stooped shoulders, he slumps down the hallway. I sag, wilt, become a flower in desperate need of water and sunshine. Why do I seem to attract men whose priorities are their careers and not me? Sure, in a healthy relationship, there needs to be a balance. But I don't want to be with a guy who spends more time with fans than me, more time building a career than connections. I'll show up tomorrow to support Griffin, but then I'm showing up for my life whether he's in it or not. Chapter 17. Griffin.
It's over.
I lean against the resort bar for something solid. I'm sure of my decision, but it's a big one. Jose's eyes widen. Brody stands at the other end and raises his ever-present bottle of beer in my direction, as if taunting me, throwing down the gauntlet for tomorrow.
I haven't told anyone else, but after this, I'm retiring,
I tell Jose in a low voice.
Griff, if you win this, we'll double our sponsorship. I'm in talks with a beer brand to...
Talk to Brody. He looks like he likes a brew. Or 5.
Jose's flinty expression lightens up a little, like he's contemplating the potential client. It'll be interesting to see how Brody stacks up tomorrow if he's hungover. I'm not counting on it, but may the best surfer win. Unlike when I was that age, I turn to go up to my room. Jose grips my arm.
Griff, wait. Think about it before you make a decision. See how tomorrow goes. Right now, you're the biggest name in pro surfing. You don't want to stop while you're on top.
But I do. While my career has been a blast, taken me places and introduced me to some of my best friends, at the end of the day, I don't want to be alone. Or at the beginning of the day. Or any time, really. Maybe when I'm out in the lineup, because no one likes a crowd when they're surfing. But Paisley is the one for me. I want us to have a life together. As the conversation with her filters back, something feels off, though. It was almost like she was saying goodbye earlier when I visited her room. Instead of the usual vibrant hum inside when I think about her, it's like a flickering light, a bulb about to burn out. I swallow thickly. I can't think about that now. If I do, I'll be no better off tomorrow than if I were to party tonight with the likes of Brody. The next morning, I prep for the competition with a cold shower, 20 minutes of cardio, some protein, and a coffee that's so big it shouldn't be allowed. Before I compete, I do my best to avoid people so I can drop into my zone. But I'd like to see Paisley. She's like a good luck charm. I've never been so happy as I have since we've re-met. Since she told me she loved me. I've thought about how much I love her so many times. It's like I've also spoken those important words. I've forgotten that I haven't told her my feelings. It's like when someone calls and you call them back in your mind, or email, or text, but forget to do so in real life. Hovering outside her hotel room door, I lift my hand to knock. But it's not even daylight yet. Too early. Too much on the line today. Time for me to focus. I head outside. The bleachers and beach are dimly lit as I sit down in the sand, gauging the mood of the sea while the sun rises. It's not sunny. Not yet. A woman walks her dog, and I recall Paisley mentioning she'd like one. A seagull caws, and I think about our inside joke about Thorndike. A wave breaks, and I fear everything we have could wash away like a castle in the sand. But today, I'll do my best. I stretch a little and then go to the tent to sign in and get ready for my heat. The men's competition in my division is the first of the day.
It's heavy out there today,
one of the announcers says. A guy I recognize from the circuit adds,
"You're gonna get barreled off your butt, dude."
"Good luck," someone calls. Jose claps me on the back.
"You won't need it. Griff knows what he's doing."
He gives me a brotherly smile, and I sense subtext like he doesn't want me to retire. I get it. I do. but it's time.
Yeah, thanks,
I say. A few more people pat me on the back as I go to the entrance and grab my board. The stands start to fill in with people already, even on a dreary morning. A few of my competitors wait in the pen, most of them listening to music and staring at the ocean. As the minutes tick down to the start time, I scan the stands one more time, but don't see Paisley. I tell myself this is no different from all the other times I've competed. She was never there before, so why should it matter now? I turn to pick my way over the rocks at the tide line when someone leaps onto my back. I heave forward but catch my balance. I'm reminded of Paisley's koala hug last night. A female that smells strongly of perfume kisses me on the neck and says, "Good luck." But it's not Paisley. It's a random fan who broke through the barrier. Not the first time it's happened, but it's the last. I cast my gaze to the crowd, sending Paisley a silent apology, then get in the water and paddle out. The waves are indeed heavy, and I press my board under the incoming white water and continue to the best spot for takeoff. A set rolls in, and I let it pass, watching how it breaks. Out to sea, powerful water stretches blue-gray for miles. The wind whips, and the clouds overhead promise to crack open any minute with a torrent. I feel exposed, and yet at the same time supported by the ocean and confident in what I came here to do. My surf glory ends today, and I aim to quit a winner. My love for Paisley tugs on my heart, but I'm right where I want to be, doing what I love while believing in something bigger than awards, hot chicks, and surf glory. When the right wave comes, I paddle and make the drop, get onto my feet, and am up, shooting the curl. I'm in my element, solid like a pillar, yet yielding like a palm tree in the wind. I know when to bend and how to hold my balance. The roar of the wave fills my ears, and everything else is silent, rushing to its own rhythm. I win the heat and enter the next. Once more, I humble myself to the ocean. When I pop up into a wave, I lower my center of gravity and increase speed as I enter a pipe. The muted daylight at the end of the tube makes me think of a beacon, a lighthouse. The puzzle from Paisley's cottage comes to mind. She's my beacon, the light in my life. Then, in a blink, I make a clean exit. As the day progresses, I move forward through the heats until it's the final. Of course, it's Brody and me. He hasn't performed as well as he could have. He can't blame Thorndike. There still isn't any sign of Paisley. My heart craters. She knows this is important to me. Was last night really goodbye?
"Hey, loser,"
Brody calls, taking a swig of something. I won't feed into his banter, trying to get under my skin.
"It's you and me. May the best man win the girl."
What girl? That comment definitely got under my skin, especially if he means Paisley.
"You know the one. Hazel eyes, dark hair, sexy as sin. Saw her cheering me on, sucker."
My eyes narrow, fists clench, adrenaline spikes. Then I remind myself that this is the game. I can balance no problem on a surfboard. But if he throws off my inner stability, he wins. I give myself all of 5 seconds to consider what he means, what Paisley may have done, and then compartmentalize. I'm here to win. Bottom line, I'll deal with the rest later. When I get out of the water for the 6th time that day, I'm named champion. Everyone greets me with cheers and fanfare. The guys boost me up to their shoulders for the win. I'm doused in champagne and sports drinks. After chugging the ladder, I move through the line of people congratulating me, offer a few one-line interviews, snap countless photos, and then reach the end where I hope to find Paisley waiting. But I'm a fool. A fool for thinking a woman like her would wait around. She was relieved things ended with Jason because his career came first. She must have feared the worst for our future and left. She gave me a second chance, but I didn't get a chance to tell her my pro surfing days are over. I'm shifting focus to us. However, with no sign of her on the beach, in the lobby, or in her room, I realize all too clearly that I was right. Last night was goodbye. My throat thickens and my breath comes short. Despite the high of my win, the low at losing Paisley empties me. I'm like the ebbing tide, carved out, hollow. But the emptiness somehow fills with heavy feelings. It's like backwash, flooding me with regret, loneliness, anxiety. The only thing I want to do is surf, be out in the ocean alone, and let the water try to rinse away all this emotion. I cannot imagine life without Paisley. I'll miss her koala cuddles, how silly and smart she is, the way she looks when she comes up from underwater, her freckles that pop from the sun, the way she laughs so easily. I'll miss her forever. No one could ever take her place. She's one of a kind. The next hours are a blur. At Jose's insistence, I hit the festivities late that afternoon. I plaster on a smile and go through the motions. Brianna rushes up to me, but a few of the guys I surf with intercept her. Bro code and all that. I give them a nod, indicating I owe them. They don't know about Paisley and me, but the surf world is well aware Brianna was unfaithful. Whether on the waves or off, our circle frowns upon cheating. There's the one who got away, Paisley, and the one who won't go away, Brianna. At the moment, I'm not sure which feels worse. Every time I see someone with brown hair, a thrill shoots through me. But she's not here. Why would she be? She already lived in the shadow of a famous guy. Not that I'm famous, but the attention and always being second place must feel similar to her. Riding that crusher of a wave was exhilarating, and something I'd like to tell my grandchildren someday. Winning the J-Bay Open feels monumental, and I recognize and appreciate the hard work that went into it. But nothing at this point in my life comes close to matching the connection I felt with Paisley. But she's not here. I'm alone. So is Brody. Was he messing with me, or was he for real? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Paisley didn't want to hang around and wait for me. It's no surprise that a beautiful, smart, and funny woman like her would move on. I've gotten used to being left. My parents are gone. My brother doesn't want anything to do with me. I wasn't even good enough for Brianna. I'll always be the goofball. I'll always be alone. Might as well accept it now. Instead of staying in my room to sulk or hitting the waves again, even after all my training, my arms are toast. I decide to head up to Table Mountain, but I leave my phone behind, tired and overwhelmed by everyone's well-meaning offers of congratulations. At this point, all I really want is a connection with a woman named Paisley Jones. During my other trips to Cape Town, I never made it up to take in the 360-degree vista of the city, hills, and the ocean. The wind licks a sturdy protea plant. The golden glory of fynbos grow in clusters, and a daisy sunbathes on a rock. I take my first deep breath since early this morning. At that, my attitude shifts at the sight of the expanse. The grandeur where the ocean meets sky and sandstone prompts me to see the connections and not feel quite so alone. There's an entire world out there. Whether Paisley and I were meant to be or not, we did come back together. We had a fun summer, and her presence helped me shift into the next phase of my life, reviving my parents' house, and after that, the boardroom. I texted Andy earlier, I'm going to buy it, put down some roots, see what grows. Sure, I'll still take surf trips because winter on the seacoast can be harsh. But I no longer want to be caught in the fame and notoriety trap, or let it chase me. It's never enough. But with Paisley, it felt like more than enough. When I returned to the resort, Brody's by the bar as usual. A woman with brown hair faces him and talks animatedly. Paisley didn't leave after all. A maelstrom of emotion seizes me. When Brody spots me standing frozen and with fists clenched, the corner of his lip hitches into a smug smile. My jaw tightens. Before I can march over, someone claps me on the back. I move to brush their hand away because now is not the time. Jose says,
"Are you sure you won't consider? I have a big name interested in signing you, Griff."
I glance at Paisley and Brody across the room. He leans close to her, whispers something in her ear. I want to punch something and stomp away at the same time. I want to ask them why and never speak to either of them again. Why the betrayal? Maybe I should ask Brianna what's so wrong with me that I'm not worth commitment or loyalty. She wiggles her fingers in a wave as she strides over. Jose's eyebrows shoot up. I squeeze his shoulder.
"You've been amazing, like a brother, but I'm retiring. Sounds weird saying that considering I'm in my late 20s. All the same, thanks for everything you've done."
He winks at me.
"Maybe Brianna can get you to change your mind."
Before I even finish snorting, her arms are around me. It's not a friendly I haven't seen you in ages hug, nor is it a cute koala cuddle hug like Paisley gave me. It's more like I'm a squid and going to suck your face off hug. I push her away, but I'm too late. Paisley's hazel eyes meet mine. She shakes her head like she's disgusted. I should have known. Before I can defend myself or explain, a crowd closes around me with excitement about my win earlier, and Paisley is lost to me. Probably forever. Chapter 18. Paisley. I pace back and forth in my hotel room. I should have known, I grind out. It's way too late to text the Fab Five. Instead, I talk to my brother. I'm well aware he probably can't hear me, but that's beside the point. I'm on another continent, and the man I told I love was sucking face with an octopus. No, a squid. She definitely had squid vibes. If cephalopods had long hair, tan skin, and model-perfect features. Part of me wants to cry, another part scream, but then there's a backdrop of peace. I can thank surfing for that. It's transformed me, changed my chemical makeup. I'm now officially part mermaid. I went out this afternoon and caught waves until I was certain my arms were made of gelatin. But the fact of the matter is, Griffin is another Jason. I drop onto the bed and hold my head in my hands. How did I end up in this situation again? Let's count the similarities. I went to Miami to surprise Jason for his birthday. I came here to be with and support Griffin. Caught Jason sucking face with Devonna Carl. Caught Squid Lips sucking Griffin's face. And both times, all of this was public. On the upside, at least I'm not naked in the hallway this time, using a trash can for cover. Also, I doubt social media is going to have anything to say about this, because my relationship with Griffin isn't well known. But still, he said I was his girlfriend. I thought that meant something. Shame on me for being so dumb. He's just like Jason, chasing fame, seeking fortune. The problem with that is they're greedy mistresses and don't leave room for real relationships. Not like the kind I thought I had with Griffin. I glance at the clock and realize I had the time zones backward. Typing madly on my phone, I tell the Fab Five what happened. Mila, where is he? I'll be there before dawn with a blunt object and a shovel. Daisy, a shovel is a blunt object. Me, we're not going to kill Griffin. Cora, why not? Me, because this is a lesson for me. I made the same mistake twice. I think I moved too fast after splitting with Jason and jumped into things with Griffin. Blakely, sure, it's a learning opportunity, but we could do something to mess up his credit, sabotage his favorite surfboard, fill his car with dirty diapers. Mila, ew. Me, I would have taken you up on all of the above with Jason. The truth is, I don't feel any ill will toward Griffin. If he thinks he'll be happy with squid lips, so be it. I feel differently about him than Jason, probably because I love him in a way that I didn't my ex-fiancé. Cora, hold up. Walk me through this again. You said you spotted him kissing a woman in the hotel lobby. Me, yep, she practically sucked his face off. Mila, what were you doing? Me, chewing out his biggest rival for being a total jerkson and for telling Griffin that he and I, Brody, the rival, had hooked up. It was part of his ploy to psych Griffin out before they surfed against each other. Daisy, can chewing someone out resemble chatting someone up? Me, of course not. I gave that guy a piece of my mind. Blakely, does Griffin know that? Me, well, no, he disappeared after the competition. I had to go find a concealed area to watch from because apparently surf fans also keep up with celeb gossip and accosted me because of my connection to Jason. I got to see Griffin win, though. It was epic. Daisy, you sound like such a surfer girl. Mila, the point is, maybe Griffin thought you were hooking up with Butthead Brody. Cora, you come up with the best names. I play through the possibilities. Would Griffin get instant revenge if he thought I was more than friendly with Brody? But why would I ever do something like that? I know Brianna cheated on him. He knows I was cheated on. Sure, I was distancing myself because I sensed Jason Part 2 coming soon to theaters. The situation with my ex, not the horror movies from the 1980s. That would be so petty of him to do, though. I sigh as the girls continue to debate. Cora, don't you see? The same thing happened to me when I was in Brazil. Save yourself the torment and just talk to him. Daisy, that would seem like the sensible thing to do. Mila, I like my shovel idea better. Blakely, you scare me sometimes. Me, all of that aside, surfing is really fun, so that's a win. Daisy, good to look on the bright side. Mila, so what are you going to do? I don't answer because I don't know, other than what feels like my brother whispering in my ear, live a little. This trip was a semi-spur-of-the-moment decision, but one of the best I've ever made. Maybe the only one I've ever made. I am, after all, or at least I thought I was, a planner. You know, the date book, digital calendar, and to-do list. I kind of surfed by the seat of my pants and ended up here. I drift to sleep, not knowing exactly how I'll handle the Griffin situation, but I'm certain I'll be out in the waves tomorrow. Emanuela beat me to the lineup and greets me with a sunny smile when I join her. Do you think somebody will be surfing the big waves like the guys and gals in the competition yesterday? Nah, I like the mellow rolling kind. The ocean has given me so much peace amidst the recent storms in my life. She lifts and lowers her eyebrows. I won't lie, I don't mind the adrenaline rush. I like mine in small doses.
The thing about surfing for me is that it helped me remember parts of myself that I'd forgotten. And I've learned new things about who I am. The girl I was last year wouldn't recognize me. Emanuela angles herself for a wave, and as she starts to paddle, she says, "When lost, sometimes we find ourselves in the most unexpected places." The ocean below calls up to me with its deep blue sheet of rolling movement, of potential and promise of independence. I spend the rest of the day almost entirely in the water. I surf with a bunch of the other resort guests, party wave style. The last time I had this much fun was out with Griffin. I picture his warm, smiling face, his rarely shaved scruff, his smile, and the ease with which he moves from land to sea. That evening, while the others go into town, I opt to stay behind, with one foot in the water and one in the sand. I lounge and read. The beach is mine, except for a few passers-by walking their dogs along with the scavenging seagulls. I keep a weather out for Thorndyke and his cronies. All day, I've felt in danger of crumbling and falling to pieces, lonely and lost. I tell myself the salt water and sunshine are making my eyes weepy. It only gets worse as the week progresses and we go on safari to the Karoo. I don't see Griffin again. Maybe he took off to Venezuela with Brianna. The safari is amazing, everything I expected and more, but I'd hoped to share it with the guy I love. When we return to the resort in Jeffreys Bay, I don't see Griffin, Jose, or Brody. Maybe this whole thing was just a blip, a summer fling. Even though I'm buoyant in the saltwater, a heaviness settles over me as I spend the last day of the trip surfing. At dusk, just before my last ride in, the setting sun sparkles like glittering diamonds on the water's surface. I let out a deep sigh. I'm not on land, but what's my next step? What am I going to do when I get back to the States? There's the issue of where to live, my career, and my broken heart. Just then, something moves underwater. A distance away, something big. A fin emerges. I stop breathing but start to paddle smoothly toward the shore, hoping a wave will hurry me along. Griffin didn't tell me what to do if I see marine life. I glance over my shoulder in a panic. Lyric made me watch Jaws when I was a kid, scared for life. Then, to my relief, a pod of dolphins surfaces. In bursts, they leap through the waves with arced and glistening beauty. Breathing again, I watch, feeling safe and protected. Live a little. I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. That evening, all the guests gather for a final celebration dinner. Liam, the tour guide, says,
"We were hoping to have the surf comp winner join us as a special treat. Give us some tips, but he couldn't make it. Anyway, we have Brody, the honor roll mention, second place runner-up."
Everyone cheers. All I see is a body filling a chair, and not the one I'd like to see. The real winner? I feel like a loser and pick at the asparagus and mushroom risotto with freshly shaved Parmesan cheese. I ignore Brody's gloating, his boasting, his repeated attempts to get my attention. Just as I'm about to go up to my room to pack before the early flight tomorrow, Brody grabs my arm. "Hey, butthead, hands off." He holds his palms up in surrender.
"I just wanted to apologize. You talked some sense into me the other night. You were right. I realize now that I was being a butthead."
I cross my arms in front of my chest. Well, thank you.
Griff is a good guy. I'm bummed out that he retired. I'll miss him out there in the competition. I let the rivalry get to my head.
Yeah, your big butthead. I try to keep a straight face. He presses the pads of his fingers to his cheek and head.
Seriously? You think I have a big head?
No, I'm joking, but you do have a big ego. Wait, back up. Did you say Griffin retired?
It's a shame. I wanted to beat him someday, but now that he's a business owner, I guess I'll just have to sell more t-shirts and surf swag with my face on it.
I arch an eyebrow in question. Dial back to the part about retiring and being a business owner.
Doesn't he tell you anything? Rumor has it he bought the boardroom.
My jaw lowers. Seriously?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him?
Because what Cora and the girls were saying becomes clear. Because he thought we were hooking up the other night, and I thought he and Brianna were getting back together. I press my hands to my face. This is a disaster.
What are you waiting for? Go get your man, Brody says.
That night, I hardly sleep. My leg doesn't stop jittering during the entire plane ride back to Boston. I rent a car. Don't worry, I pay for it this time. And drive straight to the boardroom. It's closed, so I sit outside on the bench made of driftwood. I check my phone, and just as I'm about to text the girls, asking what they think I should do, a Toyota Supra brakes sharply in the lot. Griffin emerges from the passenger side like a snail in the wrong shell, looking tired and forlorn. Emery, in the driver's seat, sneers as she peels out of the lot. Griffin gives me a curt nod before ducking into the shop. I follow him. Hi. Hello? Aloha? He picks up a surfboard and says, "Morning," before breezing past me. He doesn't utter another word as he walks toward the beach. I grab a surfboard off the sail rack and follow after him. It feels strained and peculiar not to chat about whatever comes to mind and then fall into a comfortable silence like we used to. Like friends do. Like more than friends. This is just silence, and it unnerves me. We stand side by side at the edge of the water, gazing out at the waves. I ask, "What's going on? I haven't seen you since the win."
"Yeah, well, I saw you."
"I can explain." He doesn't let me. Instead, he pushes off and paddles out into the waves. Chapter 19. Griffin.
I figure I should ignore the betrayal, to pretend Paisley never happened. Not easy to do, since she's a force of nature, and following me out into heavy crossed-up waves. I can handle these. No, the conditions aren't ideal, but I've found the more varied waves I surf in, the better I can handle whatever the ocean throws at me. What life throws at me, that's another story. After seeing Paisley with Brody that night, I left South Africa early. Getting home and finding a new focus was my priority, so I bought the boardroom. Andy had all the documents ready and was on the next flight to Costa Rica. He missed his woman. Funny how life works. I lost mine, he gained his. I guess those are the trade-offs. Some kind of cruel cosmic balance.
"Griffin," Paisley calls after me, trying to keep up. I'm already yards away, and her voice is almost lost to the wind. "Let me explain."
I whip around. "Fine, explain, but I don't want to hear excuses. If you want to be with Brody, be with him. You don't owe me anything."
She tucks her chin. "Brody? No."
"I saw you with him."
"Yeah, well, I saw you with Squid Lips in Jeffreys Bay, and then with Nail File this morning. Care to explain that?"
"Who? Brianna? Yeah, I won the competition. She saw an opportunity, wants fame by proximity. I told her I'm retiring. She scuttled away like the crab she is. As for Emery, my Jeep broke down, and she saw me walking along the coastal road.
Whitewater crashes down, and we just barely get over it.
You shouldn't be out here, I holler.
You should listen to me.
I don't think I want to hear anything you have to say. I saw enough.
No, you didn't. I was telling Brody off.
You didn't even watch the competition.
She folds her arms in front of her chest and juts her chin. Another wave topples her over. I move to rescue Paisley, but she quickly surfaces. Climbing back on the board, she says, "Griffin, I saw every heat. Have the pictures to prove it. Once I get them developed. I watched you win. People were harassing me about Jason, so I found a spot where no one would bother me, and I wore a lot of neon J-Bay open gear. Probably looked like a kook." I force myself not to smile at her use of the surf term that means a major poser. Between choppy waves, she describes a few of my maneuvers during the heats. From the sound of it, she did see the whole thing. "As you can imagine, all the attention you got as a pro surfer reminded me of what went on with Jason. I'll admit that it spooked me, but I realize that I want to be with you despite that." A thick wall of white water plunges Paisley underwater. I count to 3, and when she doesn't come up, I move to go under, but she scrambles on top of the board.
"You should head in."
"I'm not going anywhere until you—"
"Until I what?" I snap.
Another wave slams her.
"Paisley, go in. This is dangerous."
"Life is dangerous. Relationships are dangerous. I'm not going anywhere until—"
"Until what?" I repeat.
"Until you stop being so stubborn." She goes under again. I still have some work to do, teaching her how to turtle roll under the larger sets. If she stays out, she's going to get hurt. She hangs onto the side of the board and tries to smooth her hair out of her face. Her hazel eyes say everything I refuse to hear. She's not begging, but trying to get through to me. Another wave charges toward us.
"Hold on to your board and don't let go."
I explain how to turtle roll. We both go under and bob to the surface moments later.
"Listen, you have to go in, Paisley. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you."
"Not unless you come with me." I run my hand over my face.
If my life were a jigsaw puzzle, the pieces would be strewn around, soggy right now. I retired from surfing, but don't know what to do other than surf. I have the boardroom to run, but hardly know the first thing about business. I need space.
"You have the entire ocean." She sweeps her arm wide and wobbles, straddling the board.
"Exactly. That's why I came out here."
I'm trying the tough love bit, trying to get her to leave, but she's not having it. My heart already felt like it splintered into a million pieces, but now there's salt in the open wound. A big rush of water washes over us.
"Catch the next wave in. I'll be right behind you," I finally say.
When we reach the shore, Paisley collapses in the sand next to her board. I sit down next to her. Clouds smear the sky as I gaze up.
"Are you okay?" I ask.
"No," she whispers. "That was scary, but I wasn't going to let the water take me like it did my brother."
"You realize that was a dumb thing to do. Don't be dumb."
"Fine. I'll stop being dumb if you stop being dumb." We're quiet while the waves crash on the shore.
"Seeing you with Brody sucked. I'd like to brush the whole thing off and be tough about it, but I can't forget about you. You were my first crush, my first kiss."
She rolls onto her side, and I do the same so we're facing each other. Her hazel eyes glisten, the honest look on her face, and the way her eyebrows pinch with concern pushes me to tell the truth no matter how difficult it is. If I can surf the biggest waves in the world, I can do this. I owe it to us both.
"I love you, Paisley. I loved you before you told me that you loved me, but I'm scared of being betrayed, of losing you, and of love that feels this big."
It's a relief to tell the truth. If you're as scared as I was out there, then I understand. I snort a laugh.
"That I can handle. Relationships are another animal entirely. But I'm sorry if I upset you, and if I was being stubborn."
"And I'm sorry I didn't communicate like an adult and voice my concerns about you being just another guy seeking fame and fortune."
Nah, I'm just the goofy kid from your childhood summers that you can ride the waves with.
Her lips lift at the corners.
And someone who wants to love you, if you'll let me.
I tuck a piece of hair behind her ear and can't tell if she's happy or sad, if this is hello or goodbye.
You're beautiful and smart and funny, Paisley. You don't need some surfer dude to tell you that. But I'd like for us to have a second chance.
I get a full Paisley Jones smile. I'd be stoked. Relief releases all the tension inside me. We both laugh as the first drops of rain start to fall. The wind whistles and the sparse beachgoers run for cover. I didn't know a storm was coming, Paisley calls, as we run hand in hand on the beach.
I usually pay attention to these kinds of things, but have been preoccupied.
We're closer to the boardroom than the cottages, so we dash inside. I click on the television, where Andy usually plays surf videos. A man in a yellow raincoat stands in the center of the screen as wind and rain pelts him. Trees violently toss back and forth in the background. "Get inside, sir," Paisley yells at the TV.
Jim Rosedale here, coming to you live from Charleston. As you can plainly see, we have surpassed tropical storm conditions. I just got word that Hurricane Thorndike is now a Cat 3. Typically, as these systems move north, they increase in intensity. But Thorndike seems to be defying our projections. The other concern is a low-pressure system moving south from Canada. If these two collide, the result could be dire.
Paisley and I turn to each other and at the same time say, "Thorndike?" Another report from a local station comes on. A woman with a light blonde coif and lipstick a shade too red announces that cities and towns south of them preemptively declared a state of emergency. She recommends people in low-lying or coastal areas evacuate. What about Thorndike the seagull? Paisley's lip trembles. What about us?
Birds have a sense about these things. He probably flew inland. We're talking about Thorndike the sharp-toothed terror here. When did you go from hating him to loving him?
I never hated him. I raise an eyebrow. I kind of wonder if this, she waves her finger between us, was his doing.
Stranger things have happened. Anyway, this sounds like a superstorm.
Should we go? She asks.
West? We could, but I think we'll be okay. Just think, these cottages have been here for over 50 years, and through a lot of bad weather, I answer, pulling Paisley into a comforting hug. We make our way back to the cottages and decide to shelter at my place. As the hours pass, we keep watch over the weather while stocking up on bottles of water, flashlights and batteries, food, and other provisions. I have storm windows, but reinforce them with plywood just in case. I don't want to risk my newly renovated house getting destroyed. We batten down the hatches and take everything that's not nailed down indoors. It's surreal to see summer fun over in a snap as storefronts close and people retreat to their homes and tuck behind darkened windows, leaving an eerie stillness in their wake as the rain drives down. Now we wait. The wind and waves roar as if engaging in battle. Neptune's angry, I joke. The ferocity of the ocean is intense as the waves crest at high tide. The glass window panes rattle as branches and leaves blow by, scraping against the shingles. Everything is gray, and more shades of gray. It seems like this could have been like the storm that came up when Lyric died, Paisley says quietly. But we're safe, promise. I kiss the top of her head. Her arms slide around me and she grips me tight. Koala cuddle, she whispers. Then the lights flicker and in a blink the electricity goes out. I build a fire in the wood stove. In the dim light, we take out the puzzle, and as the battleship gray skies darken, drawing night in,
Later, by candlelight, we eat sandwiches, chips, and pickles. Paisley picks at her bread crusts. Nervous? I ask. Very. I pick up an old acoustic guitar from the corner and strum. Paisley snuggles closer. The song has a sunny vibe. When the final notes ring out, Paisley smiles wide, her eyes sleepy. That was beautiful. She leans her head on my shoulder, and I can't help but think that I'm her anchor in the storm and she's my beacon. Curled up on the couch, we doze to sleep. When I wake up, the rain falls gently and the wind is weak. If I remember correctly, the tide is out. My watch says it's just after 9 a.m. We slept in, Paisley mumbles groggily.
I think Thorndyke did his worst, but has moved on. We survived the storm. The walls and roof are still intact,
I say around a yawn. Just think what that means for us, she says brightly, sliding her hands around my back.
We can survive anything.
She presses the side of her face to my chest and breathes deep. Good thing you smell like sunshine. I could really go for some of that.
Well, the cloudy days make us appreciate the nice ones more.
I open the door to let in some fresh air and tilt my head, trying to make sense of what I'm looking at.
Paisley, what exactly did you do to upset that seagull?
Huh? What? She asks, joining me at the door. Her jaw drops and her eyes bulge. You have got to be kidding me. A dinghy, a small outboard boat like fishermen and boat owners use to get out to their moorings, smashed into the roof of Paisley's cottage. We step carefully into the softly falling rain. A few sticks litter my deck, and the dunes are windswept but otherwise fine. We walk over to her house. The shingles, windows, and overall structure are intact, except for the boat on the roof. Paisley takes a few photos. I'll have to tell my parents and have them call the insurance company. She peers at the photo and then zooms in. She looks at the boat, at her phone, and then up again before pointing to the roof. Griffin, do you see the name painted on the back of the boat? It's my turn to be speechless. Chapter 20. Paisley. I call my mother right away. Mom, listen to what happened. I tell her about the storm and the boat that smashed in the cottage's roof. I've been thinking of selling the place anyway. Your father and I rarely go down there anymore. My heart sinks. I've become fond of the cottage and my neighbor. But you're not going to believe the boat's name. Painted on the back, it says, "The Lyric Life." Oh, I believe it. Of course she does. She's all new agey like that, and probably had some kind of spirit guide foretell it or something. Your brother is always leaving me little love letters. Just the other day, I discovered a new patch of wild raspberries behind the house, and they were ripe. Remember how he loved raspberries? How is a boat on the roof a love letter? I drop onto the damp step and look up at Griffin, who's surveying the damage. Lyric led me to love, I whisper. Well, that's no surprise. Is it with the young man next door? Mom, I say, feeling embarrassed even though he can't hear her side of the conversation. She goes on to say how Griffin would always tag along, and how she knew the boy next door had a crush on me since the beginning. Slowly, piece by piece, like a puzzle, life lately is starting to make sense. If it weren't for how everything unfolded, I wouldn't be here now, wildly in love and with a boat on the roof of my house. But that's beside the point. Thanks, Thorndyke. My mom says, your father just said that boat belongs to Wendy and Scott Masterson. They live over on Sloop Street. He wrote songs for big names back in our day. Retired now,
I'm guessing they'd like their dinghy back. All I can do is laugh. That night after cleaning up, we're still without power. Instead of tacos, Griffin grills pizzas topped with fresh herbs and mozzarella, along with a giant salad. Turns out that my big kahuna is a really good cook. The air is cool, indicating autumn is on its way, and I pull my sweater more closely around me.
Do you have room for dessert?
Griffin asks. Have we met before? How is that even a question? He chuckles and stokes the fire in the clay chimney on his deck, then goes inside and returns with a bag of marshmallows, a bar of chocolate, and graham crackers.
S'mores. You just need s'mores.
S'more of you, I say, laughing and weaving my arms around him.
Do you remember the first time we kissed?
Yep, it was over there on the beach.
No, the time before that.
I tilt my head. Griffin thumbs behind himself.
Use the way back time machine.
Oh, when we played Spin the Bottle. Right, that was embarrassing. I remember afterward you pointed out that I had marshmallow on my lip. He wrinkles his nose.
And you said, let's not do that again. But I remember it was the best kiss ever.
It was my first kiss, too. I'm sorry I said that, and I'm glad we did kiss again.
All the same, afterward your brother took me aside. He kind of fisted my shirt and said, if you marry her, treat her right. Otherwise, I'll make sure all you'll eat for the rest of your life is sand.
I nod. That sounds like lyric, all right. Then I do a double take. Wait, lyric said that?
It must have been obvious that I really liked the kiss.
But we did it under the deck.
I was probably smiling like a dweeb when we came out.
I lean back. That's wild.
So is how I feel about you, Paisley. You were my first kiss, my first love, and I'd like to make you the last, the only.
My heart does a little, big pitter-patter. I lean against Griffin's shoulder and hug him from around the back, then declare, reverse koala cuddle. He puts a couple of marshmallows on sticks and holds them just above the fire, patiently letting them toast. I assemble us each a s'more with extra chocolate, taking a huge gooey bite and then offer Griffin one. He takes a bite, streaking his stubble with white marshmallow goo. I love your 5 o'clock shadow. It's just not conducive to eating marshmallows. I giggle, wiping it away. His sea glass eyes meet mine, sparkling in the firelight.
Best second first kiss ever. I love you, Paisley.
At that, he leans in to kiss me, reenacting our first kiss, only much, much better. All of my thoughts slip away, pulling me right into the present. With the sunny, salty smell of Griffin's skin, the smoke from the fire on his shirt, the push of his lips against mine, and his fingers tangled in my hair, I feel energized like I'm dropping down a wave, and at ease, then cruising along as it smoothly peels. Everything feels perfect, and what's more, I feel like I've found my forever home with my forever match. When we part, I say, since we're dialing back the clock a little, I have something to tell you. When I was in high school, my best friends and I made a pact. I go on to tell him about the forever marriage match. Griffin blinks a few times like he's not sure if I'm pulling his leg. I was off the hook because I was already engaged, even though Jason and I hadn't set a date. I stick my tongue out and make a face. I'm so glad I didn't marry him. I lean in. No one knows this other than his surgeon and me, but he had plastic surgery because he was self-conscious about his love handles. Griffin's eyebrows shoot up. I'm not going to hold on to any ill will against Jason, but that's our secret now. I couldn't hold it in anymore. Also, He had a really hairy back. And I spill a little more tea, then add, "Okay, I'm done. I figured I'd be better off telling you than the Fab Five because they'd want lots more details." Griffin laughs and then makes a lip-zipping gesture. "I also wanted to tell you because in the end, I got the real deal. There's nothing fake or pretentious or arrogant about you." I wrap myself around Griffin. "I want to koala cuddle you forever, and not just because you're so good looking, but also you're funny and thoughtful and courageous." He tips his head back, laughs, and hugs me back.
Phew, for a second, I thought you only wanted me for my hot body.
I poke him in the very hard set of abs that hides under his shirt. "And because of the pact, silly." I wear a mischievous smile so he knows I'm joking. Of course I want him because he's the perfect forever match for me.
Let me get this straight. You all pledged to marry by your 10-year high school reunion because of some catty chick named Miranda?
Griffin scratches the side of his face.
Seems kind of extreme, crazy, wacky.
"Oh, wait until you meet my best friends."
Plural? How many best friends do you have?
4. We're the Fab Five.
So you come as a package?
Yes, but they supremely approve of you. They say they've never seen me happier. Griffin's brow ripples like he's slightly intimidated. "Don't worry, you'll love them." He leans in for a kiss.
Well, I love you, so I suppose I'll have to trust these 4 friends of yours who you made an oath with. What happens if you don't get hitched by the deadline?
I puff out a long breath. Oh, it would be dreadful. I'd have to go work for Miranda, and considering I'm unemployed, I need one.
In that case, I have a job for you.
Griffin smiles mischievously and then kisses me before I can ask what he has up his sleeve. In the wake of the devastation from the storm, life slowly returns to something like normal. But normal now looks like surfing and breakfast tacos every morning. Griffin and I spend the bulk of each day at the boardroom, figuring out the business and bakery, and evenings on his deck watching the sunset. I'm going to call Sea Spray home for now and work in the boardroom. It's a joint venture with both Griffin and me learning the business side of things. I focus on numbers, the books, and bottom lines, while Griffin takes the helm with surf stock, the bakery, and hiring on some new employees. It's also the new Stewards Saving the Sea HQ. We made Thorndike the mascot. "You really think we should change the name of the shop?" I ask Griffin while we browse new signage options.
This place is legend, but...
Griffin nods.
Let's call it Live Free and Surf.
I fling myself against a rack of foam topboards. Phew, because I don't want to think about boardrooms. I never want to set foot in one again. Goodbye to my lawyering days. Hello, sun, surf, and sand.
You sound like a beach bum.
As Lyric said, I have to live a little. We make great business partners, bouncing ideas off each other like offering surf lessons and camps for kids. Griffin wants to shape his own boards too. Plus, I know I can lure the Fab Five here since there's a bakery. Even though waves are still to be had, we decide to close early for the season and do a grand reopening in the spring. The place is a mess with no thanks to Andy. My mother would call this organized chaos, I say.
It's a wonder Andy managed to remain open all those years.
Griffin sorts through the stock room with orders made in triplicate, but never put on display. We really need shelving. I consolidate 3 boxes of pails and shovels into one, then break down the cardboard.
Good thing I know a contractor, Griffin says.
We chat about the changes we plan to make as we go outside to the dumpster in the back to recycle all the cardboard.
I hear a strange whining sound. Do you hear that? Is it the wind? I shake my fist at the sky. Thorndyke, if you're messing with us.
Wait, hang on, Griffin says. I do hear it.
We cautiously approach the dumpster. A tuft of dark brown fur flashes out of a box on the ground. A paw claws at the edge. I peer in. A small, light brown puppy, all alone, scratches at the sides trying to get out.
Someone must have left it here. How terrible,
Griffin says, as he looks around to see if there are any more puppies. My heart swells as I take a few photos with my phone.
Good idea to take photos for a lost puppy sign.
I don't think the puppy is lost. It's for a scrapbook. I think this is another love letter from Lyric. Griffin smiles and bends over to pick up the puppy. I snap another shot of him cuddling her to his chest.
Oh, you're smelly,
he says, affectionately rubbing her ears.
What will we call her?
How about Sandy? I ask.
I like it.
I like my new life. No, I love it. It's a huge change from where I was at the beginning of the summer. But I wouldn't trade all the heartache and trouble because now here I am, madly in love, stoked, and am a dog mom. Distracted by Sandy, we spend the next few days taking care of her and getting used to life with a puppy. True to her name, she loves walks on the beach. It just so happens Griffin and I do too. As the sun sets in glorious shades of coral and caramel, Sandy leads the way toward the shoreline. I loop my arm through Griffin's and breathe the salt air, feeling a sense of peace. When the soft sand turns to wet hard pack from the tide, I spot a ring of salt spray roses, poppies, daisies, and seashells a few paces away. Griffin stops by my side while Sandy sniffs the ground. In the center of the ring, someone wrote something in the sand. I read it. Please say yes. Griffin turns to me, his sea glass blue eyes shining.
I want to be together with you during high tides and low, storms and sunny weather.
He pulls out a ring containing a polished blue piece of sea glass and studded with sparkly diamonds.
This is a symbol of us. Our relationship was born out of the treasures of the ocean. My pledge to you is always to be honest and true. I love you, Paisley Jones. Will you wear this and promise me the same?
I throw my arms around him, giving the biggest and best koala cuddle ever. Yes, I love you too. Always. Our lips press together as the sun melts into the sea. A squawk sounds overhead. We part and look up to a seagull circling. I think my brother's mission is accomplished because I've never been happier, and I cannot wait to tell the Fab Five that I just about completed the dare after all. I dared to live a little, and I dared to love a lot. Want to read a sample from Blakely and Dean's story in Dare to Love My Fake Husband? New Louboutins. Check. Clothing design contract? Check. VIP wherever it matters most? Check. An unsettled feeling about the future? Check. Pressure to live a certain lifestyle turned my world toxic. Late nights bubble with drama, my relationship with my not-boyfriend fizzles, and failing to meet my parents' expectation means one thing. They arrange my marriage. Yes, for real. Dean Wilson is not looking for love, nor does he want his family's business to go under. When he has the opportunity to bail them out, he says yes to marrying his best friend's sister, a hot mess. It's just temporary, and then he can get on with his life.
I resent that, thank you very much.
We're sent to the mountains to play house. what starts as a disaster with a leaky roof, sneaky possum, and an indoor mushroom farm turns into distraction. Dean, with his charm, showing me what real fun is. And I guess he likes my smile or something. But when I learn about a secret from his past, do I dare love him? Check out Chapter 1. Blakely. My best friends say I'm the stylish one. My mother pushed me into modeling at a young age, and I shifted into fashion design during college, so that's no surprise. However, today I'm feeling a bit flat, blah, meh. My monotone outfit probably doesn't help matters. Then again, I've been feeling an inner conflict for a while now. A piece of fabric torn between my wild child days and a desire to slow down, settle down. But who would I be without my carefree, fun-loving reputation? Also, no way am I going to change my ways just because my mother, Her Royal Highness, strongly recommends I rein it in. I pound the rest of a fluorescent energy drink called Buzz Pop that the TV show assistant gave me after I stumbled over an extension cord while touring the set and dumped my large coffee with 2 shots of espresso onto the cameraman. Yeah, it's been that kind of morning. The deep breath I try to take hitches in my chest. I smooth my palms down my cream-colored blouse. My thumb snags in one of the long necklaces I'm wearing as part of the recommendation of a more sophisticated rebrand for BB style. The outer edge of my eye twitches, my skin tingles, and I can somehow feel a humming underneath it. To say I've been burning the candle at both ends is an understatement. I've been up for nearly 24 hours, prepping for today. There's not even a wick left. I'm little more than a lump of wax. But as they say, the show must go on. I take another swig of the Buzz Pop. Cue the power of positive thinking that my life coach taught me. I can do this. I'm a lady boss. Hear me roar. What feels like the second hand ticking on a clock spins me into a sudden flurry of ideas. After a slow start to the morning, and now fueled by caffeine, I spring into action, ordering my assistant to help me prepare for the 3-minute live TV slot I have showcasing fall-style trends with Heidi Simmons and Dawn Mobitz, everyone's favorite AM chat show hosts on the Coffee Break Morning Show. I signal my assistant. Tiff, change of plans. Instead of the fall light line of cardigans and wide leg trousers, let's go with the Neon Nouveau line. Inspired, my words trip out of my mouth faster than I can say them. Instead of a sluggish drone, I'm feeling bee-like, buzzed. Tiff's eyes widen, and she tilts her head to one side. But she knows better than to have me ask twice. I'm the founder, designer, and CEO of BB Style, and I own this town. She rushes out the door and to our flagship store 3 blocks away on Madison Avenue, with our design studios above it. I call ahead to have my people there ready the racks. I flit around the green room, calculating the changes that will need to be made to shift from the originally planned outfits in bespoke shades of autumn colors that the TV show suggested we run to something more electric, vibrant, energized, more me. At least this highly caffeinated version of me. The show assistant pokes his head in the doorway.
I noticed your assistant left. 15 more minutes until we're live.
Change of plans, but Tiff will be back in time. She's never failed me yet. His brow furrows as he ducks back into the hall. Never question an artist, I call after him, as the Buzz Pop courses in my veins. Nor do I question whether I can get my showcase outfit on quickly enough and get the models in their new garb. I've worked on tighter deadlines. As a former model myself, I've walked at every notable fashion show. Now, as a designer, the models wear my creations on those same catwalks. We'll have to change the music too, I say, to no one in particular. I hurry into the hall, but don't find the PA person before Tiff reappears, struggling with the garment rack. The heavy black bags sway from side to side. The 4 models, already dressed in cozy knits, casual pants, and ready to walk in stilettos, blink their spidery lashes slowly at me. Girls, we're going from tame, boring tea with milk to rock star spicy cider. I toss them combinations of clothing made of hot pink mesh, blue metallic spandex, and various neon animal prints. Like Tiff, they do as they're told and swap outfits. The makeup artist swipes on eyeshadow and lipstick that completes the bolder look. I pull on a skin-tight neon yellow vinyl dress with zippers, tease my hair, and strike a pose with one arm lifted in the air like Lady Liberty. Wake up, New York! Blakely Benedict is back. Everyone cheers and claps. The funny thing is, I, never left. I'm feeling more alive this morning than I have in ages. I went from zipping around the city during my early 20s, strutting from club to after parties as a VIP, to being pulled in a different, more serene direction now that I'm getting older. With no thanks to my mother, who repeatedly tells me to tone it down, and even staged an intervention a couple of months ago, saying my rash behavior isn't acceptable for someone my age. I'm not even 30 yet. That just means I'm making the family look bad. There was late-night dancing at a club that turned out to be the site for a charity event the next morning. She thought my criminal fashion line was tasteless, and then wouldn't speak to me after an interview when I mispronounced the name of the president whose country I was visiting. Honest mistake. For better or worse, part of my job involves networking, and that means going to parties and events. Lots of them. My meddlesome mother wants me to go from high-key to low-key. Ha! Not today, folks. I've got rocket fuel in me, and we're going to shoot for the moon. The show assistant comes in, scratches his temple at the chaos in the room, and then says, "BB Style, you're up." Leading my parade of neon-clad models through the dim hallway, we stride onto the set that smells like cinnamon and apple pie, a piano melody that doesn't match our high-wire energy, and a deer-in-headlights Heidi Simmons standing next to a mannequin dressed in cornucopia colors. Don Mobitz squints as if we're hard to miss. "Good morning, New York," I shout. Yes, good morning is right. If I wasn't awake before, I am now. Boy, those shades are bright. I could use a pair of sunglasses. Heidi turns to camera 2. We have Blakely Benedict of BB Style with us this morning, ready to share her latest cozy trends for this coming season. She clears her throat. Over to you, Blakely. I introduce each of the outfits on the models, explaining my vision for the Neon Nouveau line and how important it is to break through boundaries and expectations, especially in fashion. Don Mobitz stares at us, either entranced or intensely confused by the shock of color, prints, and my animated spiel. It's an art form, a type of self-expression, a way for each individual to showcase their unique self. I rattle on, the words pouring out of me in a torrent, as sweat beads along the nape of my neck, and my heart buzzes like a bumblebee starved for pollen. Heidi's surprise turns to tight-lipped something. I can't tell what. Amusement? Annoyance? As a legend in the modeling world, it is a treat to have you here this morning. Though I don't expect you'll want any of the apple pie, our esteemed guest, Maxwell, the banker baker, showed us how to bake. Heidi giggles and flutters her eyelashes at a tall, handsome man standing on the edge of the set. He grimaces, then points toward his hip. Maybe my hip? My thoughts scramble as the potency of the energy drink drains out of me like a sieve. My body starts to feel heavy, as if I'm encased in rapidly drying cement. The hostess claps her hands, snapping me out of it. Well, that's about all the time we have here today. We can all agree this has been quite a show. Thank you to our talented guests for joining us and our viewers for tuning in. Blakely, please show us your very best modeling moves and lead the way. Heidi sweeps her hand for me to stride down the makeshift catwalk, strewn with autumn leaves per the original plan. It's then I become aware of a draft. I discreetly smooth my hand down my low back and toward the seat of my dress. Oh no. The producer indicates it's time for me to move. This is bad. Double bad. I do a little shuffle, trying to pull the bottom half of my skin-tight dress loose from the black neon fishnet tights I'm wearing. It won't budge. The hot studio lighting seems to have heated up the vinyl fabric. It's baked onto my skin like a pie crust, but baring my backside. Well, my underwear, which went better with the cozy comfort look I'd worn earlier. The cameraman pans. Heidi gives me a little nudge. The models look to me for direction. I do a little bunny hop, trying to tug the back of the skirt down, because I'd bet my entire design studio that the camera is going to follow us as we walk. But there's no way to indicate any of us change course. There is no way to avoid what's about to happen. The train has left the station. Wreck commencing in 3, 2, 1, as it collides with a dumpster fire. How'd that happen, you ask, considering there were no wheels on this crazy train? They came off about 2 miles back when I ingested that can of Buzz Pop. What have I done? I can't do anything but put one foot in front of the other and own the stage like I have so many times before. Too bad the entire country is about to see my rear end. You have that glazed donut look, Daisy says. You know I'd never touch a donut. My face falls into my hands, especially after the entire country saw my butt. Let's refer to it as a wardrobe malfunction, she says brightly. Let's not name it anything. Except there is no chance I'm not already the butt of at least a dozen memes. Pun intended. Usually when my best friends and I have drama, we flock to our Fab 5 text group for emotional support. This time, Daisy was at my door before nightfall. Not an easy feat considering she has a baby, but this is a level 3 crisis. Daisy fields messages and calls on my ever-beeping phone, while I ponder why I temporarily lost my mind. Oh right, the buzz pop. I want to click rewind and go back to the original fall light plan. Sometimes good things come out of difficulties. She speaks from experience, but I'm not ready to look at anything other than the wreckage. Curse me and my caffeine addiction. Everything happens for a reason, Daisy adds. I appreciate your platitudes, but this gives new meaning to the term butthurt. Worst of all, Heidi knew.
She saw me struggling with that stupid dress. Why didn't she help me? Daisy, ever polite, clears her throat. Well, you did change up her show last minute. You can't blame me. I was in a neon energy drink-induced stupor, high on whatever that nuclear liquid contained. My shoulders droop with the truth. I am to blame. There is no avoiding that I, and I alone, just ruined my career. Although, if I'm really honest with myself, today was just the final drop in a pool, building behind a dam that was already fit to burst. But I won't let myself dwell on that just now. Instead, all I can think about is the way my stomach nodded the second I realized my dress was tucked into the back of my stockings and underwear. I'm sure we can do damage control and... Daisy starts. I let out a long breath and shake my head slowly. I'm ruined. A sob gathers behind my eyes and in my throat, but I don't let it escape. Not yet. My phone beeps. It's her again, Daisy says, winding one long strand of black hair around her finger. A nervous habit. I wave my hand away. You do realize that if you don't answer, she'll be knocking on the door before the end of the day, Daisy warns. She's already called 3 times. I don't add that I've been avoiding conversation with my mother for 3 days. Never mind the last few times the phone jingled. She says I'm a handful, but it was her hand that guided me into this fast-paced life. It's better than her not calling at all. She just wants to talk to you. Sadness tinges Daisy's voice. The glow of the golden hour sunshine streaming through the window blinds me and helps me avoid the delicate topic for my oldest childhood bestie, that her mom, Barb, abandoned her in her time of need. Daisy refuses to talk about it. The door to my apartment opens. Miranda enters the room, her hair stylishly disheveled. She wears a short metallic skirt and a fitted tank, one of her outfits that inspired the Neon Nouveau line during an ill-advised late-night brainstorming sesh with public frenemy number 1. What's the problem? She asks without missing a beat. Hiya, Miranda. Daisy's smile slowly drops. Blakely's mom won't stop calling. Miranda ignores her. Her recent success has given her an entitled air that she dispenses generously. Miranda has never warmed to Daisy, as likable as she is, wedging me in the middle of perpetual awkwardness. Usually, I keep them separate. It's only in the last month that I returned from one of many long stretches abroad, visiting textile makers, presenting BB style at studios in chic cities and tropical locales. Unfortunately, I allowed Miranda and her new husband to stay at my place, during which she helped herself to my closet and inserted herself into my life, and she won't leave. That guy you met on Scroll Click Date has been messaging you. Daisy's eyebrows shoot up with concern as if to ask, why are you using a dating app? And why does Miranda have your login info? Once again, we can blame caffeine for my poor decision-making. He and I have pleasant conversations. 0 drama, no strings, it's all good. Who? I ask vaguely, as if I'm not at all interested in dating. I have a career to resurrect. The app is just a distraction when I happen to be home on a Friday night, which is rare. Miranda, your app is at the bottom of my to-do list today. You are aware of what happened on the coffee break morning show, right? She gives a lazy shrug. Think of #coffeebreakbutt as PR. face palm. Great, there's already a name for it? Of course, you broke the internet for about 15 seconds. There goes my 15 minutes of fame down the drain. My cell phone interrupts the unwanted conversation, likely with someone else texting about the little on-air slip-up. It's Mrs. Benedict. You really should answer it. She's going to get worried. Daisy holds the screen for me to see. Whatever. You're an adult. Do what you want, Miranda counters, sniffing at Daisy. She doesn't look up from her phone as she texts rapidly. If I let it ring again, it'll go to voicemail again. With slightly trembling hands, I press talk. Mom, I can't chat right now, but I'll call you back. I'm going out to dinner with Daisy, I say, in one breath before hanging up. The mention of Daisy's name is sure to pacify my mother, Anne Benedict, who forced me into modeling at a relatively young age. She didn't approve of many of the characters I'd met in the industry over the years, but Daisy is considered safe. Dinner? Daisy asks, surprised I'd go out into public while my butt is being plastered all over the internet. Takeout. Ooh, get me something good, Miranda says without breaking her scroll. Daisy's eyes narrow slightly as if to ask, what is she doing here? I don't have the energy to kick her out right now. Without the help of caffeine, I can barely get through the demands and commitments of my career. Although I could go for pizza, macaroni and cheese, pasta, something greasy and full of carbs. My stomach grumbles. Heidi wasn't wrong. My skimpy eating habits and late nights have crept up on me, leaving me oddly empty. Keeping up with this lifestyle is exhausting. But I won't succumb to my mother's demands again. Nuh-uh, no way. Not even if it's in my best interest. Maybe you need a break, Daisy says, pulling me from what I realize is a minutes-long stare into space. Oh, come on. Blakely is just getting started. She has the makings of an empire. Miranda cackles like a movie supervillain mogul grooming her next apprentice. As if. But that's easy for her to say. She's been leveraging all my connections to help build her own, the Scroll Click Date app. I shift in my seat. This subject makes me want to squirm right out of my skin. On top of pressure related to my career, my mother tries to dictate what I do, when I do it, and who I do it with. Namely, settle down with a nice, young, well-connected, and wealthy man of her choosing. What club are we going to tonight? I hear the Dome is a hot spot. Miranda still doesn't look up from her phone. Where's Reed? Daisy asks, referring to Miranda's new husband. He went back up to the lake, had stuff to do. I couldn't wait to get out of that small town. Good riddance. New York is my new home, Miranda declares with a peppy cheer. I have to admit, the sleepy lake town in the wooded north sounds mighty appealing right now. Miranda types feverishly into her phone, reminding me of my hustle when I started BB Style at the expense of everything else nearly 7 years ago. What's wrong with Lake Winnipesauk? Daisy asks in a quiet voice. This is where anything that matters happens, Miranda answers, with a note of duh in her voice. Don't know why I didn't leave sooner. Daisy and I exchange a look. I'm about to defend our hometown. Daisy, rarely ruffled, presses her lips together as if biting her tongue from speaking her mind. Miranda says, Don't you ever want more, Daisy? Here we are, rubbing shoulders with influencers, VIPs, execs of all stripes. Meanwhile, you're a single mom living in a tiny lake cottage, working. Where do you work again? Once Miranda gets attention and steals the spotlight, she doesn't know when or how to stop. Kind of like me and Buzz Pop. Before we experience another disaster, I draw a deep breath and say, she does have more, Miranda. Daisy has a family, the secret thing that I want but will never risk admitting because I can't ever have it. Keep reading. This has been Dare to Love the Guy Next Door, Romantic Comedy, Forever Marriage Match Book 2. Written by Ellie Hall. Copyright 2021. Narrated by Lorena Hoops. Audio copyright 2022.
Ellie again. I want to thank you for listening to Dare to Love the Guy Next Door. It's part of the 5-book Forever Marriage Map series following the Fab Five group of friends who you've met in the stories by now. I hope you enjoyed this story. Please give it a thumbs up. Comment below letting me know what you think of this seaside sweet romance. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel so you don't miss other audiobook releases, book spotlights, and other fun stuff that I have planned. So if you know anybody else who would like this video, please share it around. It helps me heaps. And thanks again. I will see you between the pages.